Cracking on in. Direwolves up against the likes of Pentanet GG, Pentagon, Penna that, all different variations that you and I have been hearing over the few days. But I think really for me, the big sort of talking point, obviously given that we haven't seen Direwolves in their full fledgling, force, if you will, all eyes for me have to be on Vital. He's been touted as this great rookie coming in, only 17 years old from Korea, whether or not he has the composure to play at this level.
Yeah, certainly yet to be seen, right? And I think that when you have a look at the Direwolves lineup, their bottom lane doesn't have that much of a hard job. They do really win through their side lanes and the collapse that Chippies and Shock are able to bring. They both have very unique champion pools when you compare them to other members in the OPL. So I think that Vital should be able to come and play a fairly standard game. He is going up against, however, one of the more dangerous bottom lanes in the OPL. Predators coming across from the Legacy lineup, and of course Rogue, formerly FBI's partner in crime. From the Bombers lineup and before that Order. So I think that, this is going to be a good litmus test for the young man from the Direwolves. Certainly is a warm welcome to the OPL.
I think will be a warm welcome indeed. Set being taken away after what we saw in last game. Incredibly strong, but unable to really close things out there.
I think Set is going to be significantly weaker in pro play. He's one of those champions that's very prone to be getting caught out. He does have a kind of one-and-done mentality as well with his combo. Yep. If he gets CC'd in the middle of it, he certainly just will fall down. So I'm not surprised that teams like Pentanet don't really want to deal with it in a side lane for someone like Chippies, but I don't think it is going to be, that must-pick ban that it kind of is in solo queue right now.
Speaking of must-pick bans, Karthus taken away, which leaves Akali open, and that was the quickest insta-lock I think I've ever seen.
Yeah, I mean, I was saying it yesterday. I think Akali had something like 40 bans in pro play and
100% presence.
Yeah, 100% presence. She's the most ban champion in the game right now. And the fact that Shock and Chippies both play it is certainly one of those things that you have to watch out for, because they go into mid or top lane right now. And very independent champion. You don't really have to build a comp around it. Just it's all round strong.
Yep, it will do damage or execute, and if you have the utility and firepower behind it, anybody that's dangerously low, kind of like what Prey listed on Echo, able to get in there and get the job done. So I think both teams right now are incredibly happy. I mean, we're definitely racing through this draft, so no questions there.
Yeah, absolutely, and I think, Misfortune versus Aphelios is starting to become a very standard matchup in that bottom lane. Center does seem to be getting slept on a little bit. We have seen the strength of it once already today, as Legacy were able to grind back that win. It is going to be Sully with one of his more favored counter picks. He's not a huge Lee Sin player, however, does play the champion, does like to play a lot of the Lee Sin counters, however, so things like the Rek'Sai, like the Olaf, will be picked up pretty often by Sully, I would assume. Also a pretty good Gragas player, so he would be comfortable in this matchup versus Miro.
Yeah, Rek'Sai, an interesting, champion, because you're looking to really emit some strong pressure, kind of like what we saw at least in the last game. You want to get in there, you want to pump it down, and you really want to try and emit yourself, because as you start to get into those mid-late game stages, you find yourself just so dangerously weak.
I just want to point out to everyone on camera that I didn't listen to anything you just said, because Nick brought in drinks, and instead of taking the drinks off him, you pointed at the ground and made him place the drinks at your feet.
I was trying to be professional.
Trying to be professional is what we're going with right now.
I've got this reputation to uphold. I'm the new kid on the block. I've got to try and make myself seem like I'm in the mode. You've been around here for donkey's years, so you
really
can
have. Some would say too long. I'm looking at you, Twitch chat. Not surprised to see Syndra taken away. We kind of mentioned this yesterday, but is definitely a flex pick right now for this lineup, and Shock does play it really well. Obviously, with Misfortune, probably not as much of an issue. Camille, also one of Chippy's better champions, and that's pretty quickly going to be Leona locked in. That is a lot of engagement coming out of the bottom lane right now of Pentanet.
Yeah, it really seems to me as if, Direwolves have gone down this direction of wanting to have damage, wanting to get in there and get damage, or even just brute force potential in your face with CC and all those different threats. We want to just basically shut it down and survive it. You're taking away two big burst mages. What do? They flex it across and say, look, well, we're going to have more engage on our end as well. So for Direwolves, it's literally like Misfortune sits in the back, and there's a bunch of people just getting in your face about it.
Yeah, and I mean, that is kind of difficult for Misfortune to navigate, because she is prone to dive herself. Biopanther probably going to be looking to isolate Vital, I would say, in these team fights, because it doesn't really win the 1v1 versus the others. However, this is an interesting counter pick. Veigar, not a champion that we see all that often. I think it's actually Veigar. Not a champion we see all that.
Veigar?
I think it is Veigar, because he's named after a rider who's Riot Veigar. So I'm going to say that's him.
That's something that's been always big hot debate, and I've always blamed it down to localization or accents, but I like this. I spoke about it before briefly with the double burst mages taken away. I mean, if you're thinking about threats coming at you, he will delete one.
Well, the thing is, you can't dash in, right? So it stops Nautilus, it stops Akali, and also will make Miru's job, or Mir's job, very difficult. So I think that this is an unique pick, and this is what we kind of said about Pentanet. They are a team that have very strange solo laners. BioPanther historically has played things like the Mundo, but also known for his gank playing. Then you have Getback, who is a good Akali player himself, but obviously has things like the Pocket Vega available. And they're much more of a group as 5 comp versus what is usually the 1-3-1 of the Direwolves lineup.
Be interested to see with that tech pickup how that disrupts the plan that Direwolves were looking to achieve. It started with an Akali and it's finished out with, well, 4 different threats that can get into your face. So as long as he's available, as long as that Vega is there, may just disrupt things a little bit too much for them. But gives them that scaling potential. Obviously they're going to be wanting to work on the back of that early game for Soli and then the later game stages for Getback. But we do have the Direwolves coach on standby.
Hey, what's going on, guys?
Yeah, good man. Yourself, how do you feel about this one?
I kind of buggered up the draft, to be honest with you. Like, I really could have seen, like, we're coming to the last ban, coming to the 5th ban, and we're a bit indecisive on what to ban at that point. It should have been obvious that they were trying to leave Akali up in order to play the Vega matchup, like, quite an easy one for them. And I just really didn't see it coming. So that's kind of my bad. It should have been obvious.
So with that in mind, you've got a pretty good 1-3-1 comp versus what does look to be more of a group bum rush comp, as we like to call them. How do you hope that your team navigates this game?
Yeah, so yeah, you're correct. And I think the team fighting meta is kind of the meta right now. And what we're kind of betting on is we've got Miru, who's just an amazing Lee Sin, as a lot of people know. Get everyone rolling early in the game. Hopefully he can get a kill on Chippies particularly. And then that matchup definitely becomes a bit of a steamroll. Just let him sit in the side and be like, cool, you have this team fighting comp. You're going to have to find these. And you're going to have to go against people who I think are mechanically a lot better than you anyway. And you're going to have to force these team fights and fight in these team fights. And then we're betting on the fact that, you know, Rogue's a little bit over anxious a lot of the time for fights. Be like, go in anyway, we'll just kill you. You're going to get too over anxious for fights because Chippies is up there just pounding bio.
All right, so see whether that can work out. And obviously, the OPL so far has been a little bit strange. You know, we've been talking about the Gravitas and Mammoth situation, where teams sit at the top of the board. How do you think everyone is playing so far in the league, and where do you think you guys currently, you know, are shaking up to sit? Yeah,
it's kind of super hard to tell that you can go off scrims, but I think every result, anyone who's watched scrims can kind of tell it's not really been what's happening as well. It really comes down to just who's in form, and I don't really think any team is particularly in form at the moment. Like, I really thought that Order was going to win today based off scrims. Obviously, I was wrong. And then, you know, we haven't really had the start we wanted to yesterday either, so hopefully having these two back in for their trial would be really nice, that they can just, you know, pull the win through for us and show that they should have the spot.
I suppose really off the back of that question, do you think, as one final note, do you think the power rankings that people have given you, do you think they're a fair representation of what you think the potential of this team is?
Oh, I don't think anyone knows. Like, I think like a lot of it is just hot air. We're just talking about what we think is. Like, you don't see scrims. Even with us seeing scrims, we're super confused. We don't know. We'll see. We go weeks where we go like 10-0, and then we go other days where we might, you know, only win like 7. So
it's hard to say.
It's too hard. It's too early. All the imports are still getting used to it. It's impossible to actually give an accurate representation of the teams right now.
Absolutely. Well, thank you very much. All the best. We'll see you after this one.
Cool. During that, a little bit of interesting play. Huge bottom lane priority generated from the Direwolves, and they go and get a ward on Suli's camp. Suli has done something that maybe even picked up from Spooks. He's gone for a wolf start, which is pretty unique in League of Legends. Will be spotted out up here. However, goes in.
Just showing his face. Saying hello.
And so with that, Mayor's going to have the chance to be able to go for a bottom lane invade. This is kind of a split map situation, and they did mention that they need Chippies to be able to carry in this game. So the fact that this is split bottom map side for the Direwolves and Chippies is getting punished right now in top lane by BioPanther could be something that comes back to bite the Direwolves in the butt.
Yeah, they're definitely keeping those resources up in the top lane there. You can see Chippy's taking it back. Not going to stick around for this one. Sully definitely hot on his tail with that red buff. Really wants to, if anything, force out a flash and just make his priority in the lane that much weaker.
So we see Teleport burnt, you know, level 1, only going to be a longsword picked up. That should be a walk back from BioPanther, and now they can use all of this pressure to be able to regain control on the top side of the map. And this is what I kind of expected coming out of Pentanet. They are a well-coached team, you know, we talked to Western Way yesterday. He's very confident in his, you know, newer team's ability to be able to pick up concepts that he's trying to teach them. And I think that this is one of those teams that should be one of the smart teams, in quotation marks, of the OPL. And that's certainly very good pathing from the rookie jungle.
There's the situation there. Vital having gone back, and Decoy's recall just been interrupted, so unable to change things around himself, has gone for the dematerializer, so looking to make sure that later on into this game, able to keep those lanes in check, specifically cannons.
Yeah, and I mean, a little bit of a nice hover coming across there from Sully. Felt like Get Back needed that wave to come in. Ooh, big damage.
Decoy is playing rather aggressively here, but you have to wonder if he's baiting based on the fact that Mir is there to stick around. Bait or not, Aphelios takes those.
Yeah, and I mean, Aphelios at the moment just seems to have so much sneaky damage. I've seen so many supports think that they can just freeze a wave, or, you know, that they're not going to be bursted out like that. However, it's a very good kill being picked up, and it was already mentioned that Kai felt like this Pentanet team does have a better team fight, that he buggered up the draft a little bit in his own words. And that's only going to make the game more difficult. BF Sword first back coming across for Aphelios.
Yeah, and that's just, exactly what you want, right? You want that dream start, you want to really carry that through. You heard about how they say that Rogue can be a little bit apprehensive at times, but, well, you know, if an opportunity like that comes across, you take those. You definitely do not hesitate for a second, and you get that job done.
Well, Rogue's kind of the opposite. He never hesitates. He's very thirsty to be able to look for engagement. I think that's what actually a lot of teams prey on. You know, we used to allow Bombers to play things like Zyre and Rakan and take skill matchups like Nautilus into it because he was prone to being caught out of position on heavy engaged champions. And this is kind of what the Direwolves are going for here, right? Nautilus into Leona is something that we see so much, and Nautilus can win it if Leona is over-aggressive in her dive. So we'll see how it works out. Not just out on a lot of the skills there.
No, definitely keeping up with that CS, which is fantastic. Having a nice little lead. It's whether or not Veigar can do the job to pick this up under the tower as well. But I think really mainly my eyes are focused on Sully and actually how much pressure he can emit, because he is significantly further behind what Mir has achieved on Lee Sin so far.
Yeah, and that's interesting, right? Because Sully is on the counter matchup. However, the early pathing that he went for meant that he got 3 buff, and then he didn't expect his bottom side jungle to be taken whilst Decoy was actually dead. But that was really clever from Mir, so he's now 2 levels up. And in a situation where, you know, he can potentially carry out this early game for his team, which was another one of those keys to success for Kai and the Direwolves lineup.
Yeah, looking to try and null and void what that champion can do, especially later on into the stage, but they will take that advantage. Oh, Dragon resets for a second, but they will have this one in the bag. Lee Sin nowhere near to contest.
You don't really care if it's a Fire Dragon in the early game because it's only a little bit of additional percentage stats, and obviously no one really has all of that much picked up right now. I mean, it's a nice to have. You would never say no to the experience that Dragon gives you early, but certainly not something that Direwolves are going to lose sleep over. And the fact that they've been able to recover top lane so successfully after kind of a disastrous early game, and that Mir has put Sully so far behind, you know, the small advantage in the bottom lane is being completely nullified just through CS advantages elsewhere.
Yep, already level 6 to what Sully's still level 5. He's put a control wall down there, but he's still going to be spotted on out. He really wants to try and force that pressure that he's managed to achieve in this early game for that 20 CS lead.
And they've kept him there for so long. I was really surprised that Mir stuck around for all of that time. You can see that Rogue and Kratos definitely knew that something was up because they had backed completely off that wave. However, it is just going to be Vital as well as Decoy trying to now get this wave out. We'll see whether Pentanet decide to go for a bit of a fight.
Yeah. Staying strong though, he's putting a lot of time into this one here, Spawn.
Yeah, he wants this to be able to hit the turret, but I just still don't even think that, even if they clear this, the Leona's just going to freeze it up, and you can see the lifesteal daggers are there for Praedyth as well, so he's very happy to be able to tank that one. So another disadvantage, another situation where I don't think they got the perfect recall, and Pentanet should be able to push another wave here.
I'd like to see a swap around with that in mind and turn your attention towards the top lane, sort of really get Chippies online, maybe focus towards that Rift Herald, having sacrificed the Drake, and continue, because, you know, as a result of all that time wasted, bot lane gets to push him for free. Rek'Sai's now catched up completely with the CS as well, so that massive lead you had at the early game is starting to fall away from you.
Yeah, it certainly is, and it looked like Direwolves were saying, okay, we can go for a lane swap here. We're going to be able to pick ourselves up a Rift Herald. And Pentanet just pushed the bottom lane so quickly that they were forced to go back down there because they wouldn't have won any kind of base race even with the Herald available. So that's a really great read coming across from Pentanet. They actually just picked up 3 turret plates for what will now only be a delayed trade of the Herald. As you mentioned, Dragon already gone off Summoner's Rift, so this was going to be the area that they were focused. And now it looks like a potential 1-3-1 going to be started up here, as Pentanet will go back to base.
And it has been a relatively quiet mid lane, so quite happy days for Get Back, who will be given the blue buff, so we can carry on stacking on up and become that one-shot beast that we know and detest him for.
Yeah, and I mean, he's going Glacial Augment, right? So this is going to be the Hextech GLP picked up, and then Spooky Ghosts, the Twin Shadows. So he's just going to have so much control in all of these fights. He's going to have such a, huge area of influence with the Event Horizon, of course, that big legacy snare that's stun that still exists in the game, as well as the GLP and Spooky Ghost slows. So he's really a pain to play against Vega, just because of the amount of I guess, threat area he has for someone like a Vital or someone like a Mir. So definitely have to be very aware of what's happening in this mid-game.
I think really a point to highlight in a meta that is so teamfight orientated is the fact that, yes, we know what Mordecai's can achieve, but the same could be said there for Get Back. The fact that, you can take one member out for a death realm for 7 seconds, you can delete another, suddenly you find yourself in a 3v5 situation where if you don't find it within that window, maybe Pentanet start to scratch heads and go, well, we have managed to get a kill, but have we managed to be as convincing as this comp allows us to be?
Potential gank set up here, however. Was spotted out on vision, so Sully doesn't decide to go. And yeah, I agree with you. I think that this is one of those team comps that if they are able to set up in an area, it's going to be very hard to walk into them. Despite how well some of the divers act against other team comps, this is kind of like the situation yesterday where we saw with the Chiefs that if you're got on, normally you're the best engaged tool in the game, but if all of a sudden you're playing against Yasuo, you can't really do anything with that engage, right? And kind of similarly here, you would expect Chippies to look for massive flanks, but if he gets spotted out by the Twin Shadows of Get Back, then he's going to be in a situation where it's very easy to turn the fight on him. So I think that this is where the Direwolves have to be the smarter team. They have to be able to get their side lanes pushed out, create numbers of mismatches for themselves, and be able to take over the control of this game through vision and, just superior team play. Yeah,
I think it makes you start to really bank on that mental capacity, for lack of a better term, right? Where you're really aiming to make sure that every decision you're making is that right one. You might usually play in a certain manner, you might usually come in from a certain angle, but suddenly you're now up against multiple different threats, different combinations, and what would have been a clear-cut engage if we get in your face and we kill someone now has a few more nuances to it.
And you can see that Penta really know that that's the case, because they are always the first team to swap. They're always trying to get a situation, ahead of time, set up better vision, and look for teams to face check. And then as soon as Direwolves do this group, they're winning the side lane push, because you can see already that Praedyth is down, pushing his wave into the turret that only has 2 plates left. That's going to be responded out by Chippy, so this should give a whole lot of time for Pentanet to be able to set up around this Dragon area.
They have done that for the time. Shock respecting that threat, he's going to TP on in. That is damage. There's no other way to describe that one. Rogue flashes on in, oh, it would have been so beautiful, but he whiffs it completely. But that is just a little glimpse to what a Veigar can do.
Yeah, absolutely, and that's a 0 item Veigar. So the game only gets worse from here for Miru. But that is just going to be Dragon picked up. It's going to be the second Dragon of the game. They're getting the soul nice and stacked early for this one, and I think this is what a lot of people expected from Pentanet. We've already seen just how well drilled they are. They set up around that composition beautifully. Overreach in the mid lane from the Direwolves, trying to get mid lane. One of the easiest ways to contest Dragon is by pushing mid into the turret and then being able to take river control. And that was just never going to be allowed to happen.
Even Mir's facial expression after that one, he even knew it was a little bit awkward how that all came to fruition. But he will need to use this Rift Herald before it does expire.
It's going to be interesting using it topside, right? Because Vilepanther still has his ultimate available. You need to make sure that you don't get caught in a 1v1. Instead, it looks like they're just going to use it for plate, so not even trying to push through for a turret response of their own. And that means that bottom lane can just continue to shove.
Bot lane carries on shoving. Both junglers are actually putting a priority into the top lane to ensure that either a disengage happens or an engage, either or. They haven't spotted out Sully just yet, so as far as Mir's concerned, it is a 2 versus 1. More resources being put into here. As you say, only a couple of turret plates fall on down, but they're not going to be able to get the full amount before that 14-minute mark.
Yeah, so turret plate going to be exiting, 14 minutes into this game. It is going to be the 1,300 gold lead for the Pentanet lineup. And I mean, this is where the game starts to be getting nervous, because they already mentioned, we felt like we had stronger lanes, that we should be able to take advantage of that. Well, top lane's dead even. You know, we thought that Miru, who was a superior jungle to Suli, was going to be the recipe for success. However, that also hasn't come to case. In fact, I thought when I first saw Miru play that Suli was a really good matchup for him. And we actually had planned to use Suli much more last year against junglers like Raze and Miru. Hold the thought.
Hold that thought indeed, because we're going to see action with double teleports, actually triple teleports, 2 in favor for Pentanet GG, who want to start this one right away. Shock does the damage, and that's why Akali gets banned. You are deleted. It's a beautiful positioning there by Vital, the Korean Prodigy on the flank, zoning out 2 members at their tower. This tower still stands, but the direwolf showing us a little bit as to what they want to achieve.
Yeah, and I mean, that was a very interesting fight because I feel like Vega had all the time in the world to set up there, right? Teleported in nice and early, got the event horizon down, but it was just the sick damage coming across from Akali, who is at that Hextech Gunblade, so very accelerated in this game. 134 CS, actually leading most people on the map. But we'll take another look at it, right? So this is the first teleport coming down, is going to be Vega. So he pops into the team fight, and he's able to get that event horizon down. However, he missed Shippies. That's all it was, and then Biopanther trying to take Shock into the death realm to just save his teammate's life. Instead of going for a kill, maybe, looks for the most aggressive member on the other team to kind of be a nullifying force, which is certainly one of the ways that you can play a Mordekaiser, but if you build up no magic resistance, maybe probably the wrong choice to be able to take to the death realm there. So I think just a little bit of a sloppy fight from Pentanet. However, they do get back onto map first, given the top lane turret was broken, and they're going to grab themselves the Rift Herald. And what I was going to mention is I felt like Suli's playstyle was actually going to be very good against a lot of the aggressive junglers, because he is a farm-oriented jungler. He plays things like Nidalee, things like Karthus, even things like his Rek'Sai are much more counter-gank-oriented than aggressive gank-oriented. And what that means is if you come up with a game plan which is, you know, play a little bit more reserved in lane, maybe go down that 5 or 10 CS, this is a guy that will put the jungle on power farm and can punish some of those ganker-heavy style junglers at the moment. So, haven't seen it obviously yet. Is playing something like a Rek'Sai this game, which isn't necessarily a power farmer, but certainly something to be aware as the season goes on, that he does have a lot of these junglers that are a little bit off-meta and a little bit different from the other OPL jungle playstyles.
Yeah, maybe the adaptation going into this matchup and his own take on what he thinks is the direction need be, perhaps, you know, some coach influence as to, you know, we want you to try and really bully Chippies. We know it's a condition that direwolves like to try and bank upon. And we'll have an assist to his name now, Chippies, but definitely hasn't had the unlocking potential that we typically see coming out of him. Been a bit of a slow game despite a 20 CS lead. Nothing too major so far. Pentanet GG definitely keeping an eye on things, and they're the ones in the driving seat. I don't think it's really changed much of their game plan from what that fight just really demonstrated to us. They are still the ones that can command these pits, and every single time you come in and try and look for a dragon, you've always got to be considered that big, big threat from Vega.
However, they have now kind of lost positioning on the map because Mordekaiser is still in the top lane, so they're trying to fight pretty heavily for this priority. Chippy still hasn't shown on Summoner's Rift, and they have completely opted to trade sides, so they don't feel like they are strong enough to fight right now. Instead, it looks like they're going to drop Herald top side of the map, maybe try and push for a turret or two, while they give that first turret of the game, dragon of the game, over to the Direwolves. And this is where teams do make a little bit of a mistake against Vega. It is impossible to push into him. Unless you kill him right now, which is going to be a tough ask, he can wave clear this by himself.
Yep, and if you push yourself up too close to the tower, Vital incredibly lucky not to have fallen down on that one. Time wasted. They're going to split across with Dragon respawning. Going to pick up an Ocean Drake to their name.
2 turrets here.
But yeah, as you say, 2 turrets are in their midst. One's already fallen on down. Chippies needs to find some value in that bottom lane. A solo kill would be nice. Some form or some avenue to prevent this tower from falling on down.
Okay, you can see Vital coming in.
He's looking for it. It's a very early bullet time. It's going to find a lot of damage onto our primary target in a Leona. Leona jumping on in, taking out Shock. That's a nice little start to the fight. Sorely popping the ultimate to try and, I suppose, buy time, if anything. It definitely wasn't going to be an execution. Decoy with the flash and the hook, the Make It Rain coming on down. Can they find a triple? That's what they're after. It's a double so far for the Korean. And it's going to be a triple cleanup in Isle top lane.
Yeah, really nicely played there for the Direwolves. I mean, they pick up the 3 kills. They do lose a turret, but they're able to preserve the second. And that was so strange because Get Back opted to not try and rotate towards the fight. Instead, he took himself a recall, went back and picked up the Twin Shadows. So that's another major swing in the game. Let's have a look at it. So you can see Miru heading through the jungle right now. I feel like Get Back would have been able to head him off. I feel like in a 1v1 situation, the Vega is currently stronger. However, he decides to take a recall. That means that Rogue is always going to be caught here. You see the flash coming across from Decoy, nails him, Praetor comes back to try and save his AD carry. That's always a rough decision, and then just no hesitation from Miru. Already mentioned how aggressive this guy is as a jungler. He will look for those kills. The kick back towards Vital. 2 kills now picked up for the Misfortune. And Direwolves have their first kind of sizable lead of the game. And that was off Pentanet trying to trade aggressively across the map.
Yeah, and it's basically, you know, as long as Veigar's not there, we need to force these fights, and we have to win these. Because, hey, look, if they're not winning those skirmishes, you've got some serious question marks coming up against your head thinking, well, how do you win? If you can't win when he's not there, you're in trouble. You definitely can't win when he is there, so you need that confidence. You need that sort of chance to find some power spikes to get you, potentially, those God moments.
Yeah, absolutely. And I think that when you have a look at how this game is now playing down, you can see that Direwolves are really trying to play 3 lanes. However, Pentanet are just holding their Veigar mid, and they're trying to rotate Praedyth around the map. And that is causing Praedyth to fall behind quite significantly in farm, right? So he's now down 40 CS. He also lost out on a couple of those kills just then. And that means that Vital, who is just parked mid lane and like a vacuum cleaner, is just hoovering up all that CS, although, hold that thought, he's dead.
It's almost
That's
comical.
what I said. Don't go mid.
The second time it's happened to him, and the outcome was no different from the first. But yeah.
So the way you have to play against Veigar, for those at home, is get control of a side of the jungle and be able to threaten him from 2 angles. If you're just walking at Veigar from one direction, that's all he has to do.
He's going to look for it once again as Rogue tanks up the tower. Decoy goes golden, but it looks nice. Looks even better when it's on the ground if you're a Pentanet GG fan.
And notice, once again, just a one-direction fight, and Veigar just is able to cut off the whole choke point.
Yep.
Just puts down that event horizon, and there's really nothing that Decoy can do once he's in there. And I think this is kind of what Kai was saying, that their team doesn't have the best flank potential. If it's not going to be Lee Sin or Chippy's coming in together, they are relatively squishy. They will get blown
Quite static.
up. So that's why they have to play, I guess, a bigger map game. And it looked like they were doing it, right? We're complimenting them for being 50 CS up on the AD carry position. You know, you can see Chippy's also 30 CS up. So they were starting to put the macro screws into Pentanet there, but just one mistake. And that is going to be the complete reset on Summoner's Rift. And now Get Back with those 2 items, Spooky Ghost as well as GLP. It's kind of a nuisance in the mid lane.
He's definitely a threat to bear with. That Dark Seal going to be pretty safe as it climbs on up. And it just becomes ever stronger. He's like a Dyson vacuum cleaner, and he's doing a great job of just soaking all this XP and all the CS and just saying, you shall not pass. Literally, you know, these towers, although they're taking a little bit of damage, they're going to get tickled every single time you come mid.
Yeah, absolutely. And I think that this is where, you know, you have a look at how they've been able to play out this mid game. And really, if Praedyth isn't getting caught in a side lane, then you're never going to be able to break the mid lane turret. And that's what we're seeing. Once again, he catches the wave nice and deep. He is losing CS still, but he's just rotating back towards mid lane. This time it's going to be a fight around bottom side. You can see potentially Chippy's caught out here. Had to flash. It's all right. We'll show it to you next time it happens.
Yeah, it would be interesting. We do have an observer replay to see how that actually went down, but I suppose once again it just proves that there is pressure. Leona is always on the hunt. Mid lane is becoming a bit of a stalemate when it comes to trying to make something happen there. But it does always mean you have the initial, I suppose, presence and control and pressure of all things to say, well, we dictate who goes for the Dragon, who goes for the Baron first, because if you try and get adventurous and try and get some vision down, you're going to have a bad time.
Yeah, absolutely. And I mean, they had to do this one on spawn because you can see the top lane is actually pushing against Pentanet. So the longer they stay here, the more farm and CS they lose. Once again, it's now like 60 CS that Vital is ahead. So onto items is certainly becoming a genuine threat if there ever is a team fight that he can get access to. So Pentanet, they get control of the area, they take the objective, and they're now on Soul Point. You feel like they want this game done as quickly as possible. They do not want, you know, Chippies and Shock to be able to continue to scale up in these side lanes, and they want to be able to end their week 1-1.
Yeah, absolutely. And I think, you know, for me, I'm pretty impressed with what I've seen from Vital so far. It's his debut today, like I said, 17-year-old out of Korea, coming in here with what has been described as an explosive and aggressive playstyle. He's not afraid to get in there and be a frontliner and use that bullet time to try and zone out 3 major threats. Let's just say that.
Yeah, absolutely, and I think that he's kind of had an easy gameplay to go towards. You know, he's just kind of laning 2v1 versus the mid laner right now and soaking up as much CS as possible. Hasn't been able to break turrets, but was fairly good in the laning phase. 2-0 and 0 on farm, you know, well and truly ahead of the clock at the moment. So certainly seeing the potential as a young man.
And this is interesting. This is a moment of reprieve now for your Direwolves fan, because there is no Veigar in mid lane. They got some damage. He's just returned, so they all groan and have to go back to what they were doing beforehand. But every single time he has gone, it's like a Hail Mary of go, 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 get in there, get the job done.
Yeah, absolutely, and I think that that was a slight misstep there from Pentanet, because they felt like they had to send him to a side lane to deal with Akali, but in reality, Praetor cannot hold that turret as well as what Jetpack can. So instead, they just go for a group now, and they're going to look to break mid lane turret first.
Now, teleports are available. Bullet time is going to be used on cooldown. For the most part, it's being used as a ADC version of what Veigar can achieve, both cleaning out that mid lane. So it's a big, big stalemate in that regard. All the action seems to be revolving around these objectives as well as those side lanes that you've highlighted.
But the question is, why not do it again? Like, on this wave, you should go for another siege with the Veigar, because you know that now there's no bullet time available. What's the next ability that they can use to defend this wave? I don't think it exists, so you can see Pentanet, finally, they go back to it. They have got good guns now set up for Praetor as well. Should be able to siege down this turret with a sniper rifle.
They've got incredible vision. You're looking left side, you're looking right side. They've got control walls. They've got the ability to sort of scout out where people could be. Solar Flare coming out there rather aggressively. Maybe a little bit adventurous.
Yeah, that was a very split decision coming across from Pentanet. Rogue wanted to fight. Get Back got hit by one double up and was like, I'm fine not fighting right now.
Yeah.
I am very happy to take a reset. You know, I'm very close to getting my death cap. We're going to be okay in this game.
It'd be interesting to note how many stacks he's on right now, because he's definitely the contributing factor as to why Mira is on 2 deaths.
Yeah, we can't see anymore. There used to be a little bit down the bottom left of the screen that I could see stacks and things like that, but now I just have a lovely McDonald's logo.
Makes you hungry, eh?
It does. I'm actually starving again.
Again?
Yeah. You see, what the thing is like, I now have started going back to gym, and it's 6:40, so my eating window is normally like 11 till 7, like intermittent fast. So if I don't get all my food in then, I'm just absolutely banging by the time we get to this part of the show.
Glucose levels down through the floor.
Yeah.
I actually bought McDonald's after this, or after yesterday.
Did you really?
I think the marketing is getting to me, eh?
What did you get?
I got a Hunger Buster.
What's a Hunger Buster?
Oh, it's beautiful, bro. It's so you got a Big Mac, you got chicken nuggets, you got chips, and you have a sundae.
And a sundae.
And it was just a little bit of everything. $15.
What kind of sundae are you?
Caramel sundae.
Oh.
MVP. I love
Really?
sweet things.
No, I love sweet things as well, but how can you go past a chalky sundae?
Oh, chalky sundae's too bland. It's too boring. You got to get out there, get a little bit creative in life, you know? Do you like spicy food?
Yeah, I love spicy food.
What's your favorite spicy food?
I mean, so I just...
How spicy are we talking? Like, do you eat like Indian, Korean,
Yeah, absolutely.
super spicy?
Yeah.
The devil's tongue?
I don't know what the devil's tongue is. But so we, because we're Italian, so we would like fry chilies in oil. We'd just have chili oil on everything.
I like that.
So generally pasta is what I have chilies on.
Good choice. Almost as good choice as this mid lane farming. We're talking about food. As Nick has brought in food. What a beautiful person he is. I want to publicly apologize. I want to publicly apologize before Nick for telling you that when you put my drinks down, I got roasted here.
I think this is going to be another use of the bullet time. Oh, Vital's caught.
He's an elusive figure, I'll tell you that much. And these towels have been standing up for far too long. 28 minutes. And we're still looking at outers.
Certainly are. Vital nearly walked into that event horizon. However, this is going to be Soul, so they have to come in and contest it. We'll see how they decide to do that.
Shock's decided he wants to make something happen. He wants to get rowdy. He's popped that teleport. GLP slows all that down. Finally, the red turret falling on down. Now we might see some action. A turret goes, the members will fall surely. Bullet time finding so much value. Sorely so lucky to get away. Aphelios nearly got the execution onto Decoy. Biopanther is hungry for the 1v3. Can he do it? He's going to fall off down. It's not going to happen. The Direwolves so damn patient, but they get the ace.
Yeah, and that is going to be a huge cleanup team fight for Shock there as well. When the bullet time came across, you could see that Praetor kind of panicked and mispositioned away from his team. That allowed Shock to get into the backline. Good use of the flash to escape the event horizon. That will be Baron picked up. That is going to be nearly a 7,000 gold lead. Let's take another look at what I'm talking about. So Fire Panther in the front line. He's trying to keep Chippies out. Gets hooked up and will go into the death realm. However, now this is where the split happens. Get Back runs so far away from his frontliner in Rogue that when this happens and he gets Shock is able to escape the event horizon, there's just no defense available for him, and just such a split fight is exactly what Akali is looking for. And I think PentaNet would want to have another crack at that one.
I think they really would, because you look at this composition, we've talked about it all during this game. They have a beautiful ability to craft out a spot and say, you are just not going there. But I think it already started, for me at least, with the bullet time, just separating the team, and then Dire was saying, well, fantastic, we've basically made you run away like scurried kids. Now we can dictate how this fight works, not you.
Yeah, it actually started a little bit before that, because what actually happened is that Vital was able to get mid lane positioning, which kind of forces you to go the long way around. We're talking about the easiest way to get towards Dragon is by pushing in that mid lane turret, right? And because the turret fell down, and you could see PentaNet really wanted to defend that, but ultimately were not able to, really caused, I guess, them to be corralled into a choke point. And against Misfortune, against Nautilus, that's certainly not where you want to be. And we're just seeing the strength of what is, the Akali pickup here for Shock. He's now level 16. Is building towards a death cap as well, and it feels like that was nearly the last legs for PentaNet. If they were able to get the Dragon Soul, you would have felt like they were still in a good position in the game. Now that they've lost all those shutdown values and Vital is just so far ahead of Praetor, I don't really feel like there's all that much that PentaNet can do to now stall out this game.
It definitely feels like they are in a, I want to say rough spot, but I think that doesn't really sell the point. I mean, you're 100 CS up against your counterpart, not to mention you've got kills to your name and a bounty across your head. You are a big kill if you can acquire it, but I can't see Direwolves finding any moment to sort of let this up after what was such a passive 10 minutes of gameplay.
Yeah, I completely agree, and they've nearly taken the whole of the bottom lane turret on the first push. They haven't really been able to get in at all here, so you can see right now that PentaNet still trying to defend two waves, but I feel like this has to be the engage if they want to be able to stay in this matchup.
My eyes solely fixated on what Vital can do. He's been a big driving force into making things work in their favor. And then they get a little bit aggressive here. They want to really force it onto Chippies. He will fall on down incredibly quickly. And, well, that's a bit of a spanner in the works. Okay, it buys time. Direwolves do pick up an inhibitor, but they'll take that.
Yeah, absolutely. It delays the push for now, right? And that's a really good thing for PentaNet. However, Dire will still have such huge leads, especially in now mid lane in the 80 carry position, that, Chippy's falling down isn't going to be all that bad. Damage already done with the base being broken, and now they can kind of park either the Akali or Chippies on Aatrox down there, who is going to have teleport available and play for Baron number 2. Baron number 1, obviously, it's nice to be able to end the game on it, but to be able to build yourself such a sizable gold lead is going to be enough and stall out PentaNet from being able to, go towards an Elder Dragon or anything like that. That Hail Mary play certainly still not available for them.
Yeah, really, you've established yourself as such a big threat on the map now with everything primarily opened up. You've got vision throughout the roof. And, what was a single ARAM schematic has truly been broken apart. And you start to wonder now, where do PentaNet GG find that next moment? I worry for them if they try and face chicken for that Hail Mary play like you highlight. I feel like for them, they have to almost welcome another siege attempt from the Direwolves for another inhibitor and say, okay, it's now or never.
Yeah, I agree with you, right? I think unless they can find a pick in their jungle through something like the Spooky Ghost coming out from Get Back, that they have to really think about how Direwolves are going to march down a lane and whether they can get a flank off someone like Sully or Biopanther, or if they can just, trap a couple of people in the event horizon. But I guess for me, the worry is that, as we keep mentioning, Praetor's so far behind. Vital, with the cleanse and the flash still available, hasn't really been pressured at all in this game. Now picks himself up that BF or Bloodthirster as well, so he's going to have the overheal shield. But it's just now pretty difficult to be able to get the ideal team fight if you are PentaNet. I feel like they've been outscaled a little bit in this game.
And what could be a 3v5 situation with the one shot from Vega and the Death Realm denial, you start to question, well, do we have enough damage to actually find those extra picks so that when people do come out of that, we are still in a comfortable spot? That is to be seen. as the ARAM in mid lane once again takes place.
Yeah, and that's what they were talking about, you know, picking on Rogue's aggressive tendencies. Rogue was so far ahead of his team there. Good looks for it again.
He's aggressive, you say the name, and the damage comes out. Boy, is there a lot. That's the bullet time to start things off with. Aatrox with the root. It doesn't matter if you've got a Gargle Stone Plate or not, because you will die. Tanky, tanky, tanky. Deleted as he falls on down. There's stopwatches, multiple of them at this stage, and there's just burst. There is so much burst. Double kill for the Veigar. He's finding what he needs. There's only 2 members that survive for the Direwolves. They're resurrecting with GAs, but this might be the turning point that they have been so patient for after losing so much.
Yeah, absolutely. And how did they win that team fight? That looked like it was perfect for the Direwolves. They withstood the engage from Rogue. They got, once again, a huge bullet time. But BioPanther won the 1v1 versus Vital in the death run. No flash use, no cleanse use. Vital just fell down. That means that Soul is now going to be picked up for Bentonet, and they're back in the driving seat.
That's insane. Really, really is insane. I think for me, Rogue bought so much time to start this engage off.
Yeah, I mean, having a look at it, he has just 2 members, and it looks like a great engage. However, the bullet time is completely unstoppable. And you can see the Rogue goes very low in the early stages of this fight. But this is where it changes to me. Look at BioPanther. He's just outright winning the 1v1. And then a really great event horizon onto Shocker as well. And the damage is just incredibly high. Even though Praetor as well as Get Back were behind their outright opponents, with Vital not in this team fight, thanks to BioPanther, they really were able to just be untouched on the backline and get all of their damage out.
And they were just cycling cooldowns. I mean, they were just outputting immense amounts of damage and saying, well, if you're going to give us this opportunity, those long-term team fights with Vital already gone, we will win. Direwolves coming back into this one, regardless of the Soul say, well, we did feel like we're in the driving seat. We still are 4K ahead of you. Baron might be the play, but I think that is a rightful decision to say, no, let's not throw any more than what we just saw.
And it's always hard to know how far ahead you are in gold, right? Because they would have felt like they really lost that last team fight pretty decisively. So gold stops becoming a factor at that stage. And you can see that they are very aware that, Event Horizon will end. I was going to say they're very aware that bottom lane is still a super creep, and even though Inhibitor going to respawn, you don't want it to fall down just to creeps immediately, so they want to be able to get BioPanther back to that base.
Yeah, they're just doing the mid lane dance right now as they wait for the PvE objectives obviously to push for themselves. Once they spot out somebody going to the bottom lane, you can imagine it's instantly going to be a collapse onto this Baron. Teleport is available for BioPanther, bear in mind.
Yeah, it certainly is, and starting up Baron, once again, is a little bit of a threat. You're really playing into the compositional hand of what Pentanet want. They have themselves the Veigar. Praetor's is going to be able to do a lot of damage. Baron is very low. The fight will have to be now.
Baron is getting absolutely shredded. Rogue starts it off. It's not going to stun anybody, bear in mind. Down to 2K. Are we looking for a smite wall? It's going to be them who actually take it. The bullet time of all things that connects with it. It's already a 1-0 trade in favor of the Direwolves, or all stuck in Event Horizon. That is zoning out so many members, and it's not even Christmas time. There's 2, all in favor of Pentanet GG. They want more, they'll find more. Shutdowns, double kills for both. How did somebody so far behind, as in Praetor, just get himself back into this?
Yeah, I mean, that's just an amazing fight again from Pentanet, because you can see that Sully went into the pit. They had to fight 4v5. But they just were able to corral members once again into the choke point of the Baron, even with Shock on the flank, even with Sully dead before the fight starts. Pentanet pick it up, and they might have just won the game.
It's looking like that to me here, Spawn. We're looking at respawn timers of 15 seconds and counting. Baron or no Baron, it's not going to matter. They're working on tower number 1 and surely towards this core.
Yeah, it certainly should be the case. I mean, still 10 seconds before majority are available. That's going to be it.
That is going to be it. That's going to be a GG and a 37-minute affair. Pentanet GG beat the Direwolves.
And finally, we're starting to see glimpses of Pentanet and why people rated them so highly in this off-season. More of the cerebral team that we don't often see in the OPL. Cheeky drafts both days, and this one certainly worked a little bit better than last. Smiles all around for the boys. It's great to pick up your first win of the OPL 2020 in week number 1. And you got to say that it felt like Direwolves were in complete control of that game until they just weren't.
They really weren't. No, it was all in their favor. The fights were going well. The CS was obviously in their advantage. They had the item leads, to say the absolute least. But there was that one moment we had the strategy that Pentanet were completely revolving around come to fruition. And as soon as they gripped it, they never let go.
Yeah, absolutely. And all I'm saying is, where's Toby and Cupcake? All I'm saying is one Direwolves lineup undefeated right now. And that's the sub lineup. And then the other lineup, not doing too crash hot.
Look, big props to Vital. Look, I think for his debut at such a young, impressionable age, he put in a solid amount of work. He's going to be upset with that defeat, but they had some fantastic moments, and Penn at GG are just lucky that they were able to get that one decisive team fight and just carry it on from there.
Hello and welcome to day 1 of week 7 of Split 2 of the 2020 OPL. I'm your host Nick Boy Richardson, coming to you live from the Nick Boy Studios here at Planet Nick Boy as a child screams in the background that he doesn't want to shower. Welcome everyone, a big welcome to the OPL and a big thank you to our sponsors Macca's, Neosurf and EPOS, and a big thank you to my fellow co-casters without whom I would be a lost mess because I can't cast League of Legends. Spawn, Skimmy and Rusty, gentlemen, welcome. Spawn, you look so young and healthy now.
I mean, you look great as well, Nick. Upgraded camera? What's going on your end of the thing? You just look so clear.
I did, yes, it is an upgraded camera. I got a new camera.
It's such a nice camera, Nick. No, in all honesty, I went and got a haircut because I had a little bit. I had one of those weeks. We're not supposed to talk right now. Maybe I'll tell you afterwards. I'm good. I look young. Thank you.
We'll come back to the camera. Rusty, Skimmy, you both heard that we're on a clock with this one. So do you mind if I do the sponsor plugs and then we get to you?
Yeah, go for it.
Go for it, mate.
Massive thank you to Neosurf, our partner. They want you to be a part of the OPL. It's not enough for me. It's not enough for our casters. They want you as well. All you need to do is send in a video of you joining our opening titles. You can win yourself $500 in Neosurf voucher credit to use in the League of Legends store. Take a video of yourself joining our opening titles call. Follow at OPL and at Neosurf Esports on Twitter, and then DM that video to at OPL. You have another 3 weeks because the entries just closed for the last round. We'll be picking some winners this weekend, so it's just reset for another 2 or 3 weeks. I think it's 2 weeks, 3 weeks. It's set for a set amount of weeks, and then you can send in your entry over the next 3 weeks. I've just been told. Full terms and conditions are on watch.lollysports.com. First prize is $500 in Neosurf voucher credit. 5 runners up get $100 each. All 6 of you get involved in our opening titles. At that point, there's not even enough room for us. The actual hosts of the show will be booted off and the show will be entirely about you. The coup will be over. So a big thanks to our partner Neosurf, where you can keep control of your payments and currencies around the world. Let's take a look at the schedule for today. Let's get that schedule up and take a look at the games that Neosurf are in part responsible for. Order versus Mammoth is game number 1. Order just absolutely about to be crushed under the giant, successful foot of a reinvigorated Mammoth. Legacy versus Avant is game number 2. It's Chiefs and Direwolves for game 3. And it is Pentanet.gg and Gravitas for game number 4. I said that Neosurf are partly responsible for that. That's because another part of the responsibility lies on the shoulders of EPOS, who have just launched their new Out of This World gaming audio campaign. They want to give you guys some headsets. We want to give you guys those headsets as well. So we're asking you to share your Out of This World gaming experience. You just need to reply to the tweet on at OPL Twitter for this competition with a story about the best moment in your gaming history. We'll shortlist our favorites, judge them live on air, pick 2 winners, and they will each get a GSP 600 headset. For more entry condition terms and conditions can be found at watch.lollysports.com. You can go there for most things. We're free.
You did it, mate.
Thank you very much. Rusty, how are you doing? How's your week been?
Hey, yeah, good. I have one assignment left, Nick, and then I'm a fully qualified personal trainer. We're almost
So
there.
exciting. That is so exciting. Congratulations, because I know how hard you've been working on that. The intensity of that course got made more intense
Got
by
a
everything
lot
that's going
worse,
on.
didn't it? Yeah.
But are you feeling positive about the final exam?
Let's move on.
Alrighty then, Skimmy, you're probably feeling more positive about your career choices.
I'm feeling good. Feeling good, yeah. No, I get to play games, I get to get better, I get to learn more, and I get to improve being hyped to make these guys sound like, the analytical minds, the brains, the 500 IQ, 5-head gamers that they are.
And Skimmy, you seem to be clutching your hands together and a little bit.
Bro, I am so
tense.
I'm peaking on coffee right now. Let's just put it out there. I've had too much. I tell the people I shouldn't drink caffeine. These are the reasons why. I was so hyped for Order vs Mammoth. I wanted maximum energy for it.
We need a coffee spot, sir. I just feel like this is a missed opportunity. Spawn, you what were you talking about? Something about a haircut and a bad week?
So as I'm sure you know, Nick, and as I'm sure anyone that has managed a League of Legends team before, the transition of a toddler to an adult bed is a rough time in anyone's life. And that is what we have done this week. We have taken Jasper from his cot and we've put him in a bed, which just meant that no sleep. Because he didn't want to sleep in his cot, Nick. Every night we would put him in his cot. He would wake up at like 11 o'clock and he'd say, take me out of this damn cot. And I was like, no, this is your bed. And he's a negotiator. He would just say, how about the other bed? And I'm like, how could you say no to that? That's just such good logic. So, now we've put him in his own bed. And you know what? The first night he actually slept through, I went and treated myself. I got my beard trimmed. I got my hair cut. Look less like Conor McGregor and more like a new, younger, reinvigorated, less sleep-deprived Spawn.
Well, you look great, and yes, I do know that pain. They get over it, but I was talking to a friend about it, and when we just moved Banjo into his own bed, and my friend said, apparently when I was a kid, I used to crawl out of my cot all the time, not just my bed, but my cot. And I went, that sounded pretty bad. And he said, so my parents just put like a lid on top so I couldn't get out. And I was like, you mean they made a cage? They built a cage for you, man. Like you were in a cage. And he just stopped and looked and was like, oh, shit. Which really does explain a lot about his personality. All right, this is the game we've all been waiting for. I even went, Mammoth, I want to let you know, I went to your Twitter page. After last week, I wanted to buy a Mammoth jersey. I don't even know if I'm allowed to publicly say that I'm rooting for one team more than another, like at this level, but I wanted to be fully branded Mammoth. You weren't selling jerseys yet, but apparently they are coming because I'm hyped for the Order versus Mammoth matchup. Can they continue the streak? Let's go around the horn. Spawn.
No, Order will win.
Skimmy.
Shocking, I know.
I want to see Order win as well. I'm hyped for this.
Rusty.
I'm going to let you have Mammoth, Nick. I'm going with Order as well.
Mammoth are going to take it home! Let's jump into game number one. Thank you very much, everyone, for joining us at the beginning of another week of the OPL. We could not be more excited to get into game number one. It's happening after this short break and the Macca's Champ Select.
I'm really excited to play against Order this week because both teams have been cheering each other on in the past couple of weeks because we've both been wanting each other to win. And I think we both play similar styles, so I'm looking forward to seeing how the game goes.
I think the previous weekend, Chiefs and Legacy were playing fairly bad, but we managed to owe them. I think we have improved, and I think we can definitely take on Order and come out with the win.
I think Order's been looking pretty good over the past few weeks. I think they'll be a tough opponent to take down, but I think we'll be able to do it in the end.
So yeah, tonight we play against Order. Ayla, noob. Dream, noob. Mid, noob. Jungle, noob. But their top, is the Arm Titan, so got a bit of skin pin, I guess. But we've got Aaron in the top lane, so it should be a good game, and hopefully we can come away with a win.
Actually, Mammoth's been impressing me. That was very surprising. I think Chiefs and Legacy are weakened because they've lost a lot in the recent weeks and they were shaky, but I think that doesn't mean Mammoth played bad. I think they did perform really well, and like they don't have anything to lose, which is why it makes them scary, I guess. So they're not a team we should take lightly, and we should like still prepare to the max versus both teams. It will take them down.
I'm on friendly terms with Fen. It'd just be a really fun match to see, like who of the two teams which are on a winning streak is better. Maybe Mammoth will be going to Worlds like with that performance.
It is Order getting the ace and beating the Chiefs for the first time this year.
And what a performance.
And here we are for the first game of the day. Let's get the show underway. It's a new patch 10-14, and this is a hyped up situation right here, Spawn. Back-to-back 2-0 weekends for Order. A matchup that we are now looking at a lot more hype than we would have done otherwise, because Mammoth come into this one having taken down both the Chiefs and Legacy. They are the gatekeepers of success. They are flipping the table around, really making the Oceanic region look like it is truly down under.
Yeah, absolutely. And I mean, when you have a look at how Mammoth have won their games as well, Skimmy, it's been a couple of different ones. They had a really clever draft against the Chiefs where they took Morgana into Twisted Fate, as well as that Heimerdinger into the Callista bottom lane, and they were able to run over the top of it. That's why you see a couple of these bans coming across from Order. But against Legacy, they just played really good, solid League of Legends. Liv played very well in the top lane. Bass out-jungled Babip as well. And then Chungi had a monster performance on that Ahri. So I think this is a team that you definitely cannot sleep on. They've played some different champions, but they are playing a very good style of League of Legends.
They certainly are, and a couple of those picks that are pivotal to their success is the initiation potential. You think the likes of Wukong, you think the likes of Trundle. Those two games that they won against Chiefs and Legacy, that is what Liv's played. The Wukong found so many creative flanking angles. The Trundle was pivotal as well to ensure they could soak up all that damage. And who can forget the Heimerdinger? And first off this split, and Emboma made it look so damn good. 10-14 obviously means that Karthus is a little bit stronger. That's going to be denied away from Only, because we know how good Only is.
Have you seen Only's champion select at the moment?
I know this guy's a monster at it, so the respect is being shown towards him. I like that already, but they're going to go for the Volibear, and despite changes to him in the jungle department, still so damn strong.
Yeah, Volibear is just a really great skirmisher, and I'm actually just going to, for your benefit, Skimmy, I am going to screenshot you and send you Only's account at the moment and the Karthus game he's played. Because if you have a look at it, you will see why it is being banned. Just off solo queue alone. And I know solo queue isn't everything, but if you look at some of these games, and they're all very, very recent. There you go, mate. That's check that one out on the old Discord.
Yeah, that's a few games.
There's a couple of 20 bombs in there as well.
He's fragging, yeah. Between Valorant and League of Legends, the guy's getting big numbers.
Yeah, I mean, it's his favorite. Like, make no mistake, it's his favorite champion to play the game. In the game, I think that Volibear right now is probably the best competitive jungler. However, so it's pick your poison. Do you go with what's super meta and a really good ganker? Nice big tanky boy, thick boy in the mid game, or do you get rid of something that he's just super comfortable on? Obviously, double jungle bans towards Only is very unique to Order. I don't think many other teams you have to do that to.
This is interesting though, because for me, the focal point, what is a highlight of this matchup has to be in the mid lane. The battle of Chungi and Harry. Both are insane when it comes to their solo kill count. Harry's actually had 7 solo kills, whereas Chungi's had 6. In terms of champion pools, they're rather similar as well. I was wondering if we were going to get that kind of direction when it came to it. Obviously, the Orianna gets banned away. But these are pocket picks, which actually have a 100% win rate in the Zoe and in the Yasuo. So for me, that is a big point of excitement. And I like the fact that Mammoth continue this trend of drafting enchants that can look to try and get these guys into the backline, give them some sticking power, shields, heals, and just in-your-face pressure.
And this is a really good lane for Yasuo. So I'm super happy that Chungi is playing it. We've seen his Ahri and Yasuo actually be 2 of his better champions, Skimmy. He played a little bit of Kai'Sa and stuff early on in the season. I wasn't too much of a fan of that, but I think that this style, these assassin picks, similar to what we say about Human, really, is what he needs to be able to be successful. He's got a knock up there coming out of Bass if that is going to be a jungle set as well, which I assume it is going to be, given the fact that it was taken in response to the volley bear. So this 2v2 can be strong, and I'm looking forward to seeing Chungy having another good performance. Fun fact for you, Chungy actually played on the original Order OCS team, so know him pretty well. He is definitely one of those players that's been around the traps for a very long time and continues to improve.
He certainly does, and after last weekend, I mean, the guy made a statement. I think the thing that really stood out to me was his game against Legacy. 19 minutes in, the guy already had a Luden's Echo and a Rabadon's Cap as Ari. Flips the meta on its head and showcases that, hey, if you know how to play something well, you can make it work. That's going to be the Cogmore. That is a little bit different. Not sure if we're going to see an AP variant come out here today, given the amount of AD they've got so far stacked on this lineup. But one thing I do want to touch on is the continued presence here of the Ashe. It's risen to popularity. Obviously, a few more nerfs continue to go the way of Varus. But Ashe has been picked 9 times, only been banned away once, but has a 78% win rate. Pretty absurd.
Yeah, it certainly does. And I think this is going to be AP Cog bot. We've seen it flying around solo queue a little bit skimmy. Obviously, we haven't scrimmed Mammoth this week, but Mboma is one of those players that can certainly play different champions, and it just scales like you would not believe.
The Scion, though, 3 games, 3 wins. The Monster Man, who flips lane matchups on its head. He gets dived, he somehow wins 2v1s.
And Tubes has just baited the entirety of Twitch chat.
What has he said?
Into getting the exclamation drops going again. Oh no.
Message deleted.
Cheers, why you gotta hit him like that, man?
Now, I'm curious what this final pick is here, because both Ayla and Artek, phenomenal players when it came to the Fresh and the Bard. They're not actually going to go that direction. They're going to go for the Nautilus and for the Time Kench. Time Kench obviously going to give them so much protection to make sure that Cogmore does not get deleted, in particular by a Zoe or an Enchanted Arrow.
Top Karma.
We've seen it a few times.
We've seen it by Lived as well. We've seen him play
Played it once.
Chameleon chick as well. What's her name?
Nico. Nico twice.
He's also played a couple of Nico games, so he's certainly starting to branch out a little bit more into the majors in the top lane. How does Karma do into Scion? Actually sounds like it'll be an okay matchup. I think it's just going to be bouncing waves. But the big challenge here for Mammoth is that they do not have a tank. And when you look at Order's composition, they just have 3 huge frontliners. And I don't know whether they're going to have the damage to be able to get through it. Maybe if this isn't AP Cog, if this is AD Cog, something like Blade of the Ruined King into Ginsu's, maybe some form of other attack speed item like a Randuin's or even, Phantom Dancer to just be able to keep them a little bit more safe. Yeah. With something a little bit more supportive coming out of the top Karma, along the lines of the Athenes into an Ardent. Maybe he can do enough damage to shred through this Order composition, but I think Order's composition is going to take some killing. Like, this is a very tanky lineup.
It feels a lot more well-rounded in terms of what it can do. Ease of execution is a word that springs to mind for me especially. And I feel like in terms of recent success, Mammoth have looked the best when they've been running these double support compositions, but they've had a main tank that can get in the backline, be granted that sticking power. I mean, what springs to mind for me most recently has to be when they ran the Morgana as well as the Karma. They gave the Black Shield, the shield obviously from Karma as well, and it just meant that they had a mini Ragnarok on like a 15-second cooldown just to attack anybody in that backline and say, you can't touch us, but we can touch you. And, it was a comp that was well built around a Heimerdinger, so even if he fell on down and was focused, the turrets, the lockdown, the AoE sort of stick in this spot just proved to be so critical for their success. So we've got a Wombo combo. I'm thinking we're going to see an AP Cogmore here, but we would obviously have so many initiation tools. Pretty much every single champion on their roster can force that initiation. It's game number 1 here in week 7 of the OPL. Order on the blue side with Mammoth on the red. It's the battle of the win streaks. It's a hype matchup based on recent form. And already at level 1, teams are showcasing what they can do.
And that's really bad from Rare. Burning Flash level 1 on the Ashe, who's supposed to be one of the biggest lane bullies in the game, Skimmy. Means that they're just going to lose pressure on the bottom side of the map. Also, as you pointed out, it is going to be the Comet taken on the Cogmore, so you expect that to be the AP variant. We'll see whether they actually go for a little bit of an invade here onto Ayla.
Certainly will. As it stands, they have numbers in the area. But Order will be scouting out their information. Tribrush have already got a ward down as well, so they'll make sure that they're not going to fall down to any shenanigans at this stage. But I do believe we're going to have a simple scouting affair. Nothing crazy will take place in the first minute.
And we'll see exactly how this goes. And Boma heading towards this bottom lane. And I wonder if they can actually get the push here, Skimmy, because I haven't actually seen AP Cogball lane in a professional landscape. But I feel like this is going to be a lane that should get shoved in. Ashe as well as Nautilus, both very aggressive laners. However, at the level 6 mark, can probably look for some kills in this lane because he does do a boatload of damage now.
Certainly does, and with a new skin as well. Will look pretty when he's looking to tear you apart, as we see the initial trade take place at level 1, but Guardian will look to try and soften that blow.
It's not just the Guardian as well, it's also the fact that they do have the crafting pot. Now Rare in trouble here.
Here comes Bass. Oh, went for the flash forward, misses the face breaker, and that was a flashless Ashe, which should have been punished. And that's a huge opportunity missed there by Mammoth.
Skimmy, you don't call him this very often, but that was a free kill. You could see Rare was just caught in no man's land, and he's put up the white flag already. But that is 3 summoner spells gone in the bottom lane. Great gank from Bass. Could have been a kill, was not.
Oh, only looks for a retribution. He shows himself mid. Out comes the storm and out comes the fire. As they try to take down Chungy. He's not going to burn any summoners. The knock-up from the tornado was actually fantastic in separating apart the combo.
Yeah, and it actually looks like they're going together to try and invade this now flashless set. We'll see whether they catch him out.
Both junglers have no flash. He's going to go for the Hex Flash as he looks to try and take the Grom. Going to get back to his lane.
Isn't that
chaos
cute?
so far.
That's actually a really nice interaction from Bass there. Taking the Hex Flash means obviously he's going to be very safe. However, only doesn't look like he's done just yet, Skimmy. Sticking around here for a very long time.
He wants more. Bass has no idea he's there right now. Going to go for the charge, going to get stunned, going to look down to crash that lightning. And without a smite empowerment, can't go for any further damage, but definitely bullying the set so far. And it's pretty much typical of Only based on his recent form. He's been so impressive.
He's just following him around the map. He's going to his Raptor camp now. He throws his spell down on mid lane, says, Harry, continue to push that one, please. However, now Chungy looking aggressive.
He says, forget my camps. Your camps belong to me. The Scuttle, it's a distant afterthought at this stage. I just want to be in your face.
And who's the real jungler for Order right now? Because Harry just seems to be following Only around, as opposed to what you would normally expect to be the opposite way here, Skimmy. Does also scout out the fact that that top camp is now going to be finished and Bash should be heading to the base. So you have to say from Only, the fact that his bottom lane had no summoner spells, this is a good start for him because otherwise they would have been in a bit of trouble.
Certainly would have been there. Ayla not going to fall victim to the baits that Arctic was presenting when with not wanted a max range hook onto Mboma. He's rather low there on the mana, so his AP harassment is going to be a little bit diminished as a result, and as Rare can continue to hit him with those volleys. Once again, goes fishing again, will not find it. Just the scariness of a Nautilus is every single time that hook lands, you just outright win the trade.
But you just say that they win the trade without the hook. You kind of wonder why Ayla's throwing at Skimmy. He could maybe just walk at the Tahm Kench and look for just a little bit more of a standard trade pattern of the auto attack into the hook. Nice recall timing coming in from Mboma here. Should be able to keep this creep wave off the turret most likely. Artek, and they do have jungler on bottom lane, so Rare and Ayla will have to play a little bit more respectfully, and that's going to be just a straight up tier shot coming across. Really well played early game for this Cogmore, who will scale like a beast. I just want to keep repeating it, because he is one of the best scalers in the game, AP Cog.
Certainly is, since his changes in 10-13. Kind of glad to see something new come out here to once again disrupt that bottom lane matchup. But you can feel the pain and the punishment that Bass has been served in these first 5 minutes. He's down by double. He's just continuing to get bullied out of his jungle, and the presence, the priority that Order have on this map means not only do they have vision, but they just deny every single camp his way.
But how long is it going to last for, Skimmy? Because whilst Bass is falling down, and it's a good job from Only to put him in a 2-level hole, you can see mid lane is starting to go in the Yasuo's favour. He's now got level 6, he's got Ignite, so he should have kill threat. Bass can still trigger the ult just off an E, so when he has flash available, maybe he can look for the kill on Only. Top lane, completely neutral, and you have to say good job for the Karma there. She's going to do a really good thing in scaling for this Cogmore, although it's going to be AP Karma actually being played here, which is a little bit of a surprise. And bottom lane's completely fine, so it really is only that jungle matchup giving Mammoth any troubles right now.
And we've seen a few variants, haven't we, of this top Karma. We've seen the hybrid when it came to Iceborne Gauntlet, as well as the Athene, so the variety, if you will. This one looks
the
to be
bad
going
Karma,
for a,
if you will.
well, that is it. It's a grass Karma that says, I can be tanky, but I can also look to try and empower my team. Hasn't always found great success. This one will be a bit more traditional, as you say, in the AP department. That's going to be the first dragon going the way of order. It's going to be a mountain dragon taken off the board with a cloud to follow. So we are playing for DPS. Infernal or Ocean, short of the dream to get game one under the way.
And you can see how heavily Order are actually playing around their jungler right now. You saw Swiper completely left his top lane wave to go check his blue buff. I wonder whether that's a mid lane call or a jungle call. Order were able to get themselves the first dragon. I do want to point out the great job that Mammoth have done, however, securing their bottom side camps. You can see the 2 control wards, one on the blue buff as well as one on the back of mid lane. Those are going to make it a little bit harder for Order to actually go for these invades. And I just love when teams actually protect their weaker members. I always say in the OPL, you can't just split map on them, Skimmy. You can't let them fall down to the point where they're going to be irrelevant. You have to help them out every now and again. And I think that Mammoth really have done a good job of getting Bass slightly back into this game.
They'll need to make sure they can, because we know how important a set can be for dictating the terms of these fights. We've seen multiple situations where he's been able to grab 3 key targets, lock them in place, and allow the carries to then go for the Dream Wombo combo. No doubt they'll be looking for a situation similar to that. I think that Changi will have his ultimate ready and waiting for those knockups, but level 6 is achieved here by the Volibear first, as he continues to bully Bass.
Very interesting that he smoked that camp, Skimmy, because you would be expecting Order off this top lane pressure as well as mid lane pressure to actually go for this Herald, which they're going to for anyway. And last week, when Only went for a major camp without Smite available, he actually got greatly punished for it. So we'll see whether there is going to be a contest on this side of the map, or whether Bass just uses the time to actually, you know, continue to farm up, try and get towards that level 6 mark himself. Gold's still completely even in this game, Skimmy. There is nothing between these teams apart from a little bit of jungle experience.
It certainly is. And this Herald, depending where they decide to utilize it, will break and bridge that gold gap in their favor. We'll have to wait and see where they decide to try and go. If they're looking to try and empower this bot lane a little bit more.
Okay, 4-man dive bot. Potentially on the cards here.
Harry's following. There's an idea. Now, there's a ton of vision placed so far by Mammoth. 2 control wards, both in Pixel and in bottom mid-brush. So River Control definitely favoring them so far as Changi comes on through Tri-Brush. Says nothing's going to happen here. Order playing a little bit too defensive right now. All summoners are up and available again.
I think Tahm Kench a fun champion. You just saw Rare whack Tahm Kench like 4 times, and Artek just kind of giggles at him, walks away. Has himself a jolly good time in this bottom lane. Just does not take damage, and when he licks you, it hurts. I've also really enjoyed watching Artek play. I feel like, do we cast all the Mammoth games, Skimmy? Because I feel like we have this conversation every time the OPL is on. But Artek, to me, has been one of the surprise packages of the split. I actually think he's an incredibly solid support.
Well, every single time we've had these Mammoth games, I've always been so impressed by their bottom lane. It's always been a lane that I've been excited by. Good to see the whole package now. The link up between. There's the depth charge, looking for the all-in collapse right now. So they're going to go and try and connect onto Artek. Enchanted Arrow was held onto. But as
Yeah,
you
that's
see,
interesting.
so much damage going out on either way.
Because you would expect if you're going to use the Ignite onto Artek as well as that Arrow, you would also, as well as the ultimate, you would probably use the Arrow to try and chunk him out a little bit more. Obviously, they will be able to get themselves that Summoner spell. Now, only walking in, potentially just for a Herald drop here, Skimmy.
Looks like it. They could definitely go for it right now. They've got numbers in the area, but both junglers are here. Blast going to get himself out of harm's way. Artek is still very, very low. Doesn't have any potions, but that's going to be Rare getting a fair chunk of gold from the turret plates that have been done. And with the last stretch of his mana, and Boma hits him with the artillery from afar, and it's already starting to hurt.
Yeah, and you can see why this Cogmore has some success in the bottom lane. He's doing a great job of playing the ranged. He's stacking up that tier really nicely. And I do just want to continue to iterate that this guy is going to outscale. Ashe is much more known for her utility. If she's able to stand and deliver, she does a ton of damage. But really, if you're playing against a Tahm Kench in a set, the chances that you're just standing still and free firing against all the damage that's going to come out of the Mammoth front line is not the same, say, as if he was able to lay into the Order front line if, you know, the teams were flipped. So I do think that this Kog'Maw is actually in a terrific position to be able to have some serious impact in this mid-game, Skimmy. You know, I think Mboma's doing well.
And the Kog'Maw, most likely going to see the Archangels come out here first, then transition into a second item Rylai's to dictate the fights, add a little bit of soft CC to his kit. Then from there, they can really go a few different options. That's what I tend to see here from the pro builds. Those tend to be the two core items. From there, it seems a bit of variation, be it Leandries or Morellos or Zhonya's, kind of based on what you need.
I was going to say, I really like Leandries on him because he's one of those champions that he keeps himself in combat just through chip damage and using that ultimate on repeat and things like that. I think that if you're playing in comp, the Rylai's is a little bit more of a luxury item, Skimmy. Like, you don't really need the soft CC. You've got hard CC. You should be able to coordinate it with, you know, Bass or someone else.
Yeah, sure.
So I do take the point. Maybe that is a good build, although Arrow's hit.
Certainly has. That's going to be a cleanse instantly coming out here from Mboma. So he's not going to fall victim to that. First dragon, or second dragon, I should say, going across to Order. Now, here we are, playing for an Infernal Dragon. And if it continues at this pace, we're looking at a very early soul.
We certainly are. I didn't even realize that was a second dragon, Skimmy. Well caught. I was too busy racking my brain about how I would build AP Kog'Maw in today's day and age. So that is going to be the Wind Dragon actually picked up. A little bit of ultimate cooldown. Never going to go astray for things like Ashe. And this turret down here, Skimmy, might just fall down.
Certainly is, as Harry's now going to get himself aggro and aggressive. That's going to be the Devour trying to take out the jungler. He's very low, forced to flash away, receives the Ignite. Doesn't fall down just yet for that first blood, however. Now coming the teleports. It's Order wanting to try and force their advantage. They've split apart Chungy. Beautiful wind wall prevents that, but it's not going to change the outcome. 4 members say hello, and Order get first blood.
And it wouldn't be a first blood without Swiper teleporting in for the boys. The Rock in the top once again playing that global map game. Both top laners had actually held their teleport for the entirety of this laning phase, Skimmy. That is very well played by the Captain of Order, being able to get down there and impact that play, because Rare, meanwhile, was just able to free farm and nearly take down this bottom turret. Looks like the first one of the game should fall for Order. And only a plate in response, top lane coming out of Lived.
Fun fact here, Spawn. In the last 5 games, Order have always secured the first tower. It's going to be another situation where they get it again. The gold continues to go the way of Rare and ensure that this Ashe gets such a big gold lead before this Kog'Maw becomes out of control.
Yeah, and it's funny you mentioned that, Skimmy, because we're also looking at our own stats, right? And whilst we do get a lot of first turrets, we have a really bad habit of not translating that into the first 3 turrets. Because if you get the first turret, you should technically be able to trade 1 turret for 1 turret to open up the map for the rest of the early game. Order does tend to make a mistake at some point in the mid-game, however, and give away a couple of free turrets. So we'll see whether that is going to happen today. I don't normally shout out websites, but Oracle's Elixir is where I get a lot of my stats from, and they've actually finally now got that OS page fully up and running. So super useful website for a lot of those things. And I was also checking out the fact that it's the flip side for Mammoth. Mammoth actually don't take many objectives early on in the game. They are much more of a scaling team.
Yeah, for the most part, they tend to wait and see what can get given to them, pick their moments, pick their opportunities. Boy, when they do, it is very convincing. And, well, that's Chungy just going to clear out the wave.
Whack Swiper a bunch of times, and Swiper kind of just stood there, reminiscent of what I was talking about when Rare was trying to hit Artec. Neither of these damage dealers really doing all that much damage per se at the moment, Skimmy, if you will.
I've got a question here, Spawn. So, typically speaking, on a Yasuo, we're looking to try and build Critical Strike. Obviously, it empowers a whole ton. He's building a Blade of Ruin King, it seems.
Yeah, I really like it, though, because I think they've just recognized that they're not going to win a team fight. So what's Chungy's job? Oh, hold the thought. Rare's in trouble.
Rare's in trouble. Going to burn that hill, gives him a little bit of movement speed to run away from the situation. Teva breaks him calm, and now in comes Oni, looking to try and force this fight. There's Swiper from the river, headbutts him with the ultimate. Now going to get grabbed back on in. Forced to flash away, but they flash on through to connect with him as well. Out comes the artillery. Now he's Swiper dead. He is indeed. That's a kill that favours Mammoth so far, but will the fight continue? That's a showstopper for Mammoth Slow. Slapped on the ground. They're going to continue to find this one right now. He's rooted, but it's a double kill for the top lane Karma. Can they try and turn things around? Harry gets one. He goes for a Sleepy Trouble Bubble on towards the Kog'Maw, but the instant cleanse comes out. and Mammoth find their moment, but they get it big.
That was so smart from Bass. I don't know whether anyone else in the OPL would do that, Skimmy, but he actually suplexed the zombie Scion back into the team for so much damage. Because obviously it does damage to the people it hits based on your health, and Scion just has a ton of health. That was a really, really clever interaction there. And the first fight, like major fight of the game, we've seen full 5v5, actually goes 2-2. And a couple of important kills going over to this Karma now.
Certainly are going to really help this Karma try and get into a strong point of power, not only in terms of the side lane clear, but the shields to empower these key targets to make sure they can unleash their full combo, the protection especially when the cleanse is down on the Kog'Maw.
Still has his flash though, and you can see there are no summoner spells defensive-wise for this order lineup now. So they do need to be careful. Teleport coming in from Liv. Looks like Mammoth recognizing this is a good dragon to fight right now, Skimmy, while Swiper is in the top lane.
Yeah, and you can see why. They've just hit a whole bunch of items. 3 major items have been completed here, so they want to force this fight right now. They're actually going to bully only out of this jungle. Make sure the jungle is very low, prevents the collapse when it comes to a dragon fight. Going to need to find a few minutes now to try and top up that health bar. That's Ayla leading the line right now. Out goes the depth charge. The consume. The arrow does not connect, and Swiper drifts on him, but does not find a target. Out goes the tornado, and Mammoth have bullied them away.
Yeah, that's a really great job from Mammoth again. And we keep mentioning the fact that this team just looks like they have the scaling advantage in a lot of their game. Well, that's their first dragon. It's going to be number 3 picked up.
Payre flashing forward, hits the Sleepy Trouble Bubble, and then reminds Artek this is what a Zoe can do, but obviously with the Grey Shield health bar there, negates a whole bunch of it. And despite Mammoth being 2 levels down in the jungle department, they look so confident in that exchange.
Yeah, and it's just what you mentioned. They've hit their power spikes. You know, you see the first Archangels as well as Luden's picked up for Lived. On the flip side for Order, they're probably a comp that needs 2 or 3 items to really get going. I would say they outscale their counterparts with the exception of obviously Yasuo in a side lane, who no one beats, as well as this Kog'Maw at 6 items. But I would much rather have a late game Volibear, you know, things like a late game Nautilus. So I think that scaling is actually still fairly even. But, you know, Mammoth at this stage of the game looking to make things very spicy.
Certainly are. They're not going to make sure that Order can run away with this one when it comes to the soul point conditions. But Order will continue to try and work their magic in a macro sense. That's a second turret taken down in their favor. Another one picked up here by Rare, looking to continue to build the gold lead in this favor. Still up by 20 CS. More gold from the turrets, more gold from the plates will help him hit that 2-item spike first.
Transform, however, picked up from Boma. So you have to say the Kog'Maw in a relatively relaxed spot. Now has a big shield, has his cleanse coming back available, and he didn't have to burn flash in that last fight as well, Skimmy. So if I'm in Boma, I'm hashtag chillin', I think, at this stage of the game. It's down, actually, 1,400 gold, however. I didn't think it would be that much.
You can see the value, really, from what Order have achieved with their bot lane.
Yeah, so you're right, just all those turrets. You know, he's up 20-odd CS, but that shouldn't be a 1,400 gold lead. So all the plates coming across for Rare, and Ayla certainly helping them out.
Artek completing a Knight's Vow now, so a lot of protection can be afforded to this Kog'Maw.
Completely split map here, Skimmy. You can see that Order have complete topside control, and Mammoth actually have bottom side control. Ayla needs to be careful of walking in here.
A man with no fear, just hooking into the darkness. Doesn't find anybody. Wasn't afraid to connect with it if he did.
I'm surprised that Mammoth didn't look a little bit more aggressively. They did have Liv rotating towards the play, and Order were really walking into their control and pink wards, and generally that is not where you want to be fighting, Skimmy. Rule 101 of League of Legends is generally kite towards your pinks, not run headfirst into theirs. But obviously Order really wanted control of this side of the map for some reason. Maybe the dragon that's coming up in 2 minutes could have something to do with that one.
I know, I'd be terrified if I was going into a Kog'Maw which had an Infernal Soul. Doesn't need any more damage.
Chungy.
So let's ensure we can get control of this jungle. As you say, Chungy has the red buff and was looking for a 1v4 situation. There's Order go hunting. And the first 3 towers do go their way. The first, or the outer turrets, I should say. Really open up this map for them to lay down that vision and ensure that if they can find a pick target, that Zoe can land those sleepy trouble bubbles.
And just a bit of a PSA to the people playing at home is generally you don't want to use your gap close abilities on camp. The reason that only couldn't catch Chungy there was actually because, oh, here we go.
Out comes the Stormbringer. They're going to disable this turret now. Which target is Ayla looking for? He's going to find one, but forced to flash away. I think he's going to fall on down. He's going to go golden. The turret falls on down, but Bass gets deleted. It's a 1-for-1 trade so far now. Look at Hayri on the flank so far, looking for the paddle stall to try and evaporate somebody. Chungy tries to go for Rare. Rare is so damn low. He has no summoners. He has no protection, but he has a front line to knock people up and prevent them getting on towards him. Now Swiper is taking the brunt of the damage, still has the afterlife, still has the passive to continue to reign supreme, and we might see a full-on disengage there.
Certainly should. 50 seconds before the Dragon as well, Skimmy. Both teams should just look for some shops and try and get back to base. You feel like if Swiper hadn't have landed that knock-up, only, what are you doing?
And they can just run him down. That's a big win for Mammoth right there, forcing the Volibear to flash away. They get the Scuttle as well. 30 seconds, and the 4th Dragon will spawn.
And this game, to me, Skimmy, has proved what we were trying to talk about last week, that Mammoth have finally arrived into the OPL. Because this isn't a team that just had a good weekend and had a ton of momentum and was fluking wins. This is a team that now looks very, very dangerous. And if they get this Dragon, despite the fact that it's still a 4,000 gold lead, you would say genuinely game on.
Here we go, 4th Dragon off the game. Teleports come on in, and more items come online. That's the Rylai's now completed here for Mboma. Extra control, extra ability to make sure if he finds a target, they have no chance to run away.
And Order really struggling to get control of this area, because you can see how much damage the Mammoth lineup do.
China Arrow does not find its target. Order want to force this fight, they want to win, it needs to be quick, it needs to be explosive, or they just lose to the sustain that this Cogmore provides. And just look at how free Hayri is. Continues to jump in from the flank, no pressure on him. Just able to rotate through his full cooldown kit on repeat.
Yeah, if it wasn't for this Zoe, this game would be very rough for Order. So he has to burn that flash away. But Order will walk away with the Dragon. I feel like Mammoth had an opportunity to fight there when Rare missed his Enchanted Crystal arrow. They could have potentially looked to turn with Bass's ultimate again, as they had done the fight before Skimmy. But a little bit of hesitation, you would feel, came into it. And this game, I feel like, has just turned into, you know, Zoe versus Cogmore. Kind of Season 2 style of just, you know, AP Nidalee versus old AP Cogmore as well. Who could just land more poke?
It's been a little bit terrifying at this stage, given how close these fights can go. Even when CC does not connect, but all things said and done, 24 minutes in, it will be Order sitting on a soul point, playing for the Infernal Soul at just that. And they've got a healthy 4k gold lead buffer.
And I do want to talk about something quickly, Skimmy, because we've noticed this trend for Order a lot, I would say, in the last couple of weeks. 80 carries like Vital, like Raze, they play only offensive items. And I think there are a couple of mid laners as well, like Chaz and like Get Back at the moment, who are itemizing very offensively as well. Order's 2 carries always are building 2nd or 3rd item defense. And even this game, where we feel like there's relatively low threat and they've got a great front line, we're going to actually see Stopwatch plus the makings of Death Stance picked up for Rare, and Zonya's just 2nd item picked up for Harry. That seems crazy to me in this game.
I hear your point. I can see the logic based on how fragile these moments of the games have been, where when a flash is not there, you're so reliant on your frontline then to offer you that kind of protection.
Surely if there's a front line you would rely on, it is Swiper Scion. Like, the guy's shown a couple of weeks back-to-back that he's probably not going to let many people hit his carries.
There've just been so many times when these carries look quite vulnerable without those key summoners. So it is a team game, you're reliant on the rest of your team to come together. But I don't mind it.
You can see Mammoth. I think they must have seen Rare go off mid lane wave to try and go collect his red buff, because they have now just sprinted into the topside river, and they might have caught out Ayla here.
May
No
have done
flash.
indeed. Can he hit the blast cone? Yes, he can. He gets himself out of harm's way. Pings furiously coming out from MF right now. Let's go onto this Baron. Let's force a dance because we are bleeding turret structures. Look at bot lane. The minions are flooding on towards what is now an inhibitor.
If they catch Lived here, or someone else.
Arrow goes out blind. They do not find that target, but Chungy is so low. Only's going to ulti across that wall and say hello. Down comes the Thunder. One auto, he flashes away. Chungy gets out. It looked like a certain death. The man is enraged, but he receives the Devour, and he gets out again. Both teams flirting with death. Both teams so keen to find that one pick to force a numbers advantage.
What a play from Chungy. He looked dead on my screen. I don't know about yours, and I don't know whether Order can do this objective because the Cogmore's coming in, and he does so much poke damage, Skimmy.
Just watch when that combo comes on out. Look at their health bar start to fall on down. Yes, it's targeting the carries at this stage. Look at Heavy, look at Rare, both down to half to start us fight off with. Liv going to receive the brunt of the damage. He gets flashed on out. He's so low. He's going to be falling on down. Does he die? He does not indeed. Now he's a shield bot. He can't do much to try and get himself into this team fight. Everybody is locked in the Baron River. Mana pools are low and health pools are lower. And with all 10 members still alive, they decide, let's just back away.
Oh, having a heart attack there as Rare walks the cheeky way to mid lane, looking to try and get back on the wave. You can see that the Dragon is spawning in 50 seconds, Skimmy. You would expect everyone to be trying to take as many recalls as they can to come back for that soul at full strength. But big knock up there from Swiper's Scion. 4 members caught, but the empowered shields coming across from Liv just mean that even though they don't have the same kind of front line, he just keeps them alive. He's kind of willing them actually through these fights.
Chungy can go for the 1v1. The boys rock up. He gets the hook away. Now, are they overcommitted in the mid lane right now? Will they find a situation where they can go for a kill? They find Swiper. That is not the target they're after. He's gone for armor. He's gone for magic resistance. Very tough to take this man down.
That might have actually cost Order some crucial positioning around this Dragon, Skimmy. It is up and available.
Order fighting for the soul point. They have a control ward. They can see it. But can they get themselves in a situation, in a position to contest?
And Harry is just looking for any poke to be sticky here. And Boma looking for the same.
Looking to try and play off Sleepy Trouble Bubbles. The follow-up after that is insane. Arrow goes out again, does not connect. Major cooldown has gone. The Dragon continues. Down to 50%. Ayla posturing on the side. Stormbringer's in. What are they going for the contest? Mammoth get the Dragon. No soul point here today. Only's very low. He's forcing out the stopwatch. He disengages. He baits the attention. Red running them down. He's got the volley. He flashes forward aggressively. Finds one, finds two, gets a third. Mammoth, they get the Dragon, but they lose the team fight. And Harry wants more. He's been free all game. He's just going to go for the 1v1. Out comes the Ignite. Teva comes across. It does not seem to matter. You've got a shield, but I don't care because I do damage. I'm a Zoe. Who cares?
Everything.
He's trying to hit it, but he's missing everything. Artek is waiting in the brush. Does he know he's there? He jukes out the target. He's forced to flash away. What on earth are we watching right here, Spawn?
This is
Nothing's
a fiesta.
connecting. Nothing's connecting. I think Harry's going to fall on down. The punishment is Ro. He gets one. The stopwatch will expire. Is there an empowered Q? There is. There is indeed. Harry based their attention all to say, what on earth are you doing? Let's just go Baron.
Okay, so Order will lose the Dragon, they'll win the team fight, and they will get Baron. Harry will be very red-faced after that one. That is not making any form of highlight reel in League of Legends, but credit to Liv as well as Artek. They did put the dancing shoes on. But you have to say, now 8,000 gold with Baron buff, Order should be in control of this game. Although Double Infernal does start to stack up for the Mammoth lineup. Take another look at this one. You can see that Order were actually able to get in. Ayla on a very deep flank. And the arrow just missed everyone. Feel like that's a little bit of a whiff actually. Rare probably should have been able to land that. Only goes in. Does use his smite, but it was picked up by Yasuo. And then it really just becomes the Rare show. As soon as you're in retreat against an Ashe, you're in trouble. And great hook here, landing onto Mboma as well. The last carry standing means that it will be Order cleaning house.
despite missing the arrow. Rare knew his limits, flashing forward aggressively, ensuring they're all locked down. The slowing potential that an Ash offers to your team, very tough to outrun that one at this stage of the game. Mammoth have bought a little bit of time, back-to-back Infernal Dragons, looking to try and empower the carries just a little bit more. No Soul will be taking his, so no Elder contest at this stage. But they have been the ones in control of the sieging pressure. 4 turrets to none. They continue to control the jungle. The vision, it's in their favor. Now the question is, with this gold that they've got, how much further can they push it with the Baron buff here?
Well, the question is, to me, when does Mammoth look to fight? Because you can see that all their outer turrets are now being pushed down. Baroned up creeps coming in. I feel like you can't just let the range comp siege. You have to look to actually fight at some stage, Skimmy. So when is it? Is it going to be the top lane turret? Is it going to be this mid lane turret? When do you decide that you are just going to pull the trigger?
Top lane is where the siege is at. Hook connects. Arrow does as well. Not going to find the target after just yet. That's a drowsy Tarm Kent. She's got a massive mitigation shield. The wind wall comes out as well. It doesn't matter. Only takes him out. That's a free inhibitor. And because mid lane has been prepped and crashed at the same time, they can rotate across for a 2-piece meal. That's the second one to fall on down in 32 minutes into this one, depending on how Order want to try and play this one. With the Baron buff still online, they can look to try and end this game. Nexus is in their sights. Swiper is drifting on through. He's going to get suplex in towards the fountain, but can flash on out. Out comes a knockup. Chungy going for the 1v3. He gets taken out. Can we see a miracle comeback here? Can the AP Cosmo pop off? Can he provide them with the base defense? Because out comes the Stormbringer, slam dunk on the ground, and Order are running them down. They said this is the game to be hyped for. You are the gatekeepers. You took down the Titans, but we'll take down you. And that means that Order are now 6 wins on the trot.
And looking to complete a flawless round robin tomorrow, Skimmy. If they take down the Direwolves, that will be the completed bracket. All victories for the Order lineup. Mammoth, they put up a good fight, 33 minutes, definitely nothing to scoff at. Had a couple of good mid-game skirmishes, but they were just never able to win the fight. It looked like as soon as they were in advantage to be able to do so, Order could just successfully disengage. I think they needed that one frontline member that we mentioned in the draft. You know, not a fan of the Karma top. I don't think I have been all split. I think we've actually cast 3 of them now, and I don't think I've seen one of them that I like. If that was a Wukong, you know, and Mordekaiser, something like that, I think this would have been a much better draft. But credit to Mammoth, they show they certainly are a team to look out for now in this second half of the split.
Certainly are, and as you highlight there, Order with some very heads-up research to ban away those key targets that would have made Liv's job just a little bit easier.
Wasn't hard, mate. Just watch the games that they played.
So there you have it. Order get the win. They take down what was a matchup that we are very much hyped for. And another one coming up after the break as Legacy, suffering their first 0-2 this year, will be taking on a rather strong Avant. We'll see you soon.
Today is the NeoSurf Cup, and we're going to be playing against Misfits, so hopefully we can bring home the win.
NeoSurf is simple, safe and secure. You can go to your local shop and get a voucher code and use it online, preferably to buy League of Legends skins.
He's got it! This is deadly! He's got it!
If you're craving the taste of your favourites, head to Macca's for a fast, safe and contactless drive-through experience. For your Macca's run, contact-free, we'll be here.
Target inside.
Welcome back, and oh boy, am I glad I didn't buy that Mammoth jersey now.
Okay, Nick.
Come on, man. Don't do it like that. They just lost the game.
I have a very fickle allegiance, and I generally go for whoever's winning. I'll tell you what, though. If I was playing a game of League of Legends against Order, I would have noticed that they had 5 members on their team as opposed to 4, because for a lot of that game, Harry's just running around doing whatever the hell he wants the entire time, Rusty.
Yeah, there was certainly a point in that game where we were talking in Discord, and the only thing coming out of my mouth was, "Can you please look at Harry for once?" Because there was like, you know, a lot of the team fights that happened were like a minimum of 30 seconds in length, right? They weren't quick one-punch fights. And he would finish every single fight with full health, just completely untouched. And, like, you know, you could definitely credit some of that to the positioning of Hayri playing Zoe over the walls to put in work. But my man's was just completely untouched, and it was really hard to deal with.
He was hard to deal with, indeed. Skimmy, does this mean that my dream of Mammoth making some incredible run is over, or is this just a hiccup in the future OPL champions' path to glory?
I had the beautiful rhyme ready to go. You know, the step became a jog. It would have been a run, but today it's become back into a limp.
All right. Order. That was a Freudian slip. Jake, can you say something nice about Mammoth?
Yeah, absolutely. I was super impressed by Chungy again. Zoe is probably Harry's best champion, and he laned against it really nicely. I think his build was smart. I think he needed to play for the split, and the rest of his team needed to hold. I think the problem with that game plan was that they just went down the early drags, right? So then you get dragged into these team fights. But if they had a little bit more stability through that early game, I can see exactly what their comp was supposed to do and how they were supposed to play that one out. So I'm impressed by them. Bass recovered well. He went down 3 levels in the early game. If that's me, I probably, stay irrelevant the whole game. But he did a really great job. So their mid-jungle is certainly 2 players to look out for.
Lady Dubsy in the chat says, can we get a foldy sheet or is it too early? We're going to have to start cracking those foldy sheets out very soon. And I know how excited everybody.
That's a big foldy sheet if we're folding it that
early.
Many times. There is still 8 games left for both of those teams and 9 for everyone else.
I'm just saying, we're at home. We've got as much space as we need. Like, we've got offices that we could just fill with folding paper.
You could probably build a house out of the amount of folding that sheet would need this early into the split.
Yeah,
maybe that's the line.
Do you remember the origami segment? That's the origami segment coming back.
I was going to say, this just sounds like an OPL segment. Like, rusty, losted paper, like some sort of mummy, is exactly the kind of thing that we deliver here. All right, well, congratulations to Order. Mammoth, I am actually still on your side. It's just, this is tough love. All right, before we move on, a reminder about the 2 competitions we've got running at the moment. EPOS want to give you a gaming headset, and it's super easy to get your hands on one of them. All you need to do is go to @OPL on Twitter and reply to our post there regarding this competition with your most out-of-this-world gaming experience. A little story about the greatest thing that's happened to you in video games. We're going to pick 2 winners, and those winners are going to get GSP 600 headsets, thanks to the wonderful people at EPOS. They hear that you want headsets, and those headsets are here to deliver. Next up, we also have NeoSurf, who are running their competition. They have been the entire split to get you involved in the OPL. You can become a part of our opening titles. All you need to do is send us a video of you joining the opening titles of the OPL broadcast, as you've seen your fellow OPL fans be a part of as of a couple of weeks ago. Send us your video via DM to @OPL. Follow @NeoSurf Esports on Twitter, and we're going to pick the 6 best. The winner is going to get $500 in NeoSurf voucher credit to use in the League of Legends store. The runners-up are going to get $100 each, and everyone gets their way into the titles. It's an exciting time to be an OPL fan. It's mainly an exciting time to be an OPL fan because it is time to pick the greatest League of Legends champion of all time. This is the LCK. It's back, Spawn!
The sun's out, the crowd's ready. Let's reckon!
It ends here.
You have not earned victory this day.
Alrighty then, the titles there said Ionia edition. I was prepped for the Noxus edition, but that's fine. I could jump over. That's fine. That's not a problem at all.
No, we didn't finish Noxus. We half done them.
Oh, okay.
Oh, no, wait. Oh, whatever. I've got Ionia. I'll find Ionia. We're all good. Quick, someone fill.
Oh, yeah, about those League of Legends games. Okay,
good work. Please, no talk about League of Legends. Okay, first up, Kayn versus Rakan.
Oh.
Who is the greatest League of Legends champion?
I want to say neither.
No, I'm a huge Kayn fan.
I know you are.
Yeah, I know Spawn is, yeah.
I mean, what is there not to love about Kayn? He has the best voice lines in the game. Like, he's actually so sassy to, like, his scythe. He calls it a farm implement. Like, that's just... I think that's hilarious. That he has double transformations. There's a cane for any occasion, whether you like a red cane or blue cane.
That's 2 canes.
And he also has a wizard hat in one of his skins. What's there not to love about Wizard Hat Kane?
What is there not to love about Wizard Hat Kane? Chat as well, you notice there is a poll in the chat right now so that you guys can vote along as we go. Rusty, do you have a comeback to that? I know you hate them both.
I mean, I'm personally not a big fan of Kane because he's just like a massive edgelord with just screams
come on.
angst, you know? And like, we've already voted in a couple of angsty champions from other regions. Rakan's dancer, he's a little bit up himself, but aren't we all, Nick? Aren't we all?
We're all very up ourselves.
Hard not to vote for Rakan.
No.
Okay, yeah, he's smarmy. There's a smarminess. It's fine being cocky. There's a smarminess.
And the thing is, for every, all the single people in Twitch chat, Rakan's already taken. Whereas we all have a shot with Kane.
That's true.
I don't know if you want a shot with Kane.
And he...
You don't know what version of Kane you'll get, mate.
He would love to date us for the 2 minutes before he kills us just for fun. Oh my god, it is dead even. It is 50-50.
No, it's not. It's 54 to 52. Stop the votes.
Oh, there it is. Okay, 51. Kane wins. Well done. Sorry, Rakan. I mean, Rakan, it's too smarmy.
Yeah, my boy.
That's not something we have
Edge
in here.
Lords
All right.
in chat.
Up next. I know who's going to win this one, I feel like. But let's bring it up. LCK round number 2, Xayah versus Ari.
Oh, come on. This isn't even close.
Xayah wins by
Ricard
default.
just lost, so Xayah can't go through if Ricard lost, right?
No AD carry should have an untargetability spell. Like, Ari just has to win.
I'm with Ari as well. I mean, first of all, if Ricard got through, I think we needed Xayah to get through just to draw them against each other and see who won. But I'm all aboard the Ari hype train.
Ari also has just hands down better skins.
I'm a big Xayah fan. I just love the kit. I like the abilities. I just like the playstyle.
Everyone loves Xayah's kit, mate, because it makes up for so many shortcomings in how you have to play the game.
You're just like, oh, I'm in such a bad spot. Featherstorm, lol, JK. We're good.
Yeah, she's an 80 carry with her own CC, pass-through
so
damage,
good.
and an untarget ability that you can move during.
I mean, look, chat is 72% Ari, and I would say my argument for Ari would be that she's kind of one of, up there with sort of like Garen and Teemo as being sort of like iconic champs to the layman of League of Legends. I feel like there are a lot of people who don't play the game who could look at that and go, oh yeah, that's a League champ. Ari, the face of League of Legends. Xayah, completely.
I think if we're talking skins like KDA Ari, you just win based off that alone.
Yeah. Basically, anyone who has a KDA skin probably gets through the next round.
Sure.
Speaking of the next round, so congratulations, Ari, you win. Round number 3, League Champion Knockout, Ionia Edition. Akali versus Aurelia.
I hate Aurelia so much.
Historically, my 2 favorite champions in the game.
Yeah, this is a really tough one.
But you've only got one tattooed on your body.
I would get Aurelia tattooed on me if Jenna would allow it, for sure. She might
she's
actually
like,
be the other side. But yeah,
You
I
can
do
only
have to go.
one other woman tattooed on your skin.
I love Akali.
Yeah, so do I. I think Akali is also the best rework that's ever come out of League of Legends.
Oh. Justify that.
Like, her old play pattern just didn't feel assassiny at all. Like, it had triple dashes that you had to hit a ton of spells. Like, her new playstyle just feels so fluid and assassiny. Like, she was OP, but when they changed her smoke to not impact towers, I think she was in a really good spot. And she's like, she's a hit and run ninja that has all in potential at level 6. I think that's just insane. Aurelia, on the other hand, has been a nightmare to balance just the whole time. As soon as she is strong enough to be competitive, she's just 100% pick ban.
I mean, they're both pretty annoying regarding balance, I think, for sure. Like, remember that when Akali got reworked, they were like, have this shroud that even turrets can't
Yeah,
touch.
I said that was stupid.
Yeah.
But that's not Akali's fault. That was some designer's fault. Like, don't blame Akali for that.
I'm not
Don't
blaming
put that on
Aurelia
her
for
head.
her design either, am I? Like, you are? Like, is this a...
So are you backing Aurelia, Rusty?
Yeah, I will, but it's a pretty close vote. I'm not too passionate either way.
Plus, people with tattoos are just straight up cooler than people without tattoos.
I agree.
All right, so based on purely tattoo coolness, it looks like Akali's going to go through. Also, I just feel like it would be poor form if
Someone
Akali
has
didn't
just
make it
asked.
through and you have a tattoo of her. That just seems like that's like if we put Calvin and Hobbes up in this competition and they didn't get picked, I would feel pretty gutted.
Someone just asked in chat, do we vote for the champion that we want to win or the champion we want to lose? When have you ever voted against something?
What is this? Come on, this is not the US election. All right, it's time to move on to the next selection. I think we can squeeze this one in before we get to the next game.
Okay.
It is Jin versus Yasuo.
Both
Jin!
Yasuo. Hey, color. There we go.
No, I love
Yasuo.
Jin. I just think he's such a unique champion when it comes to AD carries, much like the Featherstorm out of Isaiah. It's just so different to your traditional auto attack. You know, you hit that fourth shot in TFT, in Summoner's Rift. It feels so good. You get that final shot, and you just one-shot somebody.
Hey, Skimmy. We played a game of ARAMs yesterday. What'd you get carried by?
No. We forget about the Yasuo. No, forget about the Yasuo.
Oh, was it a Yasuo?
No, forget about the Yasuo. Because the thing is, Rusty, you didn't go 0-10, so I don't know if that's a power spike or not.
If this was TFT, I would say Jin, because Darkstar is my favorite comp. But I actually really like Yasuo.
Happy Windman. In China is the most beloved character in the game.
Yeah, I'm a big fan of Yasuo. I love trying to play Yasuo, even though I'm terrible at it. So I'll vote Yasuo. I'm going to click it right now. But we're losing, Rusty. There's too many Jin.
Yeah, the Jin vote is out of control.
Oh, well,
in the
chat doesn't get to choose, do they?
Well, I'm going to give him this one, and also because Jin, I just like, the mask is hot. Come on, let's face facts. The mask is cool. There's something dangerous about that. And I'm glad that we don't get to see what he looks like underneath. So this is, so Jin, congratulations. You win. We'll come back to the second half of Ionia after the next game. The next game, speaking of, as Skimmy teased, it's Legacy versus Avant. Legacy, obviously having a great year as a team and a really strong start to the split. They went 0-2 last week. It was not their finest weekend. Spawn, are they ready to come back with a vengeance against Avant?
Yeah, look, I certainly hope so, because Legacy as a team would be... I mean, I'm sure they would hate to, you know, drop a couple of games in a row and kind of downward spiral at this point. It feels like they put so much into this season that they kind of deserve that shot to be able to come back into it.
Skimmy?
I think so too. I mean, Legacy, the roster speaks for itself. And now they've got two mid laners, so they can flex things out. Unfortunately, Hello didn't have the debut performance I'm sure he was hoping for, but, you know, it is still a Legacy brand after all. And, you know, you'd imagine coming closer and closer to the playoffs, it's time to bounce back.
Rusty, rounded out.
Yeah, I think a 2-0 this week is exactly what Legacy need, right? You want to continue to try and have some separation near the top of the ladder, and they definitely want to bounce back after last week, so expect big things.
I think I agree, but in my heart of hearts, I still believe that Mammoth can do it. Let's get into game number 2. It's Legacy versus Avant, and it's coming up with the Max Champ Select.
And welcome back for the second game of the day. Legacy will be taking on Avant. As I mentioned before, Legacy are your reigning Split 1 champions, but they did suffer their first 0-2 weekend this year. They'll be looking to bounce back, and they'll need to, because right now, the current standings show the order are neck and neck. They're actually tied at even wins at 9 wins. So they'll need to try and bridge that gap, try to, once again, keep themselves firmly fixed on the throne. But Avant are one of those teams that continue to impress. Pat Bryce has definitely slotted himself into this team. But I think for me, Chaz makes this major argument, because if I look at his stats, the guy's, he's a monster. I mean, what did I have here? He's got the #1 KDA, the #1 CS per minute. He's the second in terms of damage per minute. The guy is playing out of his mind. When you give him a champion that can play that way.
Yeah, but at the same time, they're 2-5 in their last 7 games. So whilst
how many times have we seen Chaz be like 5-0 in Oriana, try to single man carry? It's tough.
but that doesn't win you games, Skimmy. And this is the thing about Avant, is I'm a big Avant fan as well. I actually really like their bottom lane. I like Chaz. Lisa is one of the junglers that I tipped to watch at the start of the year. I know Rusty was a big fan as well. So when I have a look at this team, I'm like, yeah, this is a team that, you know, should be able to bring good things. And after week 1, where they went 2-0, we thought that was going to be the case. They then beat Order as well in week number 3. And it looked like, you know, at 3-3, this was a dangerous lineup that teams were going to have to contend with. Now, since then, since they were 3-3, they've gone 5-2, 2-5, as I mentioned. And they're now, you know, really struggling. So I think that this game is equally as important for Avant as it is Legacy. If Avant want to make playoffs, they must win this game.
Yeah, they certainly must, because as you say, the bottom spot to try and get yourself into the playoffs, it is still all up for grabs right now. 2 teams tied at 7-5, Avant at 5-7. We'll need another win to try and continue that streak towards it. Halo, once again, will be playing here for Legacy. Another chance to sort of see what he can do in terms of his champion pool and what he can sort of bring it to the table when they have the ability to flex between himself as well as Tally. And I think another member will be Babip as well. We're looking to try and find some bounce back form. Obviously, we saw him go to the Graves. He went the Smite Ignite, an aggressive route. Didn't find that success. An unfortunate level 2 fight going against him, and he paid the ultimate price as a result. But that's the Sivir. Once again, we continue to see innovation take place in the bottom lane.
Yeah, we certainly do. Sivir, historically, he's had a great matchup into Ezreal. If it's paired with Karma, it's going to have the freest pushing lane in all of League of Legends, Skimmy. I can't think of a lane off the top of my head that pushes harder than those 2 champions when they're paired together. But at the same time, when I have a look at this Legacy lineup, I think that now you have to really round it out with some good tank and utility. And normally, if that's Tally in the mid lane, you're like, that's fine. Give Isles the mage. Give Tally a Galio, give Tally an Ornn, something along those lines. Give Topoon, you know, something a little bit more carry-esque, like an Aatrox, but with a little bit of utility himself and some CC and knock-up, and then you have a great composition. But now that it's Halo playing in the mid lane, can you actually give Isles the mage? Or do you have to now give Isles a Nautilus or a Bard or something along those lines and play a different bottom lane than maybe Legacy would like to in this situation?
And I agree with your point, because I think from an identity standpoint, they've been one of the only teams that are very good at running these double globals, non-tank necessity, and sort of showcase that, hey, we can play compositions that are a little bit harder to execute. They find great success with it. As you say, Tally tends to be the catalyst of that, given his nature to play from top to mid and the transition and the similarities in those champion pools for the lane matchups. But the continued question mark is, what does Halo bring, and how does he actually change the structure and the style as a whole?
Yeah, and we'll see exactly what that is, because I've already mentioned it. You know, Halo, big control mage player. That's why Azir Orianna's gone. Big, you know, Vega, Twisted Fate. These kind of champions is what Halo typically plays. Tally, on the other hand, you know, we're expecting, if he was to play into a Zoe, you're expecting Cho'Gath or Ornn to be the 2 picks that he probably leans on very heavily to shut down that pick. So I think that, you know, that's something that we don't talk about it often, because when you play League of Legends, you don't realize that you actually play as much around the other champions as what, you know, you kind of do. But if you're Raze, and you're used to having double frontline coming from the 2 highest goal positions in the game, in mid and top, early game at least, then you kind of start relying on those thick, beefy bodies to be in front of you. You know, you throw an Orianna into that mix, that's just a very different way to have to now play the game. And that's interesting.
That's a beefy body. That is a Sion coming out once again. One of these picks that continues to impress. We saw the buff. 2 Gnar in 10-13. Is Topoon going to show us it here today? One of the bans was the Alistair. Small buff to his Pulverize. Potential now to get a few more disruption tactics happening in a team fight there, making sure that Appy will not find success on some form of aggression. And there it is. The Gnar's going to be locked on in. Plenty of ranged harassment to keep the Sion at distance.
Yeah, that's a really good matchup for Gnar, actually. Sion can kill you when you're mini if you're exhausted and you kind of muck up a trade in lane. If he lands that ultimate onto you and then you fumble the hop during the queue, like Sion can chase you down. However, it's kind of exactly what I said. This is like 2 pseudo utility picks coming out of, you know, maybe not the lanes that we're used to. Isles is obviously a good Bard player, but that can now be counterpicked quite heavily in the bottom lane if Avant Gaming want to, you know. Is there going to be a Blitzcrank? Is there going to be a Nautilus that tries to just kill this bottom lane on repeat?
That is the question mark we have to see. Obviously, no denying the skill that Isles has on the Bard. It was a pick very hotly contested in the Split 1 playoffs. That's going to be the Fresh as the response. So you'd have to say, in terms of a ranged matchup, Legacy from a standpoint would win this one, but as soon as that hook lands, it can just be flicked on a dime.
Yeah, it certainly can be. And Thresh is like one of those pseudo lanes, right, where Thresh doesn't necessarily win or lose very many matchups. You know, into Braum, for example, obviously he's a great pick. But I think there are harder hook champion punishers, but what Appy's done here is he said, I'm not going to overcommit to winning this lane. I still want to win the lane. You know, it's still a good matchup for Thresh, but it's not do or die at this stage. Like, if he had gone Blitzcrank, that's a you have to win this bottom lane. And I think you can play Blitzcrank into both Sivir and Bard. I think that's actually, you know, one of those really nice picks. I think you could have also played a Mage if you're Appy into them. You know, something very damage heavy. But definitely not going to be the case. I actually thought we were going to start to see a little bit more Mages coming out, Skimmy. I know that maybe you played a couple of Mages when you first came to League of Legends, but, you know, there's the likes of Luxes, Zyras, Swains running around a little bit in solo queue that aren't getting touched in pro play, and I thought maybe, you know, with the tanks falling out of favor just a little bit, that would come back.
I'm getting quite excited to see later on, especially with some of our assassin players, if they're going to dive into those kind of champions. But as it pertains to this one here, I look at these two drafts and say that Avant have a ton of pressure to get in your face, find a target, lock them down, and look to try and blow you up in a matter of mere seconds. But on the flip side of that, Legacy have so much disengaged. They have obviously the Karma Shields, they have the Sivir Ultimate, the ability to pounce away as both the Nidalee and the Gnar. And if all else fails, they've got a magical journey.
They certainly do. I mean, they are a highly mobile comp. Sivir, you know, speeding up anyone is going to create that. But I do think that this Legacy composition does rely on one of two things. It either relies on a good early game or 600 CS on Sivir. I don't think there's ever like any middle ground here. They should win the side lane the whole game. That's what Gnar does against Sion. But I think that this is quite an interesting draft for Legacy to play.
If there was ever a man to hit those major numbers, it would be Raze, has the best CS per minute when it comes to the ADC role. We know what he can do. He's going to showcase what he can do on the Sivir here today. We're going to get to see what happens. A must-win for both teams. Legacy to keep themselves firmly fixated in first spot, and for Avant to continue their chance at making a playoffs run. We're going to get to see what happens here today. A ton of CC, a ton of damage, but will it stick?
An interesting level 1 here, Skimmy. You don't talk about wards all that often because they are quite boring, but Appy drops his ward in Pixel in the bottom side of the map, immediately swaps over to that sweeper. Then you have a look at Lisa, he's also got sweeper. So I would be expecting Chaz to try and get control of this lane as best as he can. Obviously, Karma gets to pick when she pushes. And then try and replace that ward very early. However, it looks like Legacy are actually invading here.
Certainly are. The spear will go out, but it will not connect. Will the stun land? Yes,
How did that land?
Now there is the ignite. Questions arise. The spear connects too, and that's all she wrote when it means it is a first blood. 2 flashes, but a kill secure.
I wish we could get a replay of that, Skimmy, because how that Bard Q landed, I will never know. That was such a
It's like a bigger hitbox than Nautilus.
Yeah, that was such an interesting tether. Because it should have definitely hit Thresh, but I don't know how it hit the wall. Babib, however, with the mechanics, he actually Q'd and then knew it was going to land, so flash Q'd in Cougar form immediately. That was pretty nuts.
Certainly was, and that's a dream start here to get Legacy underway. Not going to hurt Lisa too much in the sense that he can just steal away the blue buff as well. So we got the red buff online, so going to just do a trade in terms of counter jungling.
Yeah, and Lisa very aggressive on that cross map. Is going to be facilitated nicely, as I said, by Chaz actually fighting really hard for the push. This is something that when I was watching Avant games, I noticed pretty much instantly, is that Chaz always hits creeps for like the first 3 minutes. He never tries to trade onto champions. He just continues to try and shove this wave in and actually give Lisa the space to be pretty aggressive. And not many mid laners do that. They don't like using their mana just for creep hitting, as Isle's looking very aggressive. Appy already back to half health again, burning these potions.
Certainly is. As you can see that Raze will have to take the cleanse, respects the CC that comes the way of Avant, who can itemize themselves into a triple teleport setup. Macro would definitely favor them. Now's the Ezreal to cheat the tempo a little bit and continue to farm and blow through all that mana to CS, and he's going to need to as he's being pushed up against his tower.
Yeah, and I mean, if you have a look at how this wave is going so far, it's so big being crashed in that they've actually been able to pick themselves up like a plate and a half of turret plating. However, good news is for Violet, he hasn't missed any experience or CS. So he's dead even, despite the fact that his support did die. And the kill didn't go over to their lane. So they're down a little bit of gold and experience off that kill. But at least it's not something like, you know, first item BF sword marching back at, 28 CS because your Sivir's got a first blood. So not the end of the world. Meanwhile, in top lane, the fact that Topoon has got away with a cheeky cull purchase is always nice when you're playing Gnar. Kind of the dream start, to be honest.
Certainly is. As you can see, the Boomerang is going to be the go-to to keep this Scion at bay. But with his passive, a ton of attack speed and a ton of ability to, much like a Vayne, knock down these minions with ease.
Okay, and let's see how this goes now, because you can see that Legacy are still trying to split the map. Razor's still trying to push. Nidalee has gone for a re-invade onto the Gromp, which she took on the first clear. However, Lisa kind of sick of the map split happening.
Certainly is.
Oh, Bardo, no.
Bard's in trouble. One more auto. Oh, there's a feather in the way. I think he still falls on down. He does indeed. Violet very happy with that one. It's going to be happy that picks up the kill. A creative play coming out of Legacy gets punished big time.
And you can see that Razor's sticking around for the creeps. I think that might be a mistake.
Certainly might be. Smokescreen
has no mana.
Yeah, he has no mana. Ooh, spell shield just to prevent a death sentence. 4 bits of investment trying to connect there, but he manages to stay alive and doesn't have to burn the cleanse.
Okay, and Violet actually basing on a ward, so his tempo is going to get ruined. That will be a teleport back for sure. Halo looking for a one-on-one.
Hey, he's doing a lot of damage as well right now. Actually going to completely bully out Chaz from this lane. Would have needed one more auto or just another Q. But just finds the safety underneath that first turret.
And actually, Lisa now crossing back to topside, despite the fact that his AD carry has teleport, means that first Dragon is going to go down. And with such a major shop advantage in the mid lane, look at Chaz's items compared to Halo's. Look at, AD carry being back on wave first as well. You would expect this to be actually advanced Dragon window skimming, but Babbitt was just there first.
Certainly was. A lot of this, once again, comes back to the amount of tempo they found from that first blood. Fun fact, last 5 games, Legacy have never got the first blood. Last 10, only 20% of the time. So they've definitely changed things around here today. And it's really rewarding them with a strong early game start, which has been something that's ruined them in their last 2 defeats.
And I wonder if Topoon is going to walk out of base because his wave is technically pushing back into him. Certainly is going to be the case. And you can see Babbitt really respecting the ability for this Graves to be in his jungle right now. Will actually recross back to the bottom side where he's just had to push the whole of laning phase. You mentioned it, kind of the first blood going across still is enough of a factor that this wave continues to crash. Be interested now that Violet's had a shop, however, if they can try and equalize this lane. Or whether it's just so doomed from champion select that the Sivir always has push.
Yeah, it's going to get from bad to worse in the sense that Raze will be building towards that Essence Reaver, and then it will be a battle of the mana utilization. I'll have a very strong wave play on both sides.
Well, it kind of actually looks at Violet's just letting them have the shove. You can always tell whether Ezreal wants to fight you for the shove because he will just continue to fire Qs and try and sit at 5 stacks. It gives him a lot of attack speed and means that you're not really able to do this. So I am quite interested that Violet doesn't feel the need to actually be able to shove this back and gives them actually the best tempo reset if they do want to now go towards the top lane and fight this Rift Herald. Would be uncharacteristic of Legacy to move their duo around Summoner's Rift Skimmy, but could be exactly what we're seeing right now.
Could be indeed, because you can see on your minimap right now, that is where they're going towards. Violet does not have that teleport. He used to get back to lane with that advantage of the tier online. He's going to sit pretty for the meantime in the bottom lane. 8 minutes on the clock is when that Rift Herald spawns, and that is where Babbitt is as well. As it seems that Legacy are really looking to try and invest in a heavy early objective control.
And Avant are looking to match, but they're just so late. You can see right now that they know that they're on their Herald. They have no control over mid lane. They've recalled their Ezreal. However, Paprise is just going to walk in. Where's the teleport going to come from, Skimmy?
fight starts. Now there's the ultimate. The teleport is going to come in here from Legacy. Pat Bryce uses his ultimate for a headbutt, looking to try and disengage right now, running towards the mid lane again. Legacy don't lose that. They get the flash secure as Bebek can pick up that Herald. And Avant looking a little bit indecisive as to did they want it or did they not?
And I think, I actually kind of disagree, just a little bit, Skimmy, and I think it's in the nuance, right? So I think Avant never wanted to take that fight, but what they did want to get is something off the trade. They said, okay, we've kind of made a mistake, but we need to be able to get some form of an advantage. What can we get? And the answer is Topoon's teleport. So you saw as soon as Topoon teleported, everyone just left. There wasn't even like they weren't even entertaining the thought of the fact that we were going to fight that. However, now they do have teleport advantage on Sion, so if they get a successful gank onto this Gnar, maybe they can start looking around the map for a little bit of a teleport play. Problem is, right now, they are actually just losing in 3 ways. Halo's always getting pushed mid, Top's being shoved in, and Gnar is bullying out their Sion, so it is looking rather grim to use that advantage, but it is an advantage nonetheless.
Certainly is, and as you highlight there, the mid matchup is crucial, allowing Halo to respond and prevent Chaz going for these free rotates, especially with the blue buff, for that very frustrating river control. That ensures that they have the Scuttle, that's protection there for Topoon for the reasons you highlight.
All in.
Now, that is an all in the top side. Appy going for the flash forward, Temper Fake goes on out, and that prevents the follow-up, as Raze is forced to burn double summoners just to survive.
Okay, that's a good all-in taken by the Avant Gaming duo lane. You can see how many summoner spells are lying in the lane there. Appy also has himself a biscuit, so going to be able to top himself off. Raze, on the other hand, does not have anything available apart from the Bard wells that will be put out, but no one from Avant moving top. Even though they have Chaz, who had complete control of mid lane there, you know, looked like the jungler was also on the right side of Summoner's Rift. They say, that's enough for us. We're just going to continue to just farm up and scale.
Yeah, you can see Lisa's quite content in that department. Getting a little bit out-tempoed here by Babip, up by 20 at this stage.
That's not a little bit, man. That's a lot. He's down a kill, a level, and 2 objectives. I would say that is a resounding victory.
Optimistic. But that is disaster now for Pat Bryce. He's going to use the ultimate. Topoon tanks up all the turret shots, and Babip can walk on through and say, I don't even need to go for that final attack, but he's in a ton of trouble because the Afterlife will come on through. Graves gets himself an assist there with the smoke screen as well, and it's a trade that could not have happened at a worse time for Legacy. That means that Avant can now, despite all the control Legacy has, get themselves on the board with their first Dragon 2.
Yeah, they certainly can. You can see they'd actually rotated their bottom lane down here. That's Legacy. Obviously, Avant's bottom lane's on your screen, guys, so I know that they've rotated down here as well, but I think that's a bit of a mistake going for that turret dive. I think you could have just played Dragon off your wave pressure or priority, as we like to call it, Skimmy. They also had Herald to just drop and break that turret if they wanted to make the dive a little bit more guaranteed. They kind of didn't either, right? They just rushed it. Topoon didn't even use his ultimate, and that means the trade kill was available. Now Dragon picked up and the game stalled out a little bit.
Certainly has, but I can tell you one thing that'll make Legacy rub their hands with glee. They're going to be playing for a Cloud Soul, and given they've already got the Sivir and a comp that is very mobile, you press that ultimate, you're moving at light speed.
Yeah, but once again, Skimmy, I don't necessarily think Legacy outscale here. In the 80 carry role, they definitely do. But I would rather have Graves late game, to be perfectly honest. And when you have a look at the Gnar versus Sion, Gnar will win the side lane, but how many OPL games have actually been determined by split push? I would argue not many. I would argue they mainly get determined by team fights, and Sion is definitely a better team fighter than Gnar.
Well, we've seen how many times Legacy have played around the split push pressure to flip the burger, as we've seen. That's the Herald summoned, and that's the Herald used to no great effect before it expires.
And Gold Lead, dead even. Despite the fact that Herald was taken, first Dragon was taken, first Blood was picked up before minions had even walked into lane, Skimmy. And this is, I feel like, Legacy slowing down even more than what we had seen historically. They've always been the slowest team in the OPL. In fact, I think they have the slowest game time. Gravitas have the quickest, followed by Mammoth, Order, Avant somewhere in the middle of the soup. But Legacy are the slowest. They're up like 36, 37-ish minutes, something around that mark. But this game just feels like it probably needs to go for a long time for either the Gnar to win solo or the Sivir to really be able to take over in these scenarios.
It's a interesting point you bring up, because the last time these two teams met, just over a month ago, the game lasted about 39 minutes.
Yeah, it's a long one.
By which point we are looking at majority of members having full items online.
Especially if you're talking about members that farm at the rate that Raze and Violet farm, because I'm pretty sure they're the two highest CS per minute 80 carries in the league. They're the two vacuum cleaners that we have still going around. So yeah, if the game goes 40 minutes, those guys will be completed items and then some skimming. Couple of pink wards just to, we would call that a luxury bush back in the day, Skimmy. That's a very expensive bush now. You walk into that bush, you see 150 gold sitting there, you think, wow, that's a very expensive bush.
They take those. Add it to the legacy fund. What's interesting for me though is only moments before we were highlighting the fact that Babbitt was so far ahead. You said a kill, 20 CS, and a level. That's all but been negated now.
He died.
Sad but true. Something like that just completely changes.
Yeah, you die once. Graves farms the jungle so quickly, Skimmy, that all it takes is one mistake and he's completely back in the game. However, Legacy will grab themselves first turret, so this will take their gold lead to about 2,000-ish, which is good. You can see on the flip side of the map, Avant actually prioritizing the Rift Herald. Oh, and a kill maybe.
Oh, actually gets the 1v2. Everything laid on top of him, but Meganart comes at the best time possible. And he literally takes down Appy as well. There's a reason why this is the best top laner in the league.
It certainly is. And Ray's on the flip side as well. The top lane is just kicking the 80 carries out of the lane.
They've had enough. They've said, look, you know, an ADC with a few items, yeah, you can play the game, it's fun, but before that, Mark, I'm a bruiser. You can't do much against that.
Yeah, you certainly cannot. Topoon now has himself a solo kill. It's actually 1v2. He's cashed in the cull. See whether he goes for the full split push build, whether this is going to be Frozen Mallet. Yes, it certainly is going to be Skimmy. He's going to look to make Sion's life miserable in the late game. I love watching this, by the way. Some of the best battles we've ever seen in the OPL have been Nara into Sion. Frozen Mallet really does kind of ruin the way Sion wants to play the game.
Yeah, it definitely breeds aggression and forces fights to take place far more often, as we're going to see a 5-man collapse descend upon the mid lane. 10 seconds now on the third Dragon of the game. We're playing for a Cloud Soul. Mentioned it before, CDR could be quite important here to determine how fights favour one another. But I do quite like the idea of a Soul.
Both teams really do well with Soul this game.
Yeah, for sure.
Just off the cooldown it's going to give, as Chaz gets some damage.
Certainly does. That's a tempered fate, but Lisa dashes out of that one. Redemption comes on down. That's a stopwatch to negate it. Goes gold twice. Buying a lot of time for his team to try and find Valley. Topoon jumps into the backline right now in the brush and knocks them back. Pulls the flash away. Isles finds one. Support gets the support. There's a ton of damage going the way of Raze already. Without the spell shield, very, very vulnerable. Babbitt forced to retreat. Goes for the disengage. The fadeaway spear.
And Avant are very good at doing this, Skimmy. They actually turn around, they get re-control of mid lane, and they're going to use Herald to make Legacy choose. Do you want your mid lane turret, or do you want this dragon? It's only in air, so taking mid lane turret and then rotating into topside if you want it, or trying to use your teleport to fight this, I think is an okay move. Obviously, Dragon gone very quickly, however. And look at that top lane wave. Imagine if instead of going back into the bottom side control right now, the Avant lineup was actually splitting the map and trying to go top. That would have been such a nice play.
Certainly would have been. Topoon hangs on to his teleport, as does Pat Price. And Halo can go topside to clear up what was a big wave.
Okay, Skimmy. So we have ourselves about a 2,000 gold lead still. You know, it is going to be the 2 kills, probably, as well as the first blood and first turret bonuses that actually make up those gold leads. It's going to be second Dragon picked up for Legacy, but neither of these teams really putting each other on like a 24-minute soul point. Is going to be a little bit more protracted than that. So I think we're going to have some big team fights this game. I'm very excited to see how these teams actually shape up against each other. Because Legacy really need to be able to bounce back. And I'm not sure, like, still whether this is a bounce back game they were looking for. I'm sure they would have loved to come in and just absolutely smash Avant after getting first blood on their jungle as well. At the same time, Avant certainly a good team still in the OPL. This is one of the closest splits that I've seen in recent memory. But we'll see exactly how this mid to late game goes, Skimmy. Whether they do just decide to throw hands.
There's definitely that point in Split 1 where they were taking down some of the best teams in the league in under 25 minutes. Games have got progressively longer, as you say.
Split 1 Legacy was a completely different monster to what we're seeing right now, in my opinion. Fight starts.
Certainly does. A fantastic magical journey ensures that Isles will not get locked down with the CC train in his own jungle.
Was a flash though. They will get a turret for it looks like in topside. But Isles now without flash is a little bit more of a sitting duck here on the Bard.
You can see Avant trying to force something, given the amount of pressure Tapoon continues to exert in this bottom lane. Nearly gets himself the second turret here. That he does, doing what Legacy do well, which is the macro game, as Avant continue to force aggression, now trying to chase on towards Halo. Ooh, the redemption came down at a critical moment. Graves nearly got the execution. I think he survived on literally 5 HP.
Yeah, I mean, that's just a really great redemption. You know, just a foresight to use it. A lot of people would have thought that their mid laner was dead there. But at the same time, you got to say the poke out of Chaz and Violet is becoming very, I would call it sticky, Skimmy.
Yeah, for sure. And they know that they do damage right now. That hurts. He's got a ton of magic penetration right now, sitting on the Orb and the Merc Sword Boots.
Trouble bubble.
Tapoon looking for a situation right now. Aki is very low, so his ability to try and force this engagement has been diminished. Doesn't have the box and can't lock people down. Paprice in trouble, going to go for the knockup, going to get taken to the afterlife as Chaz gets hit with a second spear. Another third of his health bar just disappears in an instant. The clone does nothing, and all the push Avant had achieved in the mid lane gets completely undone.
And they just overstayed Skimmy. They didn't actually think, you know, why are we pushing this lane? Is it going to be realistic to take this mid lane turret? I think they just hadn't gone through the steps. They didn't have any flanks covered. And then Italy just playing that, you know, fog of war game, able to put so much damage in. Teleport also being used top lane. However, Isles as well as Halo are heading up there. Is this going to be a potential gank setup? Chaz.
Does he know? They've got the speed. They've got the ability to collapse upon him. There's the preemptive stun as he jumps on back. He's going to get locked on down and taken down by 2 supports that say hello.
Yeah, and that's just really well played by Halo and Isles. Halo having a much improved game this time around, Skimmy. Now Legacy find themselves in firm control. 5,000 gold. They've actually exploded this lead. Giving credit where credit's due. We said it looked like it was going to be a slow burn, you know, a little bit more of the old school grind, but they really have accelerated this mid game now.
They certainly have. You wondered, would we see some big major team fights coming online? Well, they've definitely got the items right now that would favor them in that department. 2 core support items on the Karma, the redemption from Bard as well. Now you got 2 completed BF swords. Raze is going to be hitting it like a truck.
Certainly is. Needs a little bit of attack speed. It does have, obviously, the auto-attack reset available under W, but I'm sure he would love himself a Zeal item. But just overall, they're not in a rush now. They've finally got themselves in a situation where they are big enough to not have to, you know, worry about how long this game goes for. Paprice might have to run away here.
Yeah, he's getting collapsed upon, going to use the ultimate, going to be unstoppable. I'm going to Tokyo drift back to his tower.
But now full topside control guaranteed. And Appy's being caught out.
Tempered Fate, that prevents the engage. Force the fight on their terms, force the flash away right now. What can Chaz find? Can he get a trouble bubble? Raze leads the line right now, pops the ultimate, chases them down. Karma Shield is used, and they sidestep the turnaround. Out comes Papro. Oh! He's deleted! A bubble, a knock-up, and an execution within mere seconds. You blink and you'll miss it. The dragon is up, and it's a core component of what is needed to buff up this AD carry.
So support for support falls down. It's just one of them playing mid lane at the moment. And you can see that Avant actually letting this dragon going over and threatening the Baron. I do not think they can do this at all. So that's just going to be free dragon taken, although now potentially the support caught out.
I just can't believe how quickly Halo fell down.
It's a magic trick, mate. Now you see me.
No, you don't. Well, there you have it. Legacy now sitting on a soul point. 20% reduction on those ultimates. Going to come in handy here. We'll be fighting for a 28-minute soul point.
And you can just tell that Legacy, they've had a couple of, I call them mental wins to me. They just have a little bit more control of the map now. They've caught a couple more people out of position. And you can see that Avant, they're just a little bit more hesitant to actually contest some of these objectives. And I think it is starting to show, like, that's a Scuttle Crab taken on Avant's side of the map, technically. They're getting Chaz to play away from objective side, whereas Chaz, you know, at 223 CS, is probably, he's the man that you probably need around the Baron buff at the moment. So I think just really nicely done from the Legacy lineup to ensure that they are getting the game back on their terms.
Speaking of, I think Hella's done actually a really impressive job. We see so many times mid-karmers fall down by very big margins in terms of farming, given that their job is to facilitate and act in a two-man system. But everything has been provided to Raze. And, well, he's actually going to be looking to build towards the Death Dance as well. So, really reliant on his supports to give him the attack speed that he needs. Fully building into what I'd have to say is a spell slinger at this stage, because, well, that hurt.
Certainly didn't. Flash out of Lisa. And when, you know, when you're playing junglers that are tanks, it's not all that important. You know, flash on Sejuani, who really cares all that much. But when you're playing something like a carry, obviously it hurts nearly as much as when you lose it as the 80 carry role. Now in the mid lane, they go for it. And they're just crushing them at the moment. Legacy, anywhere they go, they just are racing members of Avant Gaming.
They're struggling to get control of this mid lane right now. They're getting pushed out of their own base. 3 turrets to 1. They've got the pressure bot side. They've got the vision to catch members on the rotation. And given that the mid tier 1 is broken too, they haven't really achieved much in terms of pick potential.
And they can see the Karma just sitting top. Sure, he has teleport, but if you just hard engage mid, how do they actually get the Karma there in time? But Avant just letting the pace of the game be completely in Legacy's wheelhouse. And this is what Legacy do. They kind of trick you into making you think that you have less options than you do. Then you watch the game back and you think, why didn't we just go here?
Tempered Fate connects. Once again, the target is Appy. Paprise on the hunt on a flank. Forced to disengage away, but that is not the engagement that Legacy were looking for, and that's not the turnaround that Avant wanted either. Baron continues to be a threat, not a commitment for the dance. It seems like mid-control, while still important, is just fueling the idea that we got a minute 30 before the soul point.
And we'll see exactly how the Soul's fought, whether Legacy try and use it to secure themselves a Baron. You can see how good their topside wards are. Whether this is actually just the full-on 5v5. Whether Avant just decide Cloud Dragon, not all that worthwhile to fight over. I would disagree with them. I think you can't really give Cloud Soul at this stage, but we'll see how they go. And here comes the pain for Paprise, because this is what you can expect out of the attack speed now.
Yep, he locks you in place with the Frozen Mallet, and then he shreds your armor as well with the Black Cleaver, and that's going to do wonders here for making sure that Raze, having opted for this full physical damage build, he chucks out that boomerang. The boomerang brothers is what I'm going to call this comp. True Aussie
absolutely. Comp. Well, the thing about Topoon is right now, he never wants to leave this bottom lane ever again. His job is that if he is more useful than the Scion in the fight, he'll go to the fight. But I just think he's way more useful in the side lane. So why not just keep Scion pinned to this turret forever and a day? Never relent. Keep chipping away at the objective. Make your team play a good 4-man game. And instead just, you know, look to open up the base and, you know, not let the super tank actually frontline. Because without Scion in the composition, Avant's comp actually looks very wonky. It has no engage. With Scion, it looks really nice. So why would you even risk it, Skimmy?
Yeah, they've been able to find those moments just yet. Even Trinity Falls coming out here for the Ezra as opposed to the Frozen Fist. Just pure damage between these two skill shot carries. Going to be very important.
And are they just going to ditch this dragon for a Baron attack? Because the dragon's gone, make no mistake.
There you have it. 30% ultimate reduction, a ton of movement speed when the ultimate is used.
Nah might be able to get 2 ults in a fight.
Certainly maybe. Tempered Fate gets chucked on out, will not connect, sidestepping on the spear. Everybody once again collecting their faults, gathering themselves towards the mid lane. Second turret falls on down. Are they gearing up for a siege? It's a push into a Baron turnaround. That is on the hunt. They want to disengage. Coming should provide a magical journey as well. Sion is so deep behind enemy lines right now. 1v5. He might die before his team can try and even attach and connect with him, but the Lantern gets himself out. And Locket is popped as well to provide them with their own form of a mini Karma Shield. Both teams, you know, a ton of gap closing potential, but both just not keen to fully connect.
Yeah, you can see what Bard does to kind of terrain, right? He just changes how the fight is going to look, either through stuns or through that magical journey. Very well played from Isles there. Ray's also cutting back nicely, and the Sion ult is the one tool they have to get in, and it's been navigated masterfully from this Legacy lineup. Now still 8,000 gold in the lead. You can see Halo's gone back. He's grabbed himself his fancy cap, and now exactly where he wants to be in this game. You'd have to assume, yep, there it is. Death Stance done for Raze as well. At 3 items, especially to the 2 of the Avant Gaming members, I just don't know whether there's a way they can actually win this game now.
It's very terrifying. He's a wizard that does damage, but also buffs up your main carry, who is doing a ton of damage. That boomerang, I'd imagine, is looking to chunk at least half your health bar on 1 cooldown. Question is, when do Avant look to fully commit to this one? They've been on the back for the most part of this game. As you say, Sign has been locked to try and match Tapoon, who's done a fantastic job of targeting these side lanes and forcing his hand to you know, really match. But the gold lead continues to bloom from 2k to 4k to now what we're looking at 8k.
Yeah, but I think even though Tapoon's done a really good job split pushing, he's actually done an even better job of deciding when split pushing isn't necessary and just grouping for objectives. Like, they've got 4 dragons. Most of the time he's been on that side of Summoner's Rift, right? Now you can see they're pressuring Baron, so he is just going to set up bottom side. Doesn't have teleport, so technically this is a risk. Avant can force a fight with mismatched numbers if they get a good ward, but just always in the clock because the Gnar can end the game, especially with the 3 items that he has drawn.
Well, I was going to say, I think Legacy could force their hand and do that dance and put Avant into a bit of a weird situation where they say, if you come at us, if you burn a teleport with the Sion, we can just disengage away from you, and then we look to try and push and threaten an inhibitor. So, wouldn't put the idea away from Legacy here, but we'll see how they decide to try and set up.
I don't think they're interested in that. I think they're just going to continue to group him. Level 16, 3 Wind Dragons. He might be able to get 2 ultimates off in a fight, Skimmy. It is a very low cooldown. I don't know exactly what it is, but Tapoon's ultimate would be around the 20 seconds mark, to be honest.
Could be critical in deciding how these fights work. His ability to knock the entire team into terrain, force a big stun, line them up so damn easily for the follow-up damage that Legacy have in their pockets. Tons of stuns, tons of lockdown. Will we see the explosion happen?
Avant just look lost.
They do.
They need a map. I know you pretend like you don't need one, Ezreal, but you really need a map right now because they haven't actually made a proactive game play to win this game in a very long time. They tried once to Sion ult down mid. I'll give them credit for that. But apart from that, it has really just been bouncing waves. And when your main carry is a Sivir, who is now 350 CS or farming 30 CS above the clock of where the game state is, I just don't know whether you're going to win that game. You cannot let Legacy grind you down and beat you like this. You have to be able to actually fight back. And I just don't think that they've used enough of their tools to be able to do that.
Feels like frustration in mid lane, where the last 15 minutes have been predominantly spent.
I hope they're frustrated, because I'm definitely frustrated. Appy caught again.
Yep, it is the battle between the supports once again. That's the Tempered Fate, and that is Appy's health bar evaporating in the blink of an eye as the exchange takes place mid 2. And Raze, despite being put to sleep, still takes that kill. That's 2 gone now. That might be the numbers advantage that they need for Legacy to then force that Baron at 33 minutes in. Look to push for the end.
thing is, you can't let Topoon staunch you on mid lane like this. Finally, Violet goes in, but where's Paparai's ultimate? They need to be able to stop this Baron. They can't let it go down without a fight.
Elder is up in 50 seconds as well if they needed an insurance policy, as if they needed any more power at this stage of the game. There's the Baron.
If I'm Legacy, I don't even look at Elder right now. I just run straight down mid lane.
Oh, for sure.
Like Avant, you know they're going to have walked in there, got as many wards as they can down, you know, tried to get some cheat. But, you know, just walk straight up mid lane, start hitting that turret, stay there for 3 minutes, win a team fight, win the game. There is no point going near this Elder Dragon.
Cloud Soul, Baron buff, and 4 items on Raze, who's now gone in for a Phantom Dancer. Halo, giving himself up for that final fight, actually picks up a Magi's. Because why not? Get some more shields, get some more damage.
I mean, his build's kind of done at 3 items, right? That's the best thing about Karma. So after that, it's just about, you know, getting more AP. Not a huge fan of this. You're actually technically giving Avant what they want. All they want right now is one chance at being able to win this game. They don't care about the top wave creeps. They know they're not going to catch up in gold. All they need is one shot to win the game, get an Elder Dragon, something along those lines. Legacy have started it up.
Legacy got some solid vision control around the entrance into this Dragon Pit, but as you say, looking to try and make this a 50-50, 2-level smite difference between the junglers. There's the headbutt to go on in as Topoon tanks up the world and more, forced to flash away, might survive in mini form, falls on down. Bryce gets the shut down. Now it is a smite fight. As you say, Tempered Fate locks the dragon and Appy once
Babip's
more.
so low, just hit the dragon.
Yeah, he did. Babip connects with that spear. Chase is down to half. As a result, the fight is split. Avant a group, but Legacy coming in from left and right. Halo is there to protect the Boomerang Man himself. He is looking to try and make a fight work on their front, but Avant are getting run between left and right. I don't know where to go to peek out Isles. He's gone. Now, is this the fight that brings Avant back into this game? The hook will not connect, but the dragon will reset. Despite Legacy being up by 10k gold, they're bringing this game down to chaos.
And Chaz has teleport, so they can actually wait for their mid laner to come back right now and fight a genuine 5v3 for 15 seconds. Here we go.
They're looking for it. Babip bounced across once again. Ooh, the hook was very, very close there. Pat Rice had somebody locked in his sights. They sights about the bubble. Not going to fall victim just yet. On the hunt, goes on through. Raze looking to try and chase these members down. Looking for the 1v5 play. Can't do that. Doesn't have a cleanse. Is in a ton of problems. In a ton of trouble. Falls on down. Graves takes him out. Pat Rise low. Can he get executed? Now, can he fight from the afterlife as well? A chaotic set of passage of play. Legacy make the numbers mismatch still work in their favor. Raze acting as a tank, a damage dealer, and more. Forget the Elder. It was a buff, but it was a bait. And now with all the dancing, with all the minions flooding top lane, they go to break open an inhibitor.
Yeah, they certainly do. It is going to maybe be game here as well. They do have 4 members streaming up there. It is just going to be Lisa and Appy trying to repel this siege. They need to be able to get the creep wave, which they do, but they're just taking it up, Skimmy. That should be it.
That should be it indeed. A week 6 that didn't go their way, but they come back fighting. Week number 7 is where they're at. And they're going to take down Avant in 37 minutes. A slow burner, but a win nonetheless. And one to build up confidence.
Yeah, it certainly should be. Halo had a much improved performance this time around. On the Karma, not something I'm used to seeing him play. Raze, once again, just grew further and further into that game. A lot of early game priority. Bit of a lull, that's what you expect out of traditional marksman. Late game, absolute monster. And Topoon with the 2v1 solo kill. Good signs there for Legacy. Disappointing game, I would say, for Avant Gaming as well.
A composition that we had high hopes for in terms of pick potential, especially between the Ezreal and the Zoe, but just never really found that moment to sort of execute upon what their strat was. We're definitely getting run around the map by what Legacy were trying to do, and as you said at one point in the game, for about a 15-minute passage of time, it was sit mid, hope that something happens, but it never did, and you could see the frustration coming out from Appy, always looking to try and be the one to engage, always receiving the Tempered Fate to prevent that and getting collapsed upon in the end himself. That's going to do it for game number 2. We're going to jump to a quick break, and when we return, it's a big one for day 1. It is Chiefs taking on the Direwolves.
Today is the NeoSurf Cup, and we're going to be playing against Misfits, so hopefully we can bring home the win.
NeoSurf is simple, safe and secure. You can go to your local shop and get a voucher code and use it online, preferably to buy League of Legends skins.
He's got it! This is deadly! He's got it!
If you're craving the taste of your favourites, head to Macca's for a fast, safe and contactless drive-through experience. For your Macca's run, contact-free, we'll be here.
Good luck. Have fun.
Thanks.
Welcome back, John. Same room?
You look even worse than the last time.
Hard finding the time to do anything for myself. With my job and kids, you know.
I sure do. We hear that a lot. Now, just relax.
Fantastic. Whatever universe that ad, like game universe that ad is set in, I want to play that.
I don't want any fingers in my ears is the only thing I can think of when I'm watching that ad, man. Oh.
But can't you feel the fingers go in? It's like a Q-tip. Oh, I don't know if I love it or hate it. I feel something, and isn't that the important thing about a brand? All right, congratulations there to Legacy. Rusty, Legacy not necessarily playing at their peak performance, but certainly back on track, you would say, since last week?
Yeah, definitely in the right direction. They basically just really, really slowed the game down to a pace where they could only be comfortable in, and a lot of the onus was then on the other team to try and be proactive and make plays. And it hit a point for maybe like a 10 to 15 minute period where both carries of AV were sitting in mid lane sharing farm, where Legacy were just flowing up and down, bot lane, top lane, just slowly getting further ahead to a point where it was just over. And AV kind of let it get to that point. So that's why I would say it's good from Legacy. They played well, but definitely a game that was the onus was on their opponents to make something happen. They didn't.
Absolutely. Well done, Legacy. It's glad to see you back. Also back, EPOS, they want to give you some headsets. You saw the headset there. I believe the headset that we will give you will not include two enormously fat fingers to insert themselves into your noggin, but I can't guarantee that. You can get your hands on a GSP 600 gaming headset. All you need to do is reply to our tweet at OPL on Twitter. Reply to the tweet we have on our page about your most out-of-the-world gaming experience. What gaming experience was the greatest in your lifetime, a moment, a memory, something cherished for you, the most epic thing you've done in a video game. Let us know. We're going to announce the winners live on the OPL as we run through some of the stories. And the two best stories are going to win themselves a GSP 600 headset. It's that easy to get two massive fingers in your ear. No fingers, but a lot of money. NeoSurf want to give that to you instead. they are going to give $500 away to one lucky winner and $100 to 5 runners-up. All you need to do is film a video of you joining our opening titles, become a part of the OPL, send that video via DM to @OPL, and follow @NeoSurf Esports on Twitter @NeoSurf Esports. You can get involved in the opening titles, get yourself $100 or $500 worth of NeoSurf voucher credit for use in the League of Legends store. Thank you very much to EPOS and NeoSurf. Legends as always. Spawn, you suddenly sat up. You were activated. What happened?
Do you want to know the honest truth?
Yes.
I was like, wow, I really could go to bed. And then I was like, wow, you have 3 hours of show left, my friend. Sit up and shut up.
I'll tell you what. Sleeping streams are catching on.
Are
And I
they?
reckon, yeah, they are. And I reckon we could totally do one.
My
Who
camera
would
also
not-
went blurry, so I'm going to have to fix it. Just give me...
Who would not want to watch Rusty sleep? Tell me in chat. And anyone who says no, you're a liar. All right, let's move on because we've got a second half of a competition to get through. This is League Champion Knockout.
The sun's out, the crowd's ready. Let's reckon!
It ends here.
You have not earned victory this day.
Loki Cat AU says, if my NeoSurf video replaced one of the casters, I'd want my video to involve hiding the caster in a cupboard. All right. Well, if you need help making a video, I can jump in a cupboard for you. All right. We got through half of Ionia. Let's round it out. This should be
Yes.
faster because Skimmy isn't here. Karma versus Ivan.
Ivan. He's a friend of the forest.
He's a tree. Like, come on.
He loves the way the grass feels fluffy between his toes. What more could you want? Karma's fine, but she's no Ivan.
I actually just hate both of these champions, so I abstain from the vote.
All right. Well, I'll take Ivan because he's also a bit of an OPL meme. It brings back memory of Bryce. We like that. We like Bryce enough to at least not let him be beaten by Karma. But Ivan's certainly not going the whole way. I'll tell you that much. But 75% of the vote from the chat. Ivan, the clear winner. All right.
Yeah.
Kennen versus Lee Sin.
Ooh, these are once again... I actually really like Ionian champions.
Yeah.
Yeah, there's a lot of... And I feel like there's a lot of iconic champions as well from Ionia.
Well, Lee Sin is my favorite champion ever. I watched a video, I'm going to say it was like in Season 1, where Hotshot, Nidalee GG, kicked my brother in the ass. My brother was a Lee Sin. And ever since then, he's been my most played champion. So I'm going with Lee Sin.
I feel like you'd be, like... It's hard not to vote for Lee Sin, first of all. Kennen's a great champion. I enjoy Kennen. He was in Season 1, actually one of the champs that I played when I played competitively. But Lee Sin just has it all, man. He's the highest mastery champion as well, so I'm on board with Lee Sin.
I'll tell you what, you said it's hard to... did you say it's hard to vote for Kennen?
Hard not to vote for Lee Sin.
Right, okay.
Yeah.
Hard not to vote for Lee Sin. I'll tell you who's finding it hard. Chat, only 35%.
Oh, that's
are
just
Lee
so
Sin
wrong.
faithful. We got 66% want Kennen to win.
Who
Unfortunately,
wants a
chat.
Swamp Rat to win?
Who wants a Swamp Rat to win? Even if he does have little lightning shooting out of him. I'll tell you what, chat. You don't get this one, because if you really cared this much to win, you would have worked the hard yards to become a host or caster on the OPL. So you didn't, so you don't get it. So this one's going to Lee Sin. Congratulations. I mean, speaking of Ionia, my god. Speaking of iconic league champions, like the champions you think of when you don't even know what the game is. Up next, Master Yi versus
Whoever's the other one.
Yeah, Shen is way cooler.
Just not
I hate
Master Yi. Just never Master Yi. And if there's a Tarek in here as well at some stage, just not Tarek.
Yeah.
Just neither of them. Get him out of here.
I dodge if I have a Yi on my team and if I'm against a Yi.
Yeah.
Really?
Yes.
Why?
100%. Because, like, you know they're going to play funnel or they're going to int. And I don't want to play a game where I have to play with a funnel and I have to wait 15 minutes for them to carry. And I don't want to play a game where they're inting either. And I don't want to play against an inter or a funnel either.
Yeah, 100%. And the thing is, like, just to give some clarity, I like Tarek. but it's the same reason. It's gameplay. If you see a Taric, you know something's up, and it's fishy, and you don't want to be a part of it.
Yeah, and the thing is that while Shen is the worst ninja ever, that's all I got.
Well, chat says, Mercury O says, Yi can literally wipe out entire armies in seconds in his lore. But then Asher1212 says Shen literally blocks auto, wins by default.
Yes, Shen is like actually one of those annoying Trump. Like, he's the fog that turns people into cheese card.
Oh, and yeah, I get the reference. I get the reference. All right, congratulations, Shen, and 82% of the chat backing Shen. Master Yi, get out of here. Why were you even made? It's time to get rid of that. All right, up next, Syndra versus Varus. Who are we picking? The best of the purples.
Okay, do you like attractive purple girl or attractive purple boy?
That's a good question. Why not both?
Yeah, correct. You don't have to actually only choose one.
It's a tough one. I was going to say, I'm a mid laner, so I'm preferential to Syndra, but Varus also goes mid lane.
Yeah, you played a lot of Varus mid when we duoed together, to be honest.
He's just
I was going to say who has the best hair, but they both have basically the same hair.
Yeah, they're actually just male-female of each other.
Yeah.
Like,
are we only
Varus
just realizing this?
Varus has got the broad shoulder, Syndra's got the broad hips. Like, they're half of each other's bodies. Whoever built these characters has terrible proportions. That's all I'm saying.
The waist on Varus he's like a Bond's like chest bust thing. It's
he's
ridiculous.
me. He's actually never done a day of legs in his life.
Okay, well, we're going to have to go to the chat for this one then. And they're going Syndra at 57% of the vote. So there you go. Congratulations. All right, we got one more to go. One more. We can get it in here before we get into the game. Okay, Zed versus Wukong. Go.
Zed. I don't have a reason.
I love Wukong. I love the fact that his pole extends and he rides around on Nimbus like Goku.
All right, okay, Zed because there's a Wukong in everything. There's not a Zed in everything.
That's a...
Monkey King is actually in everything.
Yeah, well, you're treading a very fine line there, Jay. I was going to say Wukong because he's cool and he looks different than just like dude in armor, but then Rusty, you make a good point. There's a monkey in everything. Oh, Zed, 75% of the vote from the chat. 61% now. Okay, cool. Well, let's get out of here before it goes to 50-50. Hung on this again. Congratulations, Zed. That is the Ionia League champion knockout. Done. We are making our way towards the greatest League of Legends champion of all time, as chosen by the OPL, the greatest region of all time. And it's time to move on to one of the greatest OPL teams of all time. It is the Chiefs versus, I would say, another one of the greatest teams of all time. It's Direwolves. Chiefs versus Direwolves. Who are we picking for this one? Rusty.
Oh, I'm going to go Direwolves.
Oh, I am as well.
Noise.
Oh.
The rebrand has just brought me in on the Direwolves. I'm a big fan of their rebrand, and I think they're going to have some great content because they're now working with Will, who is someone that I've worked with in the past. So I'm on the Direwolf pack hype train.
All right, I'm going to be contrarian and just go for Chiefs. Will, you get your time to shine with the victory video, but it won't be until tomorrow. Let's jump into game number 3 for the evening. It is Chiefs versus Direwolves, and it is coming up with the Macca's Champ Select.
They're not
really good. Crocs, really good jungler, so hopefully I don't verse just 1v1, but in mid jungle 2v2, Claire, always inting me on solo queue, so hopefully you can play on same as on stage.
So last time I versed Chiefs, I had to verse Crocs Rek'Sai top in lane. It was quite tough, he was just there the whole time. And I'd say, he outperformed me pretty hard in the top matchup, GP versus Rek'Sai. So next time I verse Croc, I hope the matchup goes a bit better.
I think Castle Kalista is pretty good. I hope Castle pick Kalista.
Chiefs as a whole haven't been looking too good lately. It looks like they're on the down and down. They've been struggling in a lot of their games. I think Draku is right, I guess.
Claire, I think, has been the best performer on Chiefs so far, but recently kind of got exploited for his, at least recently, shallow champion pool. So I think that's something we can punish him for again.
And welcome back for the third game of the night. The Chiefs looking to bounce back from a weekend that they'll be sure to want to forget, up against a reworked Direwolves, I want to call it. Brand new logo, but still really impressive form. And this is a big game for them to continue their chance at going tied with Order. That would put them at an even score with Order at second spot. But if Chiefs can win this game, then they tie the Direwolves in third.
Yeah, very important game actually for both of these teams, right? Not just for placements, but form checking for Chiefs is going to be another big factor that we have to look at. Not the best week last week themselves. Legacy, a lot of the top of the table struggled, and that Order and Direwolves just kind of kept creeping on up there. So very big week for both respective teams and all of the top four, if I'm being honest with you. And we do get to find out, Skimmy, if the Direwolves remake, as you called it, is similar to the Rise, in that no matter what you change, they always end up being broken and the exact same. We'll see.
It's interesting because I think what Shock brought up there in the video was actually quite important because they've banned away the Oriana, they've taken the Syndra. Those have been the two most played here by Claire. 4 games on both. So looking to put him onto something a little bit different, and he has been the one that has been driving in terms of form. I mentioned Chaz in the game prior with his stats. For the most part, it was all otherwise led here by Claire. He's in the form of his life right now. And that's what they're going to be looking to try and bank on because, their bot lane hasn't been as strong as it has been at past. I feel like they're really missing the likes of Korea CK. No takeaway from Draco, obviously still looking to try and work his way into that role. But no doubt, both Vital and Decoy will be looking to exploit that.
Yeah, it's one of those things, right, where you would say the best time to beat the Chiefs was in the first 6 weeks when Draku was coming into this new role. But he's been able to play top lane champions in there and Yumi with relative success all the time. A lot of the champions, even though he won some with the Karma that he was getting exploited on, was that pick. And that's where things like, an Ashe and a Thresh you can put together in bottom lane, be very punishing as a 2v2. That was being wildly successful for the opponents of the Chiefs. We've got a Senna this time around, and I will say that last time we saw this, Katsuri was often the one just playing farm Senna, which is entirely possible, but it also does mean that Draku, once again, maybe gets to hide any kind of, weaknesses or new steps, learnings that he'll have in the support role because he can play a tank champion.
Yep, we won't get the Karma Center this time around because it has been banned away, but one thing I do want to touch about, we talk about duos. Let's talk about both the link-up between Miru and Shock. Shock, his last 3 games, Miru, whose last 3 games have been the Lee Sin. He's looked so damn impressive on every single performance so far, and his coordination and link-up with Shock has managed to accrue him such a big lead to get in the mid laner online so early on.
Yeah, a lot of mid-focus. Very different from the Direwolves, right? A lot of their look-ins were towards top lane from Mir in the first split. So to see a lot of focus going towards Shock, who again, just so incredibly consistent, is very good to see and very rewarding, clearly, for the side of the Direwolves, and it's not going to be the Oriana carry for Shock this time around, but he does snag that Syndra away from Claire and is still definitely a champion and a matchup that you could consider camping again.
Wukong and Ornn, both champions that Chippies and Tien, very familiar with, very comfortable on. Not going to be chosen here today. If we're going to get ourselves the Nautilus, it becomes, you want to say, apparent that it is going to be the Fasting Center bot lane duo. A pick that Draku has become more and more comfortable on as the weeks go by.
Yeah, definitely would expect that to be a farming Nautilus if they do lock in the center. Of course, at the same time, it can actually just be a farming center with a Nautilus support. I love the variability in that. We'll wait to see, of course, what the last pick is. It's Draku hovering, so we'll wait for the actual champions. And on the other side, Direwolves, they've gone for the Bard, so a bit of extra mid-range for their composition in terms of engage tools to go with the Ashe in that bottom lane. Ashe, obviously a very strong champion and can hold her own in the 1v1, so they picked the Bard to be a bit more variable around the map and really open themselves up for whatever they would like as a 5th pick. They've got good mixed damage, they've got engage, they've got a decent teamfight composition if they wanted, or they could make sure that the Volibear is going top lane, hard counter it if they wanted. Champions like Kayle perhaps could exist in this. Come for the Direwolves.
The hovering the Scion.
The anti-Kayle. They've gone all in on the deep fighting, Skivvy, so they've made their decision that they want Chippies to be grouped with the team.
I think everyone wants a little bit of taste of the Swiper success when it comes to playing that Scion right now. There's another top laner that is bringing it to the forefront. We'll see if they can find the ranged, the hard engagement as a result of that one. 10-14, slight buff here to Sejuani. That's what Croc is going to opt into. Going to be a tanky jungler, so going to hope that he does not get bullied out of his jungle very early on by the likes of this informed Miru Lee Sin.
Yeah, Chiefs are, I would say, very notorious. They love to pick a lot of tanks. They often drafted compositions, and it's interesting because Vital even mentioned this in that pre-talk video. I'd love to see like a Katsuri Kai'Sa or something of the like. This is the type of composition where you'd be pretty happy with the Kai'Sa, right? You've got a bunch of crowd control to apply the plasma stacks, really get into the mix, but it's a Senna who isn't, you know, the highest DPS champion, especially in the fasting builds. And you'd have to probably go the lethality variant to really stay in this one. So a lot of this is about either getting an early lead or having Claire just pop off. And we know the Direwolves play a lot around mid lane, so this could be decided very early.
And that's what I think is so interesting, right? Is you're looking at comforts for the three major inform carries between Vital, Shock, and Miru. They've played these picks for the most part of the last 3 games, as I said. You're looking to try and target Claire, who's in really, really hot form himself, but then being forced onto the Azir to try and slow down the tempo and try and play the more scaling-oriented style of gameplay. I get terrified that, you know, if they can bully and expose this fasting center lane again, which is a pick or a style that Chiefs, more than any team, really like to cater towards, that Direwolves can run away with this one.
Yeah, I think a lot of this for Direwolves is actually, it's almost entirely dependent on their own individual abilities to use big spells. So you've got a Scion ultimate that can start chugging down lanes. You've got a big Bard ultimate possibly used there as well. And if those go well, then I think things look really good for the Direwolves. And when we're looking at the early pathing as well, if the Lee Sin gets any kind of lead over this Sejuani, becomes a much better experience for Direwolves overall. Where for the Chiefs, again, get an early lead if you can. You've got a Volibear into a Scion matchup up here. You should have a pretty good time on this side of the map. You've got melee champions in top lane and bot lane with a Nautilus. So a lot of CC can be applied for this Sejuani. So there's a couple of avenues of attack here. And the only concern with that is you don't want to isolate mid. And you don't have a cleanse opponent. So Chiefs, I think, actually have a lot of good options, especially at level 6.
You're going to have to hope that the road to level 6 does not get disrupted too much. As I mentioned, Miru has been in such solid form so far, being able to get these kills. They have a 100% collection rate on the first Herald in the last 5 games, and they're the team with the highest gold difference at the 15-minute mark, sitting above their opponents, usually around the 2,500 gold state, which is a ton of gold, a major item at the very least, completed. So Chiefs are going to be hoping that they can try and slow down the crazy early game that Direwolves look to achieve and play for those 2-item spikes.
Definitely a good way to attack this one. Wouldn't be too dismayed by the composition to play towards that as well. Probably not going to see anything similar to Legacy from that last game as well for those at home. Chiefs do have a tendency to be much more forward and aggressive, particularly if they get a sniff of an opportunity. So you might see some passive cerebral play from the Chiefs, but set them off and they will absolutely continue to push forwards as early game, all about getting that wave control.
Certainly is. And I'm glad you mentioned that point, right? Because Chiefs, they are a team that present so many carries. Essentially every single player on this team wants to carry in their own right. And despite not being on, you know, your bruisers like the Fioras and the Camilles and the Kalis and whatnot, they still have Engage. They still have serious Wombo Combo, and true to their name, if they find that moment in their match where they can also try and connect, they'll punish you. As we see a little bit of a nice trade work in their favor bot side.
Yeah, and speaking of bot side, we have to look at who's farming in this one. And I don't want to say it's too surprising. Katsuri is actually going to be the one hard farming this lane out. So Draku is playing dedicated support Nautilus. No fasting to be seen this time around. And there's also the Glacial Augment build for Katsuri. So he has committed himself to a much more lethality-based damage type build. In terms of armor builders on the opposing side, it really is mainly chippies. You'll get your Zonias perhaps there for Shock in mid lane, maybe a small amount of armor as well for Decoy. So he's still going to be doing a decent amount of damage, and that's really important. If he's not there to consistently apply damage, Chiefs are a 1 carry comp. They definitely need Katsuri to be online.
Yeah, certainly do. As you mentioned, the lethality build, giving you the Umbral Glaive Power Spike to start things off with, the ability to control that vision, which could be very important in forcing these fights and getting the rotations in their favor. Grasp, obviously another build that we tend to see, but not going to be the case here. Croc's going to rock top lane and say hello. Drops down a ward as Chippy says, I don't want any of this. Out goes the Permafrost and out goes the damage. A flash, a kill, and a first blood going for the Chiefs.
Yeah, real easy there from Croc. He's going to be able to just net himself the kill under turret, gets smacked 3 times, was 1 away from dying. No idea why he turned there, but will survive. A nice little first blood into the bank of Croc. Easy as you'd like.
That's so good. As a Sejuani especially, to get a kill before the level 6 mark. And to put Miru as a Lee Sin in a situation as to how's this happened.
And Chippy's in the pre-game video. It was like, yeah, the top lane matchup last time we played was pretty rough. It was, you know, Gangplank against Rek'Sai as Croc just didn't stop camping me. Well, welcome back to the same game, Chippies. You try and get a ward in the tri-bush, and it's too late. He's already on top of you.
Yep, he's going to have fun with that 2v1 once again. So that's going to help to try and get these guys online. Not much power at this stage in the bottom lane. A lot of passive damage, but Croc has been very present so far. He's got his vision around the bot side. Mao looking to try and connect because Sinner landed the root. Can he get a magic journey? Flashing forward into it! That's a beautiful interrupt, but Decoy might still just get on out. Croc chases him. The hill comes out. Locked in place. Pimmerfrost flash away. Miru's in the area. It's going to be a 3v3, but Shock's the first one to rotate across. Can they make this a fight? Oh, that's a 3-man stun. Syndra with the orb, Syndra with the CC, Syndra with the kills. They can't run now because that is an Ashe with a volley and a connection. And Miru is angry. Don't gank my lanes. There's a double kill. That's the link up, and that is Shock with a double kill.
Yeah, hyper aggressive from the Chiefs, taking the portal that they were using to get to safety dials, gets into the enemy tri-bush. They even push away the Lee Sin, but at the same time, there was the numbers game in favor of the Direwolves. We'll see this skirmish again because they do hit all of their spells, vital flashes to make sure that he gets out to safety, and Deepo gets cancelled. So that actually procs all of those Sedge passives, and no health for the Direwolves. But there is already a Syndra just sprinting down here. I think it was a Ghost used or something. Just incredibly fast. Actually walked over a dead Scuttlecrab, which is why Katsuri trying to net a trade just goes super far forwards, and he's just not going to be able to find it. I think he realized there wasn't any disengage. They'd used everything they could to start that off. And so he tried to make the best out of a bad situation, but it did not get better.
Certainly did not. And what looked so good for their, with Chiefs being so present on the map and being so aggressive on all fronts, gets punished and gets punished hard. I don't believe Claire actually had any mind to even interact and even present the opportunity to try and make that a numbers advantage, but yeah.
Yeah, Claire's teleport you with, I was thinking during the fight, like, where is it? But they didn't have any wards or anything to place for him to even consider teleporting, right? So he didn't actually have a chance to assist his team. It was just doomed the second Shock got there.
Despite a first blood going the way of the Chiefs, Direwolves bite back, and they bite back hard. They get the first dragon as well. That means that the gold will start to favour them. Gold in all the right places, you have to say as well there, Rusty. You get these two carries online, Vital and Shock will make you pay.
Yeah, and we already mentioned this through the draft, but it did feel like a lot of this game will be dictated, at least the pace of the game and how it snowballs will be determined through early game. And now that you've got a decent, sizable lead in mid lane from just those kills alone, becomes a lot harder to beat. Claire has gone for the Null Magic Mantle very early here as well, so is building just to survive his laning phase. For a Shock, you would expect, given that he got a very easy Lost Chapter purchase, will just be able to sustain himself in lane very, very easily, honestly, where that was one of the nerfs that Syndra copped, right? The mana cost on the Q was almost doubled, I think. Makes things a lot harder, but not anymore. He's going to have a very good time. Lots of priority in mid lane and ability to continue to help Mir.
Absolutely. I mean, as you say, that cost is going to be negated so much just by that one item purchase alone. That's going to work wonders to continue to find priority in that lane to assist and control what these objectives on the map could be. 8 minutes on the clock. I mentioned before, Direwolves have one of the most impressive rates as to controlling the first Heralds, given the current state of things. You have to imagine that it could be favouring them again. Shock also has a blue buff there in mind, so those minor problems, they just do not exist at this stage.
So yeah, just having a quick look, and decides it is not the right decision, and he's absolutely correct, as there was a Lee Sin hovering, and that does actually indicate that the lane swap has been fully implemented here. So you'd be expecting Tien to make his way to bot lane. He's now going to get a wriggle on. The sirens go off, he's going to queue his way through mid lane. So this map flip, usually going to be around the Rift Herald, and Direwolves got there significantly faster. Dragku caught as well.
He's in a whole bunch of trouble. Oh, disengages away and does not get hit by the arrow, but it does not change the outcome. Caught looking to plant down some vision and pays the price of his life.
Yeah, and that's real bad from Dragku, if we're being honest. You look at the state of the game, right? Tien's visibly crossed through mid lane, so they don't have any priority in the topside jungle. Croc was in base. So he was by himself and just on a solo warding mission gets punished for it, rightly so. It's a good punish from Direwolves, but definitely out of position there as teleports are coming in.
Yeah, Chiefs are looking like they want to try and contest this one. As you can see, 2 teleports being burnt. Both Clear and Tien getting into the fold of things. That's going to cancel out the Herald for the meantime. Now they found a pick. They're going to try and go in towards Shock. He's got a bounty. That's a big shutdown going the way of Clear. That's going to help him twofold. And if they can pick up this Herald as well, they can bridge this gold gap and take control of the game once more.
Yeah, Shock's flashed in that situation. It looked like a really good swoop from Claire to actually lock him down, so they will net themselves the kill, 500 gold and a Herald. Turning around what was a bad situation into something brilliant for the side of the Chiefs. You know, that's something the class of this roster can do. As Shock found himself very much caught out of position.
That's a big win for the Chiefs. They invest a double teleport, but they pay big time. And as you can see there, despite the gold still being down 1k, that Herald is going to negate that completely. And the volatile matchup of the mid lane, given a state of things where Claire has been so impressive, it's going to work wonders for him to reach that point in the game where Nazir can take control of things.
He might even be rushing the Banshee's Veil, perhaps, in mid lane. Does make things a little bit more difficult for the Syndra to try and find stuns if Azir is able to maintain his range. We'll see. We'll see. What it does mean, though, is no one mid laner is just massively ahead of the other one, barring item spike timing. Which is really interesting, because the state of this game then becomes wherever the mid laners go, they could be a raid boss, right? They're going to one-tap everyone. They're super scary. You have to respect them.
Yeah.
But they may not be able to do that to each other. So a lot of like mid lane rotations then become the most important thing. It's saying that, I think it is still worth pointing out that Shock is farming on the clock at 10 minutes and does have an extra kill, so definitely still has the gold lead.
He certainly does. A lot of that in part to the early lost chapter and the blue buff he received, whilst Claire did not have that kind of luxury afforded to him. But he will now. Just a question, will they now, based on the success of that previous fight, gear up for the second Dragon contest? We're seeing them right now posturing for that one. Chippies will have the advantage of being able to teleport in from the top side, whereas Tien is forced to run, as you can see him doing so on the minimap now.
Very early priority given towards the Direwolves. Numbers advantage, as you highlight, is about to cross back over the other way. So the Chiefs have a choice on if they want to clear the vision out, or if they want to actually establish some vision control at the Drake itself. Still very, very early on into this one, so not a lot of control wards readily available. Only the one sweeper that is on cooldown for Drag Crew, so vision still definitely a delicate thing. Does mean teleport flanks are available for Direwolves is the main point. Wish to.
We've seen the starts of a Manamune coming out here from Katsuri Center as well. Not opting for the locality just yet. That's going to be the cross-map ultimate here from Chippy. He's a 3-man tempered fate. Can they find a fight? Can they get a steal? Can they get the dragon? The dragon's a distant afterward at this stage. It gets stolen. Direwolves pick it up. Can they find some kills as well? Stormbringer into the backline as they execute the Lee Sin. Now Tien getting run down by an Ashe. One knockup from Messiah will guarantee it. As the map becomes a light. An Infernal Soul is what we're playing for, fitting for the explosive nature of these two teams. They win the dragon, they win the fight, and they win control of this map.
And that's the thing. Chiefs, they put themselves inside the Drake pit, maybe thinking they'll be able to disengage after they secure it. They've got a couple of dashes, they don't have many. And then Bard hits an ultimate into a Syndra stun onto all three of them. And they just don't get to play League of Legends. Claire tries to swoop Shock in, but misses the ultimate. Mir's just trying his best to disengage and buys enough time that Vital's able to get the damage down and secure a kill on Tien there as well. I mean, it was a close fight in the end, considering how well that started for the Direwolves and how hard they caught the Chiefs out.
More kills, and once again, it is the Direwolves carries that are there to finish the job and pick up the killing blow. More gold in their arsenal once again. Puts another bounty on their head. That's going to be enough for Vital to hit a major power spike over their opponents.
Monster.
He's got the Bladed Rune King at only 13 minutes in. Question is now, what can Chiefs do to match with this? They're going to summon the Herald top sides. Going to look to try and get as many plates as they can before it expires. And, well, Shelly got a bit confused.
Yeah,
won't do much.
Couldn't protect it. They actually, so they had very different lane assignments to the side of the Direwolves, right? Decoy in the area, so you'd suspect that Vital was nearby. They were correct. So they were able to clear the Herald, where it was just a top laner and jungler of the Chiefs on that side of the map. Chippy's currently smacking bot lane turret as well. And the real winner of the last couple of minutes has been Chippy's. He was so far behind in terms of farm and control of the game. You know, there was a lot of threat under turret for him at one point, but now he's able to, you know, break some structures in bot side, or at least get some damage down. He's caught up in farm. He's sitting pretty.
I mean, he certainly is, right? He was down, 20 CS, I believe you mentioned. Doesn't have to burn the ultimate. Can literally drift from top lane all the way through to Dragon. And they get to retain their macro control pressure.
It's all about the deploy, which is a very interesting thing to say that was the difference maker, but Direwolves just placing their bot lane in the correct place at the correct time nets them those small leads as Katsuri.
Oh! Fantastic performance there from Katsuri to evade all the CC coming his way. 3 key targets ready to roundhouse them into the team. Guarantee the enchanted arrow would have connected. Katsuri, far too disciplined, far too good. Won't fall down today.
Yeah, great flash. Ensuring his safety, albeit barely. He does still get himself out with all of his health as well. So now you know that the Chiefs may want to even consider defending this one. Even a chunk out could have been valuable for the Direwolves for really hard committing to a push up here. You've got a Syndra in the area as well, so they may consider this one. Chip is with the teleport available. I don't think that's the hill that Direwolves will choose to die on. Continue to play this game slowly, because if no one goes to bottom lane, then they don't need to make a play, right? They'll wait for the volley bear to show bottom, and then you'll most likely see Chippies after this wave disengage, has the teleport, will probably be in base by the time that comes out as well if they wanted to really threaten something.
See how they decide to gear up for this one here, Rusty. Shock's going to TP back to the mid-wave. And Croc's going to gain control of the vision by picking up the scuttle surrounding the Herald. The second Herald of the game. This one, you'd hope, can find a little bit more success.
Chippy's going through mid right now as well, so not situating himself in bottom lane at all does mean that they want to commit themselves to this Herald. Volley Bear's walking up here. Maybe force a teleport if the Chiefs are going to choose to contest this one, which they may. He has a Trinity Force spike, so this Volley Bear is actually very big if they get in here.
Worth mentioning that Direwolves have all of their flashes available, whereas Chiefs are missing 3 of them. Going to sacrifice the Herald. The second one goes in the way of Direwolves. 30 seconds on the third Dragon
enough
of the game.
time.
Good reset.
Managed to get themselves out. Another deep play just in time. They won't have full vision set up by any means around the Drake as it spawns, but now that they've got the first 2, even though they stole that second one, does actually make things a bit more stressful for the Chiefs. Have to answer in the area. They're currently waiting for a pick. And once again, Chippy's walking his way down is the thing that the Direwolves will most likely be waiting for, as well as a Hawk Shot, always available for the Ashe.
This can be the classic play we tend to see, especially when a Dragon is spawning, summoning the Herald mid and saying, what's your play? What's your response? Do you answer this? Or do you look to continue your control of the Dragon pit? The headbutt's going to connect. That's going to do a ton of sticking damage towards that mid turret. Gives the invitation for Direwolves to walk on in and assert their own control. As they find their target, it's going to be Tranku, and he gets deleted. He's going to use that stopwatch and actually keeps him alive for a lot longer than he would have hoped for. That's a shutdown. They're taking up 2. Both Lee Sin and Ashe are gone. This is a big win for Chiefs. All started here by Tranku baiting out so much attention his way. And that's just what the Doctor ordered. That's just what Chiefs needed to regain control. They're going to get themselves a Dragon on the board. That's going to work wonders to give Katsuri some items, some money, some more lethality.
And that's the thing, right? We've got a timing in this game where there's a bunch of tanks. They've definitely set themselves up, Chiefs, to look at some mid-game skirmishes and really feel they're strongest around that time period. You've got Dragu that goes in. Yes, he gets chunked out, but Croc's on the flank, and on the bot side flank as well. This pincer move comes in. A brilliant Sejuani ultimate, first and foremost, hitting basically everyone on the Direwolves. And they congest themselves, and they make this really easy for the Chiefs' composition to just hit it home. Claire, during all of this as well, is going to be left completely untouched on his first item spike. And really well played from the Chiefs, but super easy execution as well.
It looks so easy, as you say. You know, the initiation that started it with Croc, but then the Emperor's Divide that split that fight in half and meant that Shock was divided from his team, unable to really do much, wasn't even able to use his ultimate, and he's a big deal at this stage, sitting 4-1, well on his way to an early 20-minute Rabadon scap. but watched his team crumble around him.
There's the difference between teamfight positioning as well. If you're Syndra, you definitely want to find a position to use your ultimate on a carry. Easier said than done when you're fighting in choke points with 2 tanks dashing and jumping at you, though. Always going to be something you have to measure when it comes to these fights around objectives. The way that it's currently playing out, the one real... Oh, hold that thought. What on earth? What was all of that?
Well, he headbutt a wall. That's an angry beer emote. I've seen one.
It's always funny. Oh no, do we have to wait again? No, we're good. It's always funny when a Scion ults and yells cowards and just headbutts a wall. Like, it really makes you feel like he's a bit of an ogre running around.
Definitely not Shrek. He's not cute and cuddly. He gets the job done, though. And you mentioned it was going to be, what, a battle of the mid laners? It certainly seems to be the case so far. These previous skirmishes have, in most, been determined by their influence to dictate if they can find a pick or get a ton of damage to layer down.
Yeah, the other place of priority is actually the top lane for the Chiefs. After that last little skirmish, has found himself 2-1-3. He's going to be an absolute unit, and he's going up against an Ashe, right? So mid lane is huge. Item spike starting to come across here as well for Shock, and shouldn't be too far away from Claire. He's still pretty far behind, honestly, in terms of CS. But if an Ashe can deal with a volley bear, that's a pretty big difference maker. And the thing with these top laners, Skibby, is they're not farming. Not much at all. They're spending more time grouping with the team, you know, making rotations around the map than they are staying in lanes and threatening teleports. And that's really starting to add up.
I mean, you can see it there from the scoreboard, right? You know, Croc is ahead of his solo lane. Make sure that they have a big unit in the Sejuani to find those engagements. One thing that actually caught my eye that I'll talk on is the Mikhail's Crucible Rush here from Decoy. Given the fact that Vital hasn't gone for the cleanse, it's going to be very important to make sure, given that he has no mobility, he won't, you know, fall victim to the diving attempts that Chief showcased in that previous Dragon fight.
Vital nor Shock, right? And a lot of the crowd controls, basically you're getting it for Croc, right? You're getting it for the Sejuani, just throwing those ultimates in from long range. And if we start to hit objective-based team fighting, where a lot of the game just becomes an ARAM, you'll probably have Decoy in proximity of both carries. So that's a pretty good Mikhail's Crucible to rush, to make sure that your team doesn't just consistently get picked off every time a Sejuani has an ultimate. And that enables players like Shock to keep that teleport, to still be able to threaten inside lanes and put in the work, instead of needing like a cleanse against an Azir. Just not ideal.
Yeah, it certainly isn't. Now we start to see the power spikes come online for Vital. He's got himself that 2-item. So does Shock. Small advantage they'll have over their counterparts in the Chiefs. 60 seconds on the next Dragon.
Yeah, we're playing the game around Drakes right now. There is going to be a point eventually where the game will move towards the Baron Pit also, but mid lane outer turrets are still standing after 2 Heralds were taken. So this game is not really being played in mid lane. It's just so easy for both teams to use that as a pivot point. Really, we've got our anchors in mid. We're moving to the Drake. We're moving to the Baron. Until something breaks or a team fight goes incredibly one way and you can take those turrets for free, this is the way that it'll continue.
You can see them all converge on mid lane now, realizing how important it is to take those small margins which just buff them and grant them just a little bit of extra power. So maybe swing the fight in their favor. Katsuri still working on evolving that mana immune. Not the easiest job to do on a Senna.
I think the Chiefs definitely want Direwolves to come towards them as well. If you're walking into an Azir and a Senna, you're going to be doing a pretty tough go at it to try and stay in that type of team fight.
Yeah.
Sejuani then gets free opportunities as well. The Direwolves now going to play this one out where the Chiefs may have to come towards them if they keep control of this Drake. Grouping up like they are again is so risky for a Sedge ultimate.
There it is. It's going to land on the Chippy. He's not going to be minding that one too much. They're going to secure themselves the Dragon. There's so much wombo combo. The Bruiser boys get rowdy about it. That's a 2-man smackdown Raw as Tien gets himself a double kill. Yes, you've got the Dragon. Yes, you put yourself on a soul point, but we want to take your carries. They finally secure it. One final blow was all they needed. The Flashes are securing it, and it's an absolute fiesta on the Rift. The Empress Divide prevents Vital from joining his teammates and providing protection to the Afterlife clone of a Scion. He's the only one left surviving here, and there are healthy members of the Chiefs ready to take him down. A crushing defeat in terms of the Dragon, but a big win from the teamfight aspect.
I mean, it's just a bunch of beefsty boys running down the Dire Wolves. They lose so much of their health trying to actually stay in the fight and contest for this Drake. So Sejuani will throw the ultimate. Draco hits a nice hook as well, so lots of health gone from Mir. Even though the Bard ultimate is good, it's not going to stop TN. So again, the tanks come in, and Vital does as much damage as he can. Let's preface all of this with that. Croc, super lucky to get this kill, by the way, because the auto was in midair. And Vital actually takes out Claire here with a nice little flash over the Emperor's Divide. Vital playing incredibly well through that fight. It is worth highlighting as the Chiefs still win the fight. But not the Drake, right?
Not the Drake. It's like a little tidbit, like a PS, not the Drake.
Soul Point.
Soul Point is a big one to talk about, as Direwolves have definitely been having their priority focused on that. It's been 2 different fights now where Croc has been far more invested in the CC layering that his team present. And has been obviously very successful in what it's presented us with so far. Tien, strong sticking power onto the Ashe, and with a Frozen Heart as well. Just going to make his life just that much worse.
And Croc's gone for the Warmogs build, which usually I look at a Warmogs style build and it's like, well, 1, my opponents have poke, so I need to stand in front of my team. That's a possible option. 2 is we're going to like use the Baron as a pivot tool, so we have the Warmogs to just be able to infinitely tank it. And I do feel like it is going to be primarily the latter. There's no poke from the side of the Direwolves is the main purpose there. They have engage or nothing. And other items may have been more valuable in certain circumstances. Like if you're just going to be team fighting, then you want your Stone Plate as soon as possible. That doesn't seem to be the way that he's going to go here. And once you go for the Warmogs, you're committed to a little bit more health in that build.
The ability to jump into that fight, not get punished as hard. Tempered Fate goes out, but it won't catch Katsuri because he'll just use the mist to evade that one. He's now got the evolution. He's sitting on 50 stacks of his passive too. He's starting to ramp up with the extra range it provides, as well as the critical strike chance.
They're using Bard ultimate as an engage tool. Croc's just having a go at it elsewhere. They're using Bard as the engage tool instead of the Ashe arrows, which I find very interesting. It feels a little bit more telegraphed when you're using a Bard ulti. A little bit easier to dodge, to be honest, as well. Nevertheless, they still have an Ashe arrow, even though the Bard one isn't there. So they still have engage. They're just not really being able to find it.
Yeah, Chiefs have done a fantastic job of navigating this part of the match and not granting Direwolves these continued opportunities to find picks. Buying themselves enough time to hit those 2-item spikes, which we can now start to see come online. You mentioned whether or not it would be a Banshee's Veil here from Claire. It is. We can see that now. And they're going to look to try and even out the structural disadvantage by taking another turret topside.
Yeah, it delays a little bit of the damage output that Claire will be able to provide, but it means that he can deal damage more safely. And I think that's super valuable. Even though he's got all of the tanks standing in front of him, there is still a lot to deal with on the opposing side where the Banshee just kind of dissuades their opponents from the get-go. But once he hits his 3rd item, I think that's when the Chiefs will be close to their strongest. You've got a similar thing as well here happening for Katsuri. He's got his Muramana now upgraded from the Manamune. And once he has Edge of Night completed as well, it just completely dissuades any kind of engage from Direwolves. Makes life difficult. No Ashe arrows can just go flying. No Bard ultis can go flying then. And their engage tools are almost completely gone. I think that's when Chiefs just look at the map and say, we have control. In saying that, Skibby, in 30 seconds, they don't have much of a choice.
They certainly don't. And Vital is sitting at peak power. 4-1-4 has just gone back and picked up the Infinity Edge. If he can get some uptime, they will win the fight. But in saying that, Chiefs between both Sejuani and the Volley Bear are ensuring that there is one target in mind, and it is him.
Sejuani's still playing on the top side of the map with Drake up in 8 seconds. While the rest of his team is on the bottom side. They know he's there. They've been throwing spells at him. Once again, Direwolves. The Chiefs want them to come towards their front line so they can get those free engages off. No heralds to summon, no dissuasions, no distractions this time. It's just going to be the Infernal Drake. If the Direwolves want that soul point, they're going to have to walk into the belly of the beast. Try and win a team fight.
Certainly are. can see the fight is going to start. Direwolves do have stopwatches, both their jungler and their ADC. That could be vital in turning things around, no pun intended, but the fight will ensue. Chiefs are pulling them out of this river, clearing out all the vision that Direwolves had looked to try and achieve. The delicacy of the situation, you can feel it.
Oh, Sejuani.
Sejuani out goes to Glacial Prison, not going to meet its mark right now, but that is shock separated from the team, going to receive the depth charge, and there's a blast going to try and get himself out of harm's way. Volibear is gone. That is the shutdown. Chippies finds his number and finds his match. They take him on down, and Vital afforded all the space in the world. We mentioned it, with those items, he can output big, big numbers, and that's going to guarantee even bigger with the Infernal Soul now in their back pocket.
That was messy. That was a very messy. They just kind of gave away the Infernal Soul. At a certain point, when you're flanking so hard, you're no longer flanking. And that was pretty easy just to walk away, disengage if you're the Direwolves, play around your Ashe. And eventually they found themselves the first pick. Tien goes down, and here we go. Baron already well below half HP. Chiefs trying to contest.
Claire still has the Emperor's Divide if he can find a moment to execute upon. Croc just does not lose those. Croc steals the Baron. He's delayed the game just a little bit longer. You're not going to get both buffs. There is no luxury on the plate here today. He falls for it, but he grants the team the buff.
The absolute alpha just goes into the pit, knows that he's going to die for it. They've got a Lee Sin kick to knock him away potentially. They've got the Syndra stun to stop him from dashing it as well. Gone. No chance of being able to stop the Croc from coming in there. Very easy Baron steal from him in the end. Get himself into the pit.
So interesting given how the state of the game was, where he was sacrificing all these dragons. And then when it mattered, and when all the conditions were against him, he just walks into the pit, says thank you very much, and is able to stall this game out just a little bit longer. What does that mean in the grand scheme of things? Well, Chiefs will have a few more items now they can look to try and itemize in towards. We're seeing the third Lethality item start to be built here by Kasuri Senna. As you mentioned earlier, it's going to work wonders if they can get some serious uptime to buff up the rest of the team.
This next fight, whenever it does come about, I think one of the most important things to highlight is that Shock does not have his flash, and he currently does not have a Zonya's Banshees or Stopwatch type item in his items either. Very fragile then. Needs to play perfectly if they want to have a chance in the fight. While eyes are going towards Vital right now, 6-1 and 5 on this Ashe, working towards his respective items. A free engage onto someone like Shock does make the rest of the team fight much more simple. The side of the Chiefs, they do get their third item spikes here, that death cap. Huge for Claire. Not just a defensive Azir anymore.
It certainly will be. You know, to use it Emperor's Divide in that previous fight. But we know how strong it can be when used well. He's one of the players in the OPL that is well renowned for this pick. So how can they look to try and combat Infernal Soul versus Baron buff? They plant the Azir turret mid, and they rotate to a prep wave bottom sides. Worth noting, both stopwatches did not have to be used there by the members of the Direwolves.
Yeah, still going to have those available. Would be very handy, but there's not a whole lot to be done on the map right now. Generally, it's just going to be the Chiefs using the Baron, try and break down some structures if they can. Direwolves going to find their first opportunity, at least to push out a bit more. The Infernal Soul is not going to be stupid useful for, you know, it's not going to be like an Ezreal throwing Qs out there just to chunk health bars down, whittle down the health of their opponents. So it is still going to be very valuable. It's very big to have that soul, but not as simple as the Direwolves would have otherwise liked. They just have to buy some time for the moment.
All eyes continue when it comes to the farm. Vital continues his 10 CS per minute. It's one of the stats that he's actually retained all split long. One of the highest carries next to Raze in that regard. Really recaptured that form that made him such a threat in split 1.
This is one of those steals that now you really look at the state of this game, you would say probably kept the Chiefs well in it. They just lost an Infernal Soul, they lost some members, they were going to lose potentially more at the Baron as well, contesting at the first place. If that went Direwolves' way, the amount of control they could have had over the map would have been huge. But now they're stuck on their own side, their own half of the map. Chiefs feel like they have more control.
Baron buff working wonders there to stabilize and get them a bit of breathing room. 33 minutes in, we're going to find them with a small gold lead at this stage. Not by much, but enough to showcase that they are still in with a very big possibility of turning this game around despite the infernal soul that favors the Direwolves. Big objectives coming up in just under 90 seconds. An Elder to play for. All eyes will then turn to the junglers. Who has the steady hands and the nerves to connect and smite well?
Yeah, Elder's going to be a big point. Now, the most important things to discuss before the Elder fight happens is that flashes are going to be available for all summoners as well. The one exception is potentially Croc. He'll be pretty close though, so it'll be up very soon either way. So everything, literally everything is going to be available here for all 10 members on Summoner's Rift. Stopwatch picked up for Shock here as well. The one big thing you might have said was missing. So everyone fully equipped. Comes down to how they set up, comes down to execution. Right now the Direwolves are saying we don't need to look at the Drake yet. We've got 30 seconds. Let's play around our mid lane and see if we can bring them to us and force that control.
Would have loved to have found a kill before this one started. 5 stopwatches, 3 on the Direwolves, 2 on the Chiefs. It's going to be Chippies that gets engaged upon right now. Miru jumps on in, uses the kick very early on. Depth charge goes out, but all the aggression favors Draku. He's forced to burn the stone plate as his health bar drops to 50%. A little cheeky tease before the fight properly ensues around this Elder.
Yeah, no summoner spells used, but a redemption was, a stone plate was. That sounded like a Sejuani was looking there, but they're actually going to kick off this Elder. This is already down to half HP. Chief's going to have to move a little bit faster to get in here.
They shred it. Keep your eyes on Croc. Where's the ultimate go out? Glacier bridges on towards Miro. He's in a whole bunch of trouble right now. Tien hits the back line looking for the slam dunk down. Can he try and find it? A free man there. Emperor's Divide is huge. Decoy flashes on out. He survives for the meantime. Gets through, takes no shock. Miro in trouble. Forced to try and dash away, but he's waiting for that safeguard to come back online. All eyes go to Vital. Can you protect him? He falls on down. Shut down galore. Everything goes blue as Chiefs, fitting to their colors, take full control of the map. That's a triple kill for the big man. King Robert grants them the ace and the Elder buff.
Yeah, and they should just be able to push down mid to end with this as well. They've got a whole lot of time to back them up. Chiefs, they bring it down to one moment. Direwolves are the ones who actually kick off the objective as well and say, come to us. But a massive flank from Tien. Massive positioning there from the Chiefs, as well as Claire getting into the back line with an Emperor's Divide. And that'll be more than enough to net them this victory.
What a huge performance. We mentioned how critical Dragons were for this matchup in particular. It's where the most actions happen. It's where the most chaos has happened. And just like that, despite everything being favored towards the Direwolves, their Chiefs come back with a vengeance. They're going for the game-winning play, and they will tie themselves at 3rd spot.
And you can't help but feel like watching that game, you know, Direwolves, they had a real chance. They had a Baron that was taken away from them. They had an Infernal Soul during this as well, but it wasn't enough to net them the victory. As the Chiefs, once again, when it comes crunch time and you have these really hectic moments and fights that come about, they seem to find a sense of calm in that. You know, they still get themselves the flanks that they need in these hectic, chaotic moments where they're being forced around. So, brilliant stuff from the Chiefs.
Certainly was, and just, you know, the lockdown that those bruises provided just made the carry's job so hard to try and execute upon. We were talking about how early both Shock and Vital got online with their builds and how strong they were in comparison, but never really got that chance to really bridge the gap. As you mentioned, I believe beautifully, was just that flank from Tien to lock them all in place. If that wasn't enough, the Emperor's Divide on top of that as well. So damage versus CC, control favor the Chiefs, and that is a victory they'll be very happy with to bounce back into winning ways. We're going to jump to a quick break before we get ourselves geared up for the final game of the night. It's going to be Pentanet.gg taking on Gravitas.
Today is the NeoSurf Cup, and we're going to be playing against Misfits, so hopefully we can bring home the win.
NeoSurf is simple, safe and secure. You can go to your local shop and get a voucher code and use it online, preferably to buy League of Legends skins.
He's got it! This is deadly! He's got it!
If you're craving the taste of your favourites, head to Macca's for a fast, safe and contactless drive-through experience. For your Macca's run, contact-free, we'll be here.
Even better.
And I'm muted, so it's just a disaster the whole way around. My apologies, everyone, for catching me mid-yawn. I was expecting the long version of the trailer, and then it was the short version of the trailer. And now we're back. All right, well, we've all enjoyed a laugh at my expense. I'll tell you what, that game... Did we enjoy that game, Spawn? That was a bit of a back-and-forth bloodbath.
Yeah, I mean, it depends what you like, right? If you like teams rolling around in the mud, getting down and dirty, like team fighting a lot, posturing for objectives, like that was definitely your kind of game. If you like top laners that have more CS than your jungler, that definitely wasn't your kind of game. And I personally like when my top laner has more CS than my jungle Sejuani. That's all I'm saying. There was a point in that game where junglers and top laners were same levels. Not even just same CS, just outright same levels. No one was farming. There was not a skerrick of macro to be seen. It was just a big old fight. And I think if any team in the comp tries to just big old fight Chiefs, the Chiefs are probably going to win. So congratulations to the Chiefs because they finally did get that one decisive moment. It was kind of like the game before where I was saying... Actually, no, I was saying about Order and Mammoth, I think. It's like, whenever Chiefs want to fight, it was decisive. Whenever Direwolves want to fight, it was like Chiefs had the option to be able to disengage with like 3 or 4 people alive and still be able to poke around and contest objectives. And I think that's just Direwolves playing into the Chiefs' strengths. Chippy should be on a carry in that matchup, IMO.
There you go. Well, congratulations to Chiefs. And apologies for being muted, chat. Angie Foxtrot said it wouldn't be an OPL weekend without Nick being muted. I was actually muted. It's actually Spawn's fault because he and I were having a gossipy little chat.
A juicy set.
Anyone else to hear. And so I turned off all outbound communication and then just forgot to turn it on when we came back. All right, it's time to jump into the final seg for the evening. You know it, you love it. It's an echidna. For our new Portuguese fans, It's an Echidna is the OPL game show where we have to guess what animal I am. There you go. That makes sense, doesn't it? I give you a couple of context clues. You need to guess what animal I am. And this version of It's an Echidna, to celebrate the recent reveal of our forest friend Lilia, today It's an Echidna is all about forest creatures and animals. Are we ready?
No.
Let's go.
Clue number 1. For animal number 1. And as always, it is not an echidna. I am a vegetarian carnivore.
So you're an omnivore.
I'm a vegetarian carnivore.
Okay.
I'm not an omnivore. Carnivores are actually a biological order that includes groups like bears, dogs, and cats. And while these animals are generally carnivores, some are omnivores. Oh, you are so close.
Damn it.
You are so close. I mean, you're technically...
Close to a panda.
You're technically correct.
A bear. You're a bear.
I have a false thumb. Which is actually an abnormally enlarged wrist bone. I'm seeing baboon in chat, panda, koala, bear. My tail can be as long as my body, and I use it as a blankie.
What?
You're a snow leopard.
You're getting so much further away from where you are.
Well, is it a type of panda? Like, is that because I'm stuck
It's
now.
a red panda.
It is the red panda. Congratulations, Spawn. The final clue: there is an internet browser named after me.
Is it Red Panda?
Mozilla's flagship browser Firefox means red panda.
Oh, there we go.
Initially, they wanted to call the browser Firebird, but found that another open source project was using that name. So they went with Firefox, and for some reason that means red panda.
That's crazy.
There you go.
There you go.
Chat did get it, but chat also Googled it. So well done, chat. Number 2. We'll continue down the list. I track the heat of my prey. I am also considered an aquatic creature.
Snake?
Oh, interesting. Very interesting. Technically correct again.
What?
We're just going to have to pick which snake.
Oh, God.
I've never eaten a person but someone once tried to make me eat them.
It's a python, like a killer python or something. Or is it a boa constrictor?
Contrary to popular belief, I do not suffocate my prey.
Boa constrictor.
So it's a non-venomous?
Unclear about my venomosity, which you would think that I would know that, it being me, but I don't. I can be as long as a bus and weigh as much as 11 school children, which I would also definitely eat.
It has to be an anaconda.
I am an anaconda.
Yeah, that's
I was going to say, you just have a huge snake.
Congratulations. That's one apiece. Anaconda. Wow, so,
there it is.
In 2014, the Discovery Channel put on a program called Eaten Alive, which was about a man who tried to get himself eaten by a green anaconda. The experiment was to test a snake-proof suit that was supposed to stand up to bites and also the constrictive power of the snake. And then it immediately, the experiment went south because the anaconda did not want to eat Paul and instead tried to flee. After several attempts to bait the anaconda into eating him, such as dousing himself in pig's blood, he had to resort to provoking the anaconda. This didn't go well as it wrapped itself around his arm, almost breaking it.
Wow.
Ultimately, the team had to help get the snake off him and the experiment was abandoned.
People are so crazy, Nick. They're so crazy. Like, just stay home, mate.
Yeah, why?
Why would you do that?
Well, technically, you have to do it if your TV show is called Eaten Alive.
No, well, then just don't create
contractually,
that.
you are obligated.
The guy was so desperate to become viral, he nearly died for it.
Yeah. They should have called the TV show, like, Staying at Home Eating Pies.
Correct.
All right, moving
that.
on down the list. Animal number 3. My children avoid detection by not having a smell. Smellless children.
Okay.
Some trees have a defensive mechanism where they can detect my saliva and produce an excess amount of acid in order to become bitter and make me lose interest in
Consuming the tree.
Yes, the tree.
That's crazy.
Rusty.
What?
I eat trees. Well, technically I eat bark off trees.
Okay.
In Yakushima, a Japanese island, my kind are groomed and provided with food by Macau monkeys. Macau? Macaque?
Oh, I don't know.
I don't know. Monkeys. They, in turn, let the monkeys ride on their backs to move from one place to another.
What
Sorry,
on
I,
earth
in
is
turn.
this?
Whatever these are, I'm liking it more and more.
They're cool.
I bounce around with a monkey on my back. Final clue. Every year, a part of my body falls off and regrows.
I have no idea, Nick.
No idea?
Not a clue, mate.
Anyone?
No.
Anyone?
I'm
the
lost.
correct answer, I am a deer.
Deer.
Isn't that weird?
How?
All of that is so weird.
They eat bark. And monkeys
eat
ride
bark.
them, and
They're
they
crazy.
lose limbs.
Yeah.
This is straight out of a
Deers.
movie. It's like the Animal Book.
Yeah. Little known fact about deer, they're actually just monkey horses. All right.
They're just a
Animal number
taxi
4.
service, mate.
Animal number 4.
Mm-hmm.
Oh, whoops, sorry. Camera gone. I got you. You can still hear me?
Yeah, I can hear you, but your camera's
Animal
gone.
number 4. This is called dramatic
It paused
tension.
at such a good time.
It's just dramatic tension.
Oh! Nixon Beta. He's coming back
Become
soon.
text.
We'll patch him back in.
I'm coming back. I'm coming back. Callum's going to be so angry at me.
That's not EPOS.
Oh, there he is.
Ta-da.
How
We're
good's
doing
the
it live
camera,
there.
by the way, on this?
That was insane.
How pretty is his camera?
Okay. Animal number 4. My name means he who kills with one leap.
Jumping spider as a scientific name.
I like it. Number 2. Unlike others of my species, I love swimming. What animal hates swimming?
Cats.
Interesting. My jaw is so strong that its bite can crack the shell of a sea turtle. It can also pierce a skull.
I'm thinking it's like a large cat, like a panther, jaguar, something along those lines.
We're seeing kangaroo.
Jaguar is...
Oh.
It has to be a big cat, right?
Spawn,
It sounds like a big
Spawn,
cat.
is that a guess, or are you just
No,
you
that is-
tentatively said something?
That is the answer.
That is the answer, correct.
Oh, there it is.
The correct answer is the Jaguar, but the final clue, Argentina's national rugby team badge includes an image of me. However, a historical error resulted in the team being nicknamed to this day Los Pumas, the Pumas. Okay, final one.
Give me one
We'll
more.
get it in
Yeah, I
before
really
game
want
number
another one. This is actually a great segment. This is better
It is.
than any of your other segments.
Thank you very much. At its height, my horn was worth literally 10 times my weight in gold.
Rhinoceros?
Rhino.
Rhinos, yeah.
No, not the rhino.
Oh, elephant.
No.
No, they have tusks.
Hippo?
I am
They
thought
don't
to
have
hold the
horns as well.
power to divine truth and will pierce the heart of a liar with my horn.
Unicorn.
I am the unicorn. Congratulations.
What?
No worries.
The most beloved of the woodland
gold
creatures.
value.
What is that?
Final facts about...
Wish that was me.
Final facts about me, the unicorn. To hunt me, you must obtain a license from Lake Superior State University in Michigan. Once you get your license, you can hunt for life and hunt anywhere. That is true. I don't need to eat at all. I absorb my energy from the sun, probably through my horn. And finally, a male subset of the human species are big fans of mine. All right, it's time to get into the final game for the day. Shout out
It's
to
ridiculous.
all the bronies out there. It's pentanet.gg versus Gravitas, rounding out the evening. Rusty, how are we feeling about PGG versus GRV?
I'm feeling like it's going to go a particular type of way, Nick. I'm really looking at Gravitas to see what improvements they can make week on week. I don't remember off the top of my head which top laner is starting, but I want to see more Quaku as well. The big one for me.
Quaku started in the OCS last night, so...
Yeah,
It's gonna be
Quaku's not
nobody.
done today.
Since they've started with nobody, they're yet to take a turret. They've taken 2 turrets, sorry, and he's gone 0-15. So there we go. That's all I have to say about that. Shout out
There
to
you go.
Snowball Esports.
Okay, shout out to Snowball Esports. All right, let's get into game number 4 for the evening. Pentanet.gg versus Gravitas, and it is coming out after the Macca's Champ Select.
Try and save out this turret. You can see as soon as that one falls down, they just have free access to, once again, go into the jungle area. I think he's going to miss.
Both supports flexing their might, looking who can be the better engaged. That's a wombo combo onto free. That is disgusting, and that is downright dirty. That's going to mean that Gunko picks up a triple as easy as can be. Appy just walks straight to their bank and says, I've baited and outsmarted every single one of you. That is an ace. That is flawless in its execution. Not a single death here for Avant. Even they are unsure as to what the play is. They can feel the anxiety swarming around them, so close to the biggest upset weekend we've seen all year long. But that means that everybody from the Chiefs can come back to this fight. Now, Mboma doesn't have a flash. Will he have a stopwatch? I didn't get a chance to see as the score screen goes down and sole focus goes on towards the Elder. Now down to 50%.
Chungy on the flank, Liv on the flank.
Looking for that flank attempt. Can they try and make that action happen? That's going to be Chungy. That's going to be Liv. Everybody's going to get knocked off right now. The entire Chiefs team are up in the air. There's nothing they can do. Croc goes into the front line. They can't go for a smite steal. The team destroys them. They fall around. That's a flawless ace once again. Mboma the target. He survives on 10%. And once again, forget the Elder. Let's go for the win.
And they just use the objective to bait the fight. They take it cleanly. 5-0. Mammoth going to end the weekend 2-0.
But there you have it, some flawless plays from last week, and no doubt these teams will be looking to try and put up some stellar performances here to add into the mix of things. Gravitas bouncing in to look to try and showcase what they can do with nobody as their top laner for the meantime, looking for that victory, whereas Pentanet.gg looking to keep up the consistency, which has proved to be paying off quite well so far. They took down Legacy last week, they're looking strong again, and they're looking to appear to be that dark horse in the conversation as that last team to qualify for playoffs.
Yeah, they aren't, finding the utmost consistency yet, PGG. But if they are able to get themselves a 2-0 week this week, then they're well and truly not just in the running, but being a contender, right? So you're absolutely correct. This is a place that It's very exciting to be a Pentanet.gg fan amongst. When you're looking at the opposing side, however, here, there's a lot of questions that we have to highlight. One of them was the way that Gravitas and Mammoth, both teams drafted, was they just picked champions for themselves. It started to pay off a little bit more for Mammoth. Hasn't paid off yet for Gravitas. And this draft so far actually does go against that convention, right? They've picked themselves a much more standard, prototypical type of composition. They've got their Ashe Engage, high priority champion. They've got an Orianna, high priority mid laner. And they've gone for a Trundle, right? So they're picking a standard composition. Where a little bit less so, perhaps you would say, on the other side, with a second pick, Misfortune.
Yeah, bit of an interesting pick, given the fact that Misfortune has fallen out of favour for such a long time now. In mobile carries, really getting punished, as you saw from that game on your screen just moments prior. Pentanet.gg showing respect where it's due, in part to Sumin as well as Praelis, by banning away their most played champions, the ones they find the most success with. And this was going to be something I was going to be kind of excited about. Would we see Sumin once again showcase us to Zed? You know, 10-14, slight buffs. It's a little bit easier to play. Maybe a situation where it could find some good success, but you see the set come online, you start to think that surely is a Parbu special. Every single time this man gets it, he's aggressive, he finds wombo combos, and the link up between himself and Get Back, there are devastating aces that tend to take place. Yeah,
and that's actually a pretty key point here for the draft so far of PGG is Wombo. You've got the Misfortune, and you could raise the question of why is it existing? Well, it's with an Azir, right? And it's so easy to be Misfortune when you have an Azir whose role is basically to stand in front of you in team fights, let alone the tanks that stand in front of him. So it's very easy to sit there and be able to press your R button. Wombos is the name of the game for both teams so far. My eyes will go towards top lane champions and what they can do to complement that. So for PGG, is it going to be a set top lane? Do they go for something like a Malphite that is potentially available up there if they wanted? Hard to do blind, I will say, but they're red side, so their last pick could be whatever they want.
Two protection supports moved away, as you can see there with the Morgana and the Karma. The supports that accentuate the ability to make those diving plays and be protected. Get in, get out of harm's way. As Pentanet.gg are going to go for the Rakan. Going to guarantee themselves more CC, because why not? Charms are nice. And that is, well, you'd imagine it would have been once upon a time a K-pop Zyra, but it is going to be the Zyra nonetheless.
Yeah. I mean, the organization doesn't change.
No.
The pick doesn't change, the player does. So you've got to go for the Scion with it. So now the composition has got a full tank. You could very easily play whatever you want now on the other side of the coin. Your 4-man is pretty powerful if you're PGG. And, you know,
he's doing it again.
It's Biopanther. He knows that his champion doesn't necessarily matter too much right now. You can go a full tank if you want, right? And I think that's valuable for the team to have a pure tank in front. You've got a Rakan for engage. You've got the set to stand in the front line with him as well. They've got a lot of team fight prowess. Now they've just got a Mundo chucked in there also. Biopanther, monster Mundo player, will be able to set up nicely. As long as the Misfortune and the set don't both fall behind, and that's easy, right? You've got two different places of the map where they just need to stay even. If nothing else, then you've got good mixed damage and they're set to team fight.
How crazy was his Mundo last time they played? It was against Legacy. He got the Infernal Soul, Sunfire Cape, and 3 core items, and he literally ran you down and kind of like held your hands. He took you down to the grave. It was crazy, crazy, crazy. Always these amazing flanks that really cause so much chaos. I quite like the Zyra pick, quite honestly. The fact that it's going to lock these members in place. If Pentanet look to try and do the Wombo combo, that knock-up could be critical in resetting the state of the fight and turning things around in Gravitas' favor.
Yeah, I don't dislike the Zyra pick at all. Zyra, one of those champions, a lot of mages I actually think are starting to become higher priority, potentially champions, right? You're going to go Rakan blind, you are going to get punished.
Sure.
Rakan does have kill threat on a Zyra, especially with a Misfortune as well. If they're able to hit some double ups, it does annihilate you. And Misfortune was also known, like way back now, as one of the better counters to deal with someone like a Zyra. So there are still conversations to be had against why it exists in this game. But in general, I think a Zyra pick in the right situation is incredibly potent and does do a lot of good things.
We're going to get to see exactly how much value you can achieve in this game here. Bit of a blast to the past of some of these picks coming out that found favor in Split 1. We're going to be coming back to the front as we do get to see what Praetif can do on a pick that found so much success alongside the Aphelios when it first first came to prominence. We're going to get to see what they can do here today. Do they have the execution to put off the Wombo combo? Or do Gravitas have the answer to reset the palette, turn the fight in their favor? and create a bit of an upset on the cards here today. Gravitas is going to be on the left side, rocking the blue, as Pentanet.gg will be on the red side. Must-win game for them to keep themselves in with a run. But Gravitas continuing to build momentum, continuing to form an identity.
Yeah, that's it. PGG win here. They definitely put themselves towards the top 3 contention. Gravitas winning this one put themselves 1 game away from Mammoth, but still at 8th place. So that's the kind of stakes that we're looking at in this one. A stark contrast, of course, between both of them. Look at the early stages of this game as well. Mundo actually is one of the best leashing champions, just quietly. You throw a cleaver. I think your first cleaver does like 400 odd damage to a camp. Like, work that one out. It's ridiculous for leash. I don't think 400. Maybe I've over-exaggerated. It's a lot. So
we found out, Rusty, it does 400 magic damage, doesn't it?
It does magic damage, yeah. You can build magic resistance against Mundos. It's not just the headbutt that does most of his work. But yes, you can start on the Mundo side of the map. You can get a pretty quick clear as a result of that, where you don't need your bottom lane to be involved. And any time in League of Legends, Skibby, and I can tell you this from having coached a team.
Yeah.
If your bottom lane doesn't have to leash, your bottom lane is happy. That's all that matters in a lot of games, is my bottom lane happy? So they could start in lane now, and it makes life just that little bit easier against a Zyra and an Ashe, who are very annoying.
It certainly does. They've got harassment. That's what they excel at. It's going to be on Rogue to have the discipline and the understanding of this matchup to know when he can jump in and when they can find a fight that turns it in their favor. Already see Pabu with the red buff coming down for a very early shot in the bot lane. That's going to be the flash straight away from Beast, but he's going to get locked on down with the bullets, making it rain as he comes on quick, gives him a kiss, gets kicked away, and says, that's first blood. Have that one there, Praetor, as Puma looks to try and find a trade around, but denied vision. That's going to be the first blood for Pentanet.
Yeah, Puma only level 1, so he's not going to have the damage to actually take down Praetor or Rogue. Nice distribution of the kills there as well, making sure that Praetor is the recipient. You can see the CS difference that existed between these 80 carries until that kill came across. And no Bass this time around. I think it's safe to say they hit their flash with the set, they hit their face breaker as well. They're able to net themselves an easy first blood. You're looking at the punish that's available from someone like the Trundle. Well, it's not going to be as simple as last time around. Probably very quickly to get back to his jungle. However, Praelis is on the move and is going to try and make the punish happen.
He certainly is. Old friends collide. They meet up in the jungle. He says hello. The Rogue's got his number and he's got his back. The smite goes across. Praelis picks it up. Now he's going to spot above it. Doesn't have subjugate. It is going to fall on down. Pabu says hello. And takes him down. Get back on the flank right now. Suman sitting in mid. This is going to be a numbers mismatch. Get back, gets a kill. This is a man that has the highest amount of solo kills in the league so far. And there's no slouch when it comes to grouping up with the team as well.
That's the thing, you know. Praelis, you can't fault his decision to try and take the 1v1 knowing he had a lead, but you do have to fault the fact that 4 people from PGG will get there first. So he doesn't have the first rotate from any of his teammates. Hex flash in from Pabu as well.
Forget the camps. This is classic Pabu jungling. Just gank after gank, making sure that his whole team know exactly what's up.
Yeah, champs, not camps. Definitely one of my favorite ways to play the jungle role. I'm glad to see someone in a competitive game doing the same thing. Now just going to be able to go to his wolves. He can choose to reset if he wants now, if he's not worried about his jungle being threatened on the top side. Or he could just continue to try and full clear. And should be able to get away with that one. So don't expect to see too much activity from the jungler of PGG now. Let him get his items and shops in first. But that's a big team diff moment, right? Like, Pabu plays for his lanes. His lanes play for him faster than that of his opponents, and everyone is happy.
I just can't wait for those moments. I mean, everyone except Gravitas, absolutely. I just can't wait for those moments of pure madness where Pabu jumps in 1v5 on 10%. It looks like the biggest int, and then Getback says, watch this, and cleans it up in typical fashion for them. See if we can get to a state of that game. Exactly. Back-to-back pentas. That was kind of crazy.
Yeah, we had 2 pentakills in 2 games.
Yeah. It was a crazy week, that one. What do we have, like a 10-minute pause into a resume? Pentakill
game literally into like a 1-minute game. With a penta and wrap it up, call it a night.
It was a weird situation. That's the Kassadin dream there, as everyone in chat was spamming. Nearly level 16.
You know, there was a game in the LPL in 2018, Skibby, where we were casting, and there was a big pause, right?
Yes.
And we were stuck for a while. And we throw back to casters, and as we throw back, literally the Nexus is being last hit. So you load back and you're like, all right, let's get back into it. Oh my god.
It'd be such a crazy moment as a play-by-play cast because you're like, yeah. And it's done. Regardless, we're going to see what happens here. As it will be, once again, Prayless showing his face in the river. It will be Gravitas with all the harassment and all the poke, bullying out Pentanet and going to this dragon first. And this is the first dragon of the game. It's an Ocean one at that. And then they've just done enough sticking damage to prevent Pentanet collapsing. And we'll get the ball rolling.
Yeah, bottom lane was there early. Mid lane also having that first move available as well. Get back not going to be there as fast as he would like, but that's because he is getting himself a shot in back in base. Nice little take there from Gravitas to ensure they get the Drake. Nice little take of just some extra control around the map, and that's the thing. So Pabu's done a lot of good work for his team, and we already mentioned this, his team's done a lot of good work for him, but he's still 20-odd CS behind in the jungle role. He's by no means winning in the jungle 1v1 as a result of all of his map movements. And so when something gets isolated, perhaps, Prayless is able to continue to just find 1v1s and look for camp advantages, he does still get further ahead.
Very terrifying, isn't it, when you see a Trundle ahead? Quite difficult to try and take them down, especially when the ultimate's running as well. We'll see what Pabu can do to try and even out those odds, if he can look to try and bridge the gap through more assists and action on the map to buff up the rest of his team. Tends to be the staple of a Pentanet playstyle that we see the most success with when they get their bot lane ahead and Praetor becomes an absolute turret that you just can't deal with.
It's very easy for him to be a turret in this game as well, right? When you're looking at that draft, everything can stand in front of Praetor. Has himself the cleanse on top of everything else. So in a pretty comfortable position to play the composition out the way that they would like. Get back also going to be a big scaling option for the team of PGG. And if there's any jungler you want to be behind, usually it would be a Set or something of the likes. Just powerhouse base stats type champion. Not going to be an Olaf that presses R, runs in and just instantly dies or anything.
So I'm interested to see how they try and accrue a lead, because obviously Pentanet got ahead with their bot lane, much in part to that very nice level 2 gank. But the amount of poke and harassment that both Puma and Beats have, you'd want to see them sort of bridge that gap and turn things around. The all-in collapse at level 6. They can try and dart around and interrupt the likes of a bullet time. Definitely still work in their favour. Say ease of execution. Still favour them as well.
And they've flipped the map here with control wards and sweepers on their AD carry, PGG. Praetor sweeps his way through from the looks of it there as well. They have absolute control over this top side of the river. They make life almost impossible for someone like Gravitas to get there. Very well played from them. Secure the free objective. The choice of where they want to place it is, of course, entirely up to them. They don't need to go in top lane. They're a bit behind in experience right now, so they might want to buy just a little bit more time in top. Get Rogue 6. Have a lot more threat as mid.
Okay.
That was odd.
That was. Shockwave goes out. Does hit too. Kratos rocks up, and that's the proof in the pudding there. As you can see, there is a level disparity between the two. Out comes the bullet time. That clears the attempts of Puma and Beats to crash that wave in and force fights, as well as poke underneath their own turret. No harm, no foul. But hang on. Oh, that's beautiful. Flashes forward, forces Pabu to do just the same. He had the empowered recall there with the Herald, but still wasn't enough.
Made me wonder if Prayless had his pillar available. As he just flash chomped instead of using the pillar to cancel the recall. And of course the pillar having the slow means that you should just be able to chase someone down after that, maybe even force the flash first. But that wasn't used. He actually flash chomps and ults himself, so it was actually just a summoner spell trade in the end, and Pabu actually has the Hex Flash. So the jury's out for who won that little skirmish, considering how bad it looked for Pabu.
Quite interesting, actually, to see what it actually means in the grand scheme of things. Because we've got another minute until this next dragon is up, and it is Pentanet being proactive on the map by setting their bot lane once again towards the bottom side of this map to answer and match nobody. Ensure that they're always one step ahead of the game.
Nobody taking 0 damage now. We've prayed with Wales on him just a little bit, but, Caulfield's Warhammer and Berserker Greaves aren't tank-killing items. That much is for certain. We're also looking at the Cyanol bot lane.
He's looking for it. Can he find that key target? Flash is going to be used there. That's a big cooldown burnt by the Misfortune. Much easier for the Rakan to dash out of harm's way there. But that's pressure shown bot sides. Now we get to see what does this actually mean for Gravitas in the grand scheme of things. They've already got a dragon to their name. Can they guarantee a second? Can that be a win condition they can look to try and play around?
Yeah, that's exactly what we have to look at. Oh, mid again.
It is indeed the focus. He's burnt the heal, he's burnt the shockwave, and he's burnt his life bar. Literally and figuratively. As Mudo rocks up in the area, swirling around like a Beyblade, looking so damn clean. He's going to soak up a storm as he receives the brunt of that damage. The arrow comes and out. He will fall on down, but has he done enough to protect the rest of his team? That's the second kill now. Sign getting rowdy. He takes out the Rakan. Get back looking to do whatever he can. The Sand Soldier's coming out thick and fast like a day down at the beach. No fun for him as he's low. And the rest of Gravitas have full control of the bot lane river.
Yeah, and I think this will be enough for them to just net a second Drake, and things actually starting to go the way of Gravitas. Just a bit disjointed here, and split across the map is PGG when they're looking for these trades. Babu very caught, no flash.
Yeah, gonna blindly face check that one. Gonna use the Haymaker, expires with all that grip, falls on down, smite comes out and it connects. Will bullet time be good enough? That's aggressive from Puma, says, what are you doing, get back? Flashes forward, will the Sand Soldiers be enough? They will be. He flashes out before one final auto attack can connect. This is pure chaos. No team wants to sacrifice this dragon. So many members are low at this stage of the game, and Pentanet have done just enough to bully them off.
It was good for Gravitas until it wasn't good for Gravitas and started to go the way of PGG. Drake going to be started here. Pabu gets himself back from base and he's going to be able to get here in time to have smite for this camp. Rogue not at any risk of dying because he has the heals there. Rogue at risk of dying because Pabu stops attempting to take it. They'll get the Drake. They'll summon the Herald. Get back also teleports bot lane for this Rift Herald charge. So they are big braining their way through this one. Teleport's going to be late. But no smite for Pabu. So they just get the Drake. What an experience that we're all on.
It surely was, you know. Put on your 3D goggles and strap on in. This is a virtual reality session. It's just carnage.
This game's just, imagine not resetting that Drake. That could have just been a free Drake on top of everything else, but it resets and it's just madness.
You were thinking, there's Pentanet in such a great position now. They summon their Herald, they bring in Get Back to push that lead further. They're going to get a Dragon, they're going to make this gold lead huge in their favor. And Praetor says, you may have had me at the start of this game, but I'm going to give you a run for your money.
If this gets any more chaotic, we are 100% getting our clown noses out. So far, it's just been an interesting series of trades. Like, through chaos, it's very easy to fault teams and say, what was that? Or like, what are they thinking? But there has been actual chaos. There's been a lot of attempts on like single picks, which has resulted in a lot of map movement from the entire team. And then through those movements, you know, a lot of people have been picked out here and there, but very unusual game.
It has been. Not enough to really separate these two teams as we get close to the 15-minute mark. The story continues to be with Praelis ahead.
Epic battle in bot lane right now between these tanks who have Grasp and just want to get procs of Grasp off. Bio close to 11 though. Has the experience lead down this bot lane. I think one more wave of solo experience would actually tick him over to level 11. Not that he wants that. They're going to group up for topside Rift Herald presumably, as he's now a mid laner.
Despite the current state of things, it still is Pentanet that are the ones forcing things to happen on the map. Always the first to an objective, always the first to a lane to try and force the response out of their opposition. You can see in the way they are posturing defensively, waiting for numbers to show up here in quick responses. Nobody on the HUD right now. That's a shockwave. Look to try and shake them into the bullet time. They're going to get locked in place, suplexed into that bullet time. Suman's low, brings them together, says hello. Throws them a bro fist, but takes them down eventually. It's going to be a 1-for-1 between both the AD carries. And Praetor says, please, Rogue, give me anything. I need something. Praelis lives. Subjugate OP. And despite Pentanet always being the first to the fight, it's Gravitas that take the wins.
Yeah, Gravitas just stand and deliver. It was an engage from Rogue onto a single tanky member of GRV, and they're just not going to fall. They're just going to stand strong. And, you know, big follow-up attempts here from PGG. Pabu trying to ult people back into Misfortune ultimates as well, but not enough damage, not enough cohesive front-to-back style team fights. The one person who I didn't really get to see was Get Back, so I'm just going to keep my eyes on the Azir through this as well. He just looks for an engage and actually stands himself into the face of a Scion ultimate, so definitely does feel like he needs to go down. Pub also flashes in to try and get a kill, but Trundle passive, Triumph procs, very difficult to actually lock down a Trundle when kills are starting to fall left, right, and center. And they just throw themselves to the wolves, PGG.
I think that's one of the most exciting things about this team, given their current state. They are very much willing to throw anything at these matches. Always a scary thought when there's a team that has nothing to lose at this stage of the game. Their chances of hitting playoffs are not a possibility now, but they can definitely upset the balance as to what teams will have their run still to play for.
That fight took place just before Mundo hit level 11, I believe, as well. And, you know, I think slowing the game down isn't the worst idea when you're close to big spikes like that. Misfortune doesn't have a single item yet. No complete items, I should say. Has a lot of components still and just the Berserker Greaves there. Blade of the Ruined King currently done for Puma as well. So if ever there was a moment to start to really look at the game state and say we're feeling confident, it would be about now. For GRV, definitely. There's a Shockwave. That's probably just not the way to do it. Skibby?
Yeah, certainly not. And that is the mentality, the mindset of an assassin player. I see cooldown, I see target, I go for kill. Spoken obviously in the words of the Dr. Mundo. As he looks to run you on down. And he's getting closer and closer to that point, as you say, level 11 online. And he'll be looking to now bridge the gap by getting himself the Spirit Visage. To try and negate a ton of this magic damage that Gravitas possess as they look to break open this base. They get the first turret, they take it in bot lane. That's going to make life just a little bit easier to guarantee this third dragon up at 15.
Yeah, looking towards this next objective 100%. If they are able to get themselves at Soul Point, then they get a really meaningful win condition here as well. We've highlighted the fact that PGG scaled decently, particularly once they get their 2 to 3 item spikes, their team fighting will become fantastic. But right now, they're setting up vision control on the other side of the map. Just don't worry about the reconnect sign. There's humans in here, good to go. You can see him moving around. Drake's going to be started. No contest. So we are going to be at Soul Point, and that's with a 2,000 gold lead for Gravitas.
Certainly is. They've slowed down the tempo. And whilst it's not them necessarily being the ones in the driving seat, they've got the composure, they've got the ability to shut down the attempts that Pentana are throwing their way. There's the arrow once again. That's an instant response with a flash. Nobody says, I want this kill. He's going to charge on forward aggressively. Takes 0 damage anyway, so he can take down that turret. That is, as you say, Gravitas now sitting on a Soul Point condition.
And it makes you wonder what it is Gravitas are actually going to do to get back into this one now that they've started to lose so much control over the map. Sorry, I'm talking to Sybil as I'm speaking.
A man of many talents.
I realized I made a mistake. I misread it. It is the second cast. Yeah, what exactly is it that they can do? I do think that this is one of those moments where I want to say like you pull a legacy, right? Where you just want to play the lanes, try and really split the map apart. Don't give Gravitas anything massive. And just try and continue to farm, because their scaling is fine. And as long as the gold doesn't shift too much from now, they're able to maybe get an extra BF sword or, you know, something going their way. Look for picks here and there by playing the map. I think that's one of the better ways that a top of the table team can attack a bottom of the table team. If that doesn't happen in the next 5 minutes and it's just casual farming, of course the risks do go up, Skimmy. 3 minutes, they have to answer the call. But for now, I wouldn't force anything that shouldn't be forced and just try and bring Gravitas to places they don't want to be.
Scary times in this game as we hit the 20-minute mark. And you've got a very strong top side of the draft here for Gravitas that can run you down. Can do pretty much anything they want. Pentana are still buying time to see how they can respond in this sort of fashion. Praetor will have that Essence Reaver online now, as we'll get back with the Nashus too. So a bit of CDR to help them out to rotate through those cooldowns, which is what we tend to see. As you mentioned during the draft, a comp that looks to group everybody up together and find maximum value with the Wombo combo. That's the delicacy of it. But when you have a Scion and Trundle running at you, quite hard to get maximum uptime with it.
Welcome back, get back. He's finally feeling himself. Got some angry bees. It's a good sign, actually. coming out of the mid laner of PGG. 2-1-2. Again, not having the worst game of his life. That much is for certain. It's still not enough currently. And if you think about the state of this game, you know, PGG actually had their early advantages. They had a lot of strong early moves. And they made a couple of mistakes here and there. And those punishes were huge because the mistakes were at objectives. And that happened a couple of times. And that's why we're at the state that we're at now. And I think from the lead that Gravitas have, if they set up for an objective first, I really do worry for PGG's chances of contesting that one. Walking into a Zyra, walking into an Orianna Shockwave, Trundle Pillar kicks that one off as well. Let alone the Scion using his Scream and running across the river area if that's where it was to happen. I think that's them poised to succeed. PGG probably, like mentioned, want to play the map and avoid that right now.
I think that's the exciting thing, right? Because those were the the tech pickups that swing the draft in Gravitas' favor to try and disrupt the wombo combo nature. Obviously, the scoreline doesn't represent their true power, what they're really designed to achieve at this stage. A lot of that has been through fights going against them in the solo lane matchups. But when it comes to the grouping, as we can now see, it's becoming more and more apparent. Up in 90 seconds, looking to contest a Mountain Soul. Already got these two bruises that are so far ahead. You give them that, I don't see a world in which you can try and take them down.
2 items complete here for the AD carry of Gravitas. 2 items for the top laner here as well of Nobody with his Spirit Visage, as well as his Sunfire. It's actually matched by Biopanther, so both top laners are going to be pretty big. Mid laners close to their second items, that much is for certain, but they're not going to have them for this fight. So for me, it's top laners and AD carries. You know, there's a notable difference between AD strengths unless Praetor's able to sneak a recall in right now after this Wolf Camp. And that could be a really big difference maker.
Interesting fun fact there, Rusty. This is the first time that Gravitas have found themselves in a situation where they've got themselves the first 3 turrets.
Yeah.
The lowest percentage in the entire league. Only about 10% of the time are they in that situation.
Is this Nobody's first 3 kills in the past 2 weeks as well?
It's looking good for him. It certainly is. This is a reinvigorated roster. Bringing the pain to a team that are chasing playoffs. 10 seconds and we've got a soul point to play for. Penta are in the river itself. They've got Rogue on the flank looking to land a big charm that prevents the turn around. Scion, Arrow, straight onto Praetor's head! The cleanse comes out too little too late! The chomp, the pillar, the definite delete, he's gone! Charm takes out Rogue, he can't do much there! Big shockwave from Sumin, he falls under the grave, but is it enough? Mundo is a madman! Look at him go, he's got a double kill! He says, I'll put our team on our back, and if you just give you a little bit of CC, I will run them down. Forget the dragon, there's no smite. Because where is this Trundle? What can he do? How come the plants?
Don't worry about it, Rogue. Bio's got it covered.
That is absolute madness.
Away from his Drake. Brayless, what are you doing?
Brayless is just going to fall on down. He doesn't have Subjugate. He can't do much. That's typical for the Madman. There's a reason Biopanther picks champions like this.
He's just running them down.
He innovates, he creates plays, and he burns you on down. It's a battle of the bruises. He's forcing the flash away. The dragon kills him. The dragon kills him.
I hope he just got flash up because that was a mega hit flash. Bio's turned to run away from the Scion.
What on earth was that, Rusty?
I can't believe that flash is just the icing on cake. Get your clown noses out, everyone. Biopanther's a man on a mission. And let's watch it again. I hope we watch the whole thing. This Ash Arrow is illegal. Pentanet.gg literally split the gates. And they say, you know what, you can have a Scion and an Ash Arrow. Praetor, because we don't value your life. And from this point, massive play from Pabu and Get Back actually to do a lot of damage and still make sure they trade. Beats does also die to the Drake. And from this point, I mean, Prayless actually just does circles. He places a pillar, he does circles, and then he leaves. And you're like, okay, they've lost. We'll concede the Drake. Not a problem. But Nobody's really stuck in it having a biff. Prayless decides, oh, good idea, I'll come back and secure the Drake. Mistake. Big mistake. He gives Biopanther 700 gold because he needed more money. Skibby, he needed more of it. And then eventually nobody with the flash to end all flashes.
Yeah, we don't want to see that flash again.
Just goes and does that.
What a crazy fight, because Gravitas had laid their CC so beautifully just to take Praetor out of the fight straight away. Without any healing cut. Mundo said, "Did you forget me?" Now soon to be level 16, the ultimate becomes even scarier. And a Fawn Mail, because he got so much money to his name based on that successful fight. Yeah, he says, you think Sion's unkillable? Watch this.
I can't believe that at the start of a team fight, a Sion ultimate, which is very telegraphed, on the same trajectory as an Ash Arrow, both connect with the AD carry of PGG. Like, that is still amazing to me. We've just started the Baron. Teleports are coming in as well. Biopanther's fresh off a reset. He'll have the teleport. Will they even... Are they committing?
Surely not. Surely... Oh, there he comes, the Mad Lad himself. He TP's in with the movement speed to say, "Get off my Baron." Mortal Reminder is now there, Rusty, for the Ash. Can do work
now
here to
they've just
keep him
lost
in
mid
check.
priority. I wondered if they would actually push for that one because the flank was coming out. Arrow just misses.
That was far too close. Very close, was it indeed? That's a four-man slap! Look how much damage that did! That's the wombo combo Pence that have been waiting for all game long! The Emperor's Divide doesn't find its target, but Biopanther literally avoids everything. He's 1v3 between two turrets as Rogue joined me. Rogue says, "I can't take this damage." The ultimate's running, but his health bar is not falling. And that is just the power of Mundo once again on full display.
Well, Biopanther is absolutely unkillable, and Gravitas just got completely owned by a set ultimate. That was huge. That was so big from Pabu. Now Baron is all but gone already. They're going to try and get into the area, but I think it's just far too late.
Late game has blessed Pentanet with a turn of fate. 27 minutes into this one, and they now find themselves in the lead with a 3k gold lead. In a fight that poised so much potential. That was the AoE health bar explosions of what a set provides in this team comp. A pick that Pabu continues to find success on. And one that was also decisive in ensuring that the bullet time, as well as the Mundo, get in, get out, and win.
Just so everyone understands what really happened there as well. The damage of a set ultimate is 50% of the target's bonus health. Sion is a champion that gets bonus health with every minion that he last hits as well. So just let that really sink in. The amount of bonus health that Sion has is somewhere well in the thousands. And so all Set has to do is alter Sion into the team, and he one-hits carry.
Oh, this adds a different narrative to the game now. What can Gravitas do to try and turn things around to put them back in the driving seat? They used the shockwave, they used the knock-up from the Zyro as well. It just wasn't enough. You can't stop these guys running at you.
Drake in 20 seconds with an early teleport from Get Back as well to make sure that they have the bot lane priority. They don't have mid lane. If you were Gravitas, you could actually concede the Mountain Drake and look for a mid lane inner turret if you wanted. I don't think the highest priority aspect of this game is that you need a Mountain Soul. You actually have a lot of time. In saying that, not sure I'm comfortable giving over more Mountain Drakes to a Mundo. We'll see how they choose to play this one though. They already break the mid lane turret. Drake is still going to be up and available, so maybe best of both worlds if Kralis is on the money.
Kralis has flash, he has cleanse. He has been a focus for the double CC chain, but if he can find it again, there it is! Sion, what are you doing? Gets taken into the backline and just grants him in a swift finger, just a triple kill just like that. Angry BMotes, eat your heart out. A second Mountain Dragon to the Pentanet name. And with respawn time has been 30 seconds and higher, there's just not much they can do.
I mean, every single time a fight breaks out, and if, again, when you're an objective, we're in a narrow area. And this is still, like, I want to credit Pabu because he is pulling the trigger, and it is very good, but he is also being set up brilliantly by the positioning of the team of Gravitas, right? You've got both carries standing directly behind a Sion. And all Pabu needs to do is press R. And then suddenly he does literally 1,500 damage to both carries. But you take those if you're PGG. Right now they've got the Baron, they get another Mountain Soul into their back pockets, and it's as simple as one man just pressing one ultimate. And they literally one-hit carries.
It's what you wanted to see from the draft, and it is what we are seeing on full display here today. The game is slowly coming out of their control right now, and well, that's Prey Defense Burn Flash. You can't do much about that one. Goes for the Scuttle. But they were on the hunt. Very nimble, obviously, with the movement speed that an Orianna can provide.
16, by the way, is Praetor, just quietly achieving a lot of solo lane experience. And we jokingly said this before after a Drake fight, that the side of PGG may have forgotten they had an 80 carry in this one. He has still quietly been overachieving. You know, 300 CS at 30 minutes, 3 complete items, 3.5 now, and a stopwatch to boot. He's still going to be strong. And he's got a hell of a front line to stand behind, doesn't he?
Yeah, he certainly does. Full items soon to be completed here on the Mundo. Soon to be level 18, the highest in the game as well. The Innovator delivers once more.
Also guarantee that Biopanther knows the names of all 4 abilities of Mundo spells. One of those weird, uncanny abilities that Bio has. Most people just know QWER and what they do. You know, they might know the relative damage of it here and there. He just seems to know everything. Big brain player, Biopanther.
Certainly is. Certainly is. A few players like that in this league that can showcase they can do a few different things, keep their opponents guessing, and not conform it to the meta as a whole. Always exciting as a viewer, but I'm sure it's never fun as an opponent to go into.
Here
now,
we go.
2v1. Later King is there. And China Arrow actually gets flashed out of. His senses to know that was coming. Beautiful.
Yeah, nice flash. He was actually at a risk of dying. You do have the Blade of the Ruin King there as well as the Lord Doms from Puma. So respects it, flashes his way out, also uses that ultimate. Does mean that they'll lose all control of the top side of the map here as they'll take a top lane in a turret. They still have some wards down though. They do still have vision control, so that makes me feel like PGG forced that extra turret drop. They're going to have to reset and try and get some wards down. So they have a minute, under a minute rather, 30 seconds till the Baron spawns. You would expect they would have full control of this area, so maybe just awkward reset timing.
Pentanet farming unbelievably well at this stage of the game. Major leads found in every single area except for the jungle role, but that hasn't been the focus here for Pabu. His job has been complete. Gather assists, buff up his boys, get them in a spot like this, and they are certainly delivering. He's the utility man that has the plan. He guarantees these ultimates. Make the rest of his team look so damn flashy and so clean in these 5v5 fights. And now with the Baron spawning, that's exactly where Pentanet are.
You cannot play front-to-back close quarters if you're Gravitas. You have to be either a little bit more spread out, or you have to actually situate your Scion onto more of a flank if you want to get through these fights. Baron's just gone.
It's gone. They can't do much about that one. Rogue looking for the charm. Beats in trouble. Beats is gone. There's the shockwaves. No turnaround. There's the knock-up and the Zyra. They have so many shields. Emperor's Defiance. Get back. Stop it. What was that? That's going to be the ace, as there is a nobody dream left alive, beating apart the Parade of Carry, but he can pop the stopwatch and watch the Scion clone expire. That's the final nail in the coffin to take him on down. 34 minutes in, a Baron buff, a team fight, a flawless win, now a game-winning end.
Yeah, Get Back goes off twice. Pabu goes off as well in these team fights. That's the real difference maker here, Skibby. When it came to the crunch in the later game team fights, PGG were too good.
A big win there for Pentanet.gg. They continue to be tied with the Direwolves and the Chiefs and continue the three-way tie in third spot.
Yeah, and we do find ourselves with the expected result, though I wouldn't say that was the most expected game, Skivvy. That was a little bit more chaotic than you would have otherwise thought.
Yep.
But Prayless, once again, goes up against Pabu, tries to win the jungle position, and unfortunately for him, the rest of PGG were there a bit too quick.
They certainly were. Mundo once again comes to life, but the Scion continues to find so much presence. The most played, I believe, this week alone, showcasing is a new pick that these bruisers, these top laners are loving. And, you know, Spawn obviously having Swiper on your team that plays so much, 100% win rate on it. I think some of these players in the league have been inspired by him.
Yeah, it's actually funny though. Like not to throw too much shade, but Dos and I were
It's your turn
joking.
to be muted.
Am I? What? I'm not muted.
Feels good.
Spawn, you're muted in Discord.
I'm muted Discord, not on the stream. That's where I'm muted. I was gonna say what I said to the stream, but not to you peasants who don't deserve to listen to me. Was Dos and I were actually joking that everyone in the OPL needs to reapply for their Scion license. No one has a right to play Scion apart from Swiper after that game because he just didn't farm. I think Rusty hit on it during the cast, but one of the most important parts of Scion's kit is you genuinely get free stats for killing minions. So you have to kill the minions, otherwise you don't get the free stats. I think he was something like 190 CS or something at 30 minutes. Like, that's just... These top laners... I said it the game before as well with Chippies and Thien. Top laners need to whack creeps more. Biopanther's got the right idea. Show up to fights a level ahead of an 80 carry and see if they can actually live when you're tanking all their damage.
Spawn, if you could describe today's League of Legends in one word, what would it be?
Messy. Really, really messy. I actually... across all 4 games, I'm going to put the order game in there as well. I don't think there was actually a clean closeout from any of the teams. Legacy slowed down to a snail's pace to have to close out their game. Chiefs versus Direwolves was just a brawl. This game was just an outright brawl, whereas Scion was doing more damage to it. Like, he was doing more harm than good at certain points. I think it's fair to say. I think that was a really, really messy day of League of Legends. Teams, obviously the nerves of the latter half of the season are kicking in because teams obviously really want to make playoffs, and it's showing in their play right now.
And Rusty, you obviously have both player and coach background. If those nerves are starting to kick in here, what do you do to be able to put yourself back on track? How do you start playing clean again?
I mean, you just need direction, right? If you're playing messy and you know what it is you need to improve, then you start taking steps and focusing on those steps. Because, you can't always clean messiness up in a single day, or like you may not come in tomorrow and be instantly better. But I think that's the point, right? Because Legacy, they won, which is a step, right? And now they need to clean up the slow pace again, slowly pick it back up to their normal pace, and then they get back. And, every team does it their own way for their own needs.
All right, well, if you want to stick around for some real League of Legends, make sure to stick around for the MPL, which is coming up after we close out the OPL, because that is the final professional game for today. Obviously, we'll be back tomorrow. Let's take a look at the results from today's games, because as Spawn said, we did have a messy day, but often, I would say pretty much the 2 things that are consistent. 1, the teams that we expect to win did win, and 2, the left-hand side of the scoreboard really won out. In this case, Order versus Mammoth. Order take out game number 1. Legacy dominate Avant for game 2. Chiefs taking down the Direwolves in a bloodbath for game 3. And then PGG, although Gravitas putting up a fight there in game 4, managed to take home the victory there for them. A look at the schedule for tomorrow, where these teams will have a bit of time to recuperate, get their bearings, and start us off with a banger. Chiefs versus Legacy for game number 1. Order taking on the rebranded Direwolves for game 2. Avant versus PUG for game 3. And then it's Gravitas and Mammoth rounding out the evening. I mean, we're basically just running down the scoreboard at this point. This is a big day for a lot of teams, Skinny.
It certainly is. I mean, those first 2 games especially, a big form check for these two. Both Chiefs and Legacy. They've had their win, they've had their warm-up here day 1, day 2 coming in clashing heads once again. And it could be a weekend that looks to try and disrupt these tieways, where we're seeing multiple teams locked in at 2nd, 3rd and onwards.
And Nick, we've had 13 days of League of Legends, right? 10 of them have had at least 3 wins on the left side.
What is going on with this
How
scoreboard?
crazy is that? And it's not like blue versus red side either. It's just the left side.
What is going on with the left side?
Do you want a fun fact before we close out this stream? Just to highlight my point of how messy these games have been.
Is it about unicorns?
No, it isn't. But Legacy are 4 minutes slower, 4 whole minutes slower in game time than they were Split 1. Chiefs are 2 minutes slower than what they have been in game time. Direwolves are 2 minutes slower. Order is the only team that has quicker game time in the summer split than what they did in the spring split. So the top 4 teams are slowing down. That means that this league is getting much more compact than what people would realize. To be 4 minutes slower across your wins is a huge amount of game time. The difference between a 30-minute victory and nearly a 35-minute victory is kind of the difference that we're seeing out of Legacy right now from Split number 1. Split 1, they were smashing everyone.
Yeah. So what accounts for Order's rise in pace?
I think Order have genuinely got better. Like, I mean, obviously I am more biased than other people in here, so like I'll call my biases out immediately. But I would say like Order were genuinely 4th or 5th best team for a lot of Split number 1, whereas right now I think that they're playing like a top 3 team. I think Order have got improved since Split 1.
All right, well, there you go. Well, hopefully you can make it back tomorrow for Saturday's round of games. We are very excited to have you. We're excited to have EPOS, Maccas, and Neosurf on board. And a very quick reminder, EPOS with their Out of This World gaming audio campaign, where they're giving away 2 headsets to 2 lucky winners. And obviously we have Neosurf as well, who want to give away $500 worth of Neosurf voucher credit and to a first place winner, and $100 to 4 runners-ups. Both of the competitions I have talked about extensively on this broadcast, and you can check out all of the OPL socials for more details there, and head to watch.lollysports.com for full terms and conditions. All right, gentlemen, I believe that rounds us out for this evening for the professional league. It's time to jump into the amateur league. It is time for the MPL. So we would love it if you guys stuck around as well. Spawn, Rusty, Skimmy, thank you very much for today. What are we doing? What do you want to do? Rusty, last time you just announced what we were going to do and it happened. So what do you want to do?
TFT again.
TFT, it is. Congratulations, everyone. So, I mean, that is a big congratulations to everyone, because that means we need 4 spots filled. So we would love to see 4 of you jumping in to my League of Legends friend list. If you're not already there, just Nick Boy on the League client, and we will see you in a minute for the MPL. Switch Base says, love the cardigan, Nicholas Boy. Thank you very much, Switch.
Nicholas Boy.
You in-game in a second. On behalf of the crew and on behalf of the casters, thank you very much for watching. We hope to see you again tomorrow. We're out.
Today is the Neosurf Cup, and we're going to be playing against Misfits, so hopefully we can bring home the win.
Neosurf is simple, safe and secure. You can go to your local shop and get a voucher code and use it online, preferably to buy League of Legends skins.
It's got it! This is deadly! It's got it!
If you're craving the taste of your favourites, head to Macca's for a fast, safe and contactless drive-through experience. For your Macca's run, contact-free, we'll be here.
Who stole my Penta? Oh, baby, that's what I needed. 9 hours in this building with these morons. Good work! Let's go, boys!
Taste my bear indeed. Welcome to the MPL, the part of the show where we play games with you. Us, the famous people. You, the scum. That's all I have to say to them.
Where is Nick? Is Nick not online?
I think he's logging on.
No, I'm here. I'm just logging on.
Okay.
I was very
You're invested in that intro. I get it.
I have no. I've got nothing. I've got no excuses. I'm
I just
a
gave you the
terrible
perfect
person.
excuse.
It's very hard to invite people off Nick's friends list until Nick's in here with his friends list.
Okay. I get it, guys. I suck. All right, I get it. Fire Nick. We all hate Nick. Okay. Well, someone invite me to a game because now I'm feeling left out.
No.
Well, I'll try and get you in, but Big Victor is sorting out the audio.
I don't know what folder you're in.
Just gonna start
no, you're in the
dragging in
casters
some
folder.
randos.
Why are you in the casters folder? You're not a caster. You're a host.
Should have his own folder. Him and Hingers.
Should have his own folder.
Do you put yourself in that folder?
Hing is no longer in that folder. Hing is in a very special folder on my computer.
Hingers is filed under like cookies in the documents folder.
Correct.
We all know what's really in that folder.
Welcome to Teamfight Tactics.
Start it up, Skimmy.
2 seconds, mate. I can't
None.
press buttons.
Just take your computer back by force. The people at home are waiting.
Whenever IT is ready, you need to start for us. He's not ready yet.
Oh, Nick has a kitten fur coat, says J Chef. And to think I invited you to this game.
Come on, chat. We'll pick a new badge together. I'm not reading chat, by the way. So, Rusty, you're going to have to act like a translator for me in chat because we're not on speaking terms.
Sure.
Which one?
What are we doing? Oh, we're picking an icon? All right.
Yeah, I'm getting chat to pick me an icon.
First one said KDA.
This one? Or this
Monster Tamer. Then Cranky Crab was the second option.
I have a lot, though. I feel like you're jumping the gun here, chat. Because there are a lot.
Caitlin. The Akali one. The KDA one's the Akali one, if that helps you.
Yeah, no, I do like KDA Akali. But we could go 2015 EDG. I think I have 2015 EDG.
Got Sin Gaming. 2 votes for Sin Gaming.
What are we waiting for?
Couple of Sin Gaming. What about Fortnite?
Any Fortnite fans out there?
What about a Sudden Fear icon? Can I
Team
trouble anyone
Team
for
Immunity, haha. Team Immunity, the goats.
I'm definitely never having a Team Immunity icon.
Any Poro icons? Rich Gang icons? Yumi? Is it Yumi?
I don't think there's.
Do you have a Yumi?
What about the ticket icon? Wasn't that the OG?
It
like
should be
cool
a Yumi
one?
icon.
I thought the
Copenhagen
ticket was
Wolves. Do you have the Wolves?
Copenhagen? No, I don't think I have Copenhagen. I have. That's alternate.
Season
That's
3
Lemon
Ninjas in
Dogs.
Pajamas is a banger icon.
Nip, yeah, I have a Nip icon. I have a Velocity icon and a Vulcan icon. They're both badass.
Do you want us
Team
to? Are we picking an esports one for you then? Is that what we're doing?
No, I don't care what you pick for me. I've got 2014 KT Rollstar. That was a great team. 2014.
Let me press ready, Victor. I'll press ready. We can queue up. And I'll just int.
Skimmy just ruined the game for everyone.
I'll int my draft.
Skimmy.
Otherwise, the chat will get impatient.
Well, unfortunately, chat, we didn't pick anything. We're still just an order icon.
Oh, that's the worst one.
Hey, you be very careful. Otherwise, I'll steal more of your fast food that gets delivered.
Oh, I see how it is.
Yeah. Where is my fast food?
The truth is out.
Oh my god, man. I'm just so hungry. Deaf Pony has a Direwolves icon. That's cool.
Carbohydrates. Are you trying to say wants to show off?
Wants told show off his icon collection.
I'm just really stuck on this sentence.
It's got to be to show off. It's got to be.
I mean, of course I want to show off. You wait until I do my skin collection next time.
Yesai says, "Why is Nick wearing such comfy?" Because I can. Like it's just like, why would you not? Why would you want to wear something not comfortable? And Petey Boy, is that actually Nick Boy's bedroom or a fake picture?
That is IKEA. Nick actually does the OPL from the IKEA showroom.
This is not my bedroom.
Wouldn't that be
That's
awesome?
the guest bedroom. On level 1 of Chateau de Nick Boy.
I don't understand why it said it's such a fancy name. Like, what else would you call it? Like, the body hold? Like, what else am I going to refer it to? It's not my room. Oh, why do I always go for the same trash champs?
What do you even build these days?
Nick, darling, please show people to the guest room.
Yes.
Yes, I am actually married to my butler.
You have a butler? Holy crap. The plot thickens.
Too rich for us.
I wish I lived in IKEA. Who went what?
I got a Nocturne.
I have a Malawi.
Yes, Malawi.
Yeah, she.
Okay.
He's like, okay, that's enough.
Yeah, shut up now. Who is good? What is good? What is good? Tell me what is good. Someone tell me what is good.
I have no idea. I don't even...
Just play Dark Stars, mate.
Everyone plays Dark Stars now. I thought I was like a hipster.
Dark Stars
I used to play
OP.
Dark Star, and now everyone just plays it. It's so contested. I hate it. That's so odd. Okay.
Okay, so, oh my god. So someone on Twitter, I'm just gonna retweet it from my account, but the name is Beverly_Hanks.
Oh, I know who that is.
taken.
and coughing on people.
Well, that's how the coffee tastes when I go to Melbourne.
The build-up.
God, you walked into that.
I kind of jogged.
Okay, Nick. Okay.
Okay, sorry, I got a little too invested in that.
Oh no.
Rusty, what are you playing?
I don't know. Spawn. I just have 2 stars. I'm really not sure what to do.
You have
Skimmy,
so
stay
little
still
gold.
and die.
Yeah, I know.
Okay. Well, Rusty's broke. Did you say Skimmy stay still and die? That's not very nice.
What?
Come on, bro.
Who?
He knows what I mean.
Who, what, where?
Oh, what?
Go on,
Brisky. Brisky.
Risky for the
Brisky,
brisky.
you trash.
You trash.
Trash.
Nothing I want is left.
You don't know. Why am I singing that song? Earworms, earworms.
Brisky, God. And Brisky's even in the chat right now. God, you suck.
Yeah, at 59 health. They
Brisky.
Okay, what are we putting in? What are we putting in? What are we putting in? Boom. Do we go all of it? No, not yet.
What are you playing, Skimmy? Battlecraft Infiltrators.
Yeah, I don't really know where I'm going. I just want to try something different.
I mean, you're definitely strong. You have no gold either. Why are you guys all rolling? You're all hyper rollers. Maybe
I'm
I
not
should
hyper
stop
rolling
that.
at all. I just don't have money. I give you
poor.
bloody pinging me. I see you.
I'm gonna roll down to 30 here. Gonna take you. Going to definitely take you. And there's nothing, so we're gonna stop. We're going to take that out.
No, you're not gonna catch me doing Dodo Sin ham jamming.
What, singing Dodo Sin?
That was maybe one of my favourite moments, I think, though, of all time on a broadcast. Was Raz in pre-game 5 doing Dodo Sin.
When he was dancing.
Yeah. What you may not know is it was my shoulder in his famous clip that he was annoying.
Alright, well, I don't know what I'm playing. Dodo Sin, Dodo Fire, Dodo Sin, Dodo Fire. Was it MEO last year where we were in Melbourne?
Yeah, you stripped.
The Dodo Sim dude was in Melbourne.
Oh, really?
Wait, what?
Wasn't that right? The DJ that does Dodo Sim? I don't know, maybe I made that
I
up.
think.
Hey, Nico's
Oh,
good.
was that? That was the time where I think it was Hodor that was in the local area. Might be what you're thinking of.
Am I?
Yeah. Remember Hodor's a DJ and he came to visit around that time.
Hodor's a DJ, that's right. That's such a amazing fact.
What are we even talking about here? Okay, chat. I don't know what I'm doing.
All right. Okay, I gotta get serious.
lady.
I gotta get serious.
Yeah. Lend me some sugar.
Double Zephyr.
I am your neighbor. Shake it. Shake it. Shake it. Shake it like a Polaroid picture.
3-star Zaya. GG.
Oh my god.
The next carousel honestly could not come quicker.
What is that?
Chat, once again, I do want to remind you, I'm not reading anything you say.
He could. But he
Yeah,
just chooses not to.
absolutely. I can read, as you can see by all my books behind me.
Did you play for Australia in Cyber Games? Yeah, 2011. I think it was like February. Way back when I did, yes. How do you know that? No one knows that.
No one knows that. Well, you can go, and I'll definitely get you. And then... Oh, there's just not enough space.
I'm so confused what to do.
I'm not going to read that out loud, Davo.
Machine Gun Filet has 0 gold.
Yuck.
What am I doing? What am I doing?
Alright, one more Ziggs. Please. And thank you.
Alright, Brisky. Time to pay the piper.
You have a big Nocturne.
Yeah.
Crikey. Oh my god.
Skim Dog.
It's not big enough,
Oh,
though.
yeah.
Still
him.
lose. Don't CC.
I mean, I'm Vanguards, so you'll have a harder time against me than anyone else.
Yeah. I just decided I'll just go Infiltrators.
I didn't realize, by the way, they nerfed Urgot.
Mm-hmm.
So when he uses his ultimate now, it takes about 7 minutes to reel in the fish.
Mm-hmm.
That's gross.
Yeah, it is, And then, like, GA actually works on it now.
Yeah, I mean, he got gutted. God
And you can put,
damn
like,
it,
minions in the way.
And I'm just gonna sell him. Like he's nothing.
Looks like I'm going Infiltrator Protector. Weird wacky comp.
I don't know how I'm still in first place. Been griefing.
Thanks. You can just chuck it at down. Thank you very much. Food has arrived, chat.
GG.
Like, is there just genuinely 0 of her in the whole game? Like, am I going crazy?
Of what, sorry?
What?
What are you talking about?
Jinx!
I've got a Jinx. Do you wanna?
Well, out of spite for this game, I've literally just rolled all of my money to find one.
That seems unwise.
Found
I mean,
it.
that was the point, Angie. If I don't read it out, he won't read it.
If I don't read what? Who won't
I'm
read
just
what?
not indulging Dave O'Erlo for you.
Oh, good.
But he sent you a message.
I don't want to hear it.
There you go.
Yeah.
Gotta do it.
Wow, double Zephyr.
Yeah, it's a bit gross.
Not going to save him this round, though. Let's go.
Alright, I really need to eat something. I'm about to pass out.
Oh, yes, we take that too. We take that too. Loki Cat, do you have a system to force yourself to play the old games you promised you would finish or start, e.g. one recent, two old? No. The system is I buy it, and then I go, oh, I can't wait to play that. And then the longer that I have it, the more I feel like I've played it via osmosis of merely seeing the title on Steam or the PlayStation cross media bar or what have you, and then I never get around to playing. I don't play the games that I really want to play. I have no time. I'm going to play some Ghosts of Tsushima tonight, and then I'll probably play it for 3 days and then never finish it.
What is that game?
It's an open world samurai game. So just think Assassin's Creed with samurais.
Alright. Is it good?
I have heard mixed things. Not that it's necessarily bad, but that it's not doing anything particularly new with the open world formula, so that it's quite like rote, repetitive, go here, clear this marker, new objective on the map, blah blah blah, but I've heard the combat is amazing.
Okay, we'll do that for now. Finally got 3 Astros.
It's a funny game.
I have a blue buff Astro Teemo. Ho ho! Oh my god, it's 2 autos and he throws shrooms.
Skinny real strong.
Machine gun fill it. Jeez. Eaten alive.
The assassin boys.
I've just hit nothing.
Oh no, I still lose the round. Damn it! Alright, we're a work in progress.
I need to roll for it, but I'm just not hitting. This is actually just so sad.
Yep, mine too. Oh, these rolls suck. This has been such a waste.
Hello,
such
Nick
a
boy.
waste.
Welcome to my Teemo.
Yeah, this doesn't seem
And shrooms.
Oh, he's dead.
And shrooms.
Oh no, he's not. He's up the back.
And shrooms.
Come on. Kill that Teemo. Kill that Teemo. Kill the Teemo. He's the one hurting you. Teemo's the one hurting you all the time.
There we
Kill
go.
him.
The Patriot squad. The backline divers.
Oh my god. Rusty.
He's a
And your
real
Ash didn't
piece of
even
work.
get touched.
Yeah.
Get touched. What do I want?
Let me out.
Nice.
You'll do. Oh, destroying chat is getting sassy with Spawn, and it's great because I don't need to read it out loud.
About me chewing?
No, no.
What about?
He basically said that, just in case you didn't know, that your items are in the bottom left.
That's
I know that.
Thanks.
But there's just no point me putting half these items on anyone.
Oh no, it's the
I'm
infiltrators
nothing
against my
going on.
snipers. I'm doomed.
Sup, bro? Nice team. How you got there, mate?
They're the only one I can't actively deal with right now. Saying that, are you liking my vanguards? Because they're still putting up a fight.
Hey, they're tanky boys. It'll take a while.
God.
Dead.
GG. Yeah, big time. Oh my goodness.
It's so
that was
hard to prepare
humiliating.
for infiltrators when there's only one of you.
Yeah, it's true.
I'm actually so happy that I get to eat now.
I'm so hungry.
I heard you had pasta.
No, the timing didn't work out.
Well, I was genuinely just going to pass out from hunger, so here we are.
So that'd just be me.
Yep.
So you go to 4, 2 Vanguard. Ow.
Skimmy's just RNGs this game. He's the only person that got a useful item off Kane as well.
That's all we care about, ham jamming. I don't know if anyone here watches Formula One, but it is the most amount of people I've ever seen in masks, ever, in my entire life. The successful reintroduction of that sport has been very good, but it's literally hundreds of people in one location, all wearing a mask. They're a model. Someone in chat pointed out that Spawn is eating fries, and he claims that he hates them.
I do hate them. I just am starving.
I like I'm now just watching the Twitch stream and just the 0 Fs given by you, Jake, there, where you just like got a mouthful, flick the microphone down, spit and fire, and then just throw it back up and keep inhaling potato.
Wait, Karma 3 is
so
illegal,
hungry.
right? Ooh. GG.
Loki Cat watches MotoGP. Was practice today, and everyone in the garage is wearing masks with face shields. I know. Motorsports, they have it right, man. Angie Foxtrot is looking forward to watching some V8s this week. I never got into V8. There's something about the Australianness of it I just don't have time for. But maybe I should. I have a friend who's very much into it and who lives on the track. So anytime it's the he lives at Bathurst, and anytime they run Bathurst, it's literally just like walk out to the front yard, put down chairs.
Oh my god, I've been annihilated by Skibby.
Massive extension cable from the house and bring the TV out onto the lawn so they can actually watch the race properly, and then just every, 1 minute and 47 seconds or however long it takes to get around that track. Vroom.
It's the guy
I need to get
lost
into
to,
MotoGP.
so I can
Loki.
beat him. Jin just one-shots, man. Do I win this one? I think I do. Freestyle Fizz is nuts.
I'm GG'd. I don't even think I killed a single unit.
Freestyle Fizz is nuts.
Mind you, didn't have a single 3-star.
Skimmy is just so sneaky good at this game. It snuck up on me.
Hmm? Oh shit, I didn't choose anything. Ah well, you do get that.
Angie Foxtrot. I was lucky enough when I was little in the 90s to be a Grig kid at Melbourne Grand Prix. Pretty much ensured I would love motorsport for the rest of my life. That's very cool.
That'll get ya.
Rusty, do you like cars?
No,
You're from
I went
Queensland.
to like the V8s and stuff when I was younger, like on the Gold Coast, but it was never interesting to me. But my grandpa, like he married in, but my grandpa owned Dyno Dynamics. So
oh right,
I got to experience firsthand a lot of the cool performance vehicles and stuff. Like
yeah, cool.
he'd come for a holiday and just show up in a like performance truck. Nice. And I was like, what are you doing? He's like, it's tough, isn't it? And so we'd have weird shenanigans like that all the time. Which was cool, but not the racing.
That's cool.
Ooh.
Go Skimmy.
There we are.
Come on, buddy. Easy. Easy.
Yeah, we mix it up sometimes, Wingnut.
Not so easy.
This is for the 2021 play-by-play casting role. Death Pony versus Skimmy.
He's just a filthy Darkstar abuser. Let's see.
Big Fizz 3. What's he gonna do? Not a lot. Oh, he got the ulti. They both die. That's huge.
Okay. Come on,
Your
Ergot.
Fizz has spent more time standing still than anything else.
Fizz is a patriot. He gets it done.
I think if your Fizz is on the same side of the map as the Lulu, it owns him as well.
Yeah, it's true.
Filthy Darkstar abuser. A protector player.
Here, mate. Protecting from the outside world. It's a scary place.
Hey, you know what, Wignut? The thing is, if we don't play League of Legends together, my reasons to keep someone on a friends list are very limited, are they not?
That's true. That's true.
So I cleanse. Every couple of months, I'll cleanse my friends list just to make room of people that don't even play League of Legends.
He barely talks to us, and we're actually his friends.
Yeah, these guys are lucky they survived the purge. The amount we all play League.
All I want to do is eat this burger, but it's going to be so messy. So I'm going to leave it.
Just turn the camera off.
Nah. It's okay. I'm a big boy. I've got some food.
Turn the camera off and just let us hear it. Let me hear it.
Do you
let
know,
me hear it.
I
want
was-
to hear it. Let me hear it. Let me hear it. Eat the burger. Let me hear it.
I was so empty in my belly that now that I've eaten and I have a tummy ache.
This is... I don't understand this fight.
It's just gloating now. Someone send me food.
Get Ergot.
You got two-star...
No,
5 stars.
I got three star assassins.
No, I'm just saying you have two-star 5-cost units.
I'm a gamer.
I couldn't even
You're a
find
gamer.
one Jinx off
You're
60 gold worth of rolling. At the right level. Do you not just feel disgusted at yourself, Skimmy, for how much you top deck this game?
No, I just really appreciate that. The analysts all lost.
Oh yeah, because that's what it is. When random scans your game and the analyst lost. Wow, they must not know what they're talking about.
The play-by-play does it again, boys. Let's get it. Surely. There it is!
Come on, Skimmy.
Well done, Skimmy.
GG.
Turn him into glue.
There it is. Urgot OP.
He retains his job for another game.
Yep. As soon as Jake was like, you might get fired, I had to win.
Defense against the dark arts.
I like that comment.
Never stood a chance.
There we have it.
We playing another?
Yeah, I suppose we have to.
I think we're legally obligated to.
Oh, look at this. My thing was shown on stream and all these people added me. Ah, decline.
Brutal. That is brutal. Speaking of brutal, ditch these losers and let's bring in some real gamers. No, I don't mean that. I love you, Phantom. I love you, Machine Gun Fillet, Def Pony, and whoever else was also playing with us.
Phantom
okay, so you can come in. You can come in. You can come in.
Def Pony's still in.
Get out of here.
Go sneaky devil. Look at you.
You can come in. You can come in. You can come in.
Skimmy, you're the leader. He's still here.
Sorry, mate. You gotta leave.
See you, Monster Tamer. Thank you. You can come in.
I agree, Jay Schwiff.
There we go. We're done. We're good. We're good.
What's
we're good.
your
we're good.
fave Eddings book / series?
Let's do it.
Are we ready to game?
Yep.
Boom.
Oh.
Me and Jay Schwiff are having a conversation about novels, like intellectuals, and you guys just start the game.
Don't worry about it,
What are
Dank
you-
Lank. There'll be no bullying.
What are you talking about? Tell me. I read. Tell me.
We were talking about what David Eddings' best book is.
I've never read one.
There you go. You obviously don't read them. If you haven't read every book in the world, you don't read.
You don't read.
You're just a poser reader that only reads sometimes. You're not like me. I read always. I'm reading right now.
You sound so much like Mark Bonanno.
I'm reading
Right.
your
Did I?
mind.
Oh, I
That
need
was
to eat,
incredible.
boys. I need
God,
to eat.
he is attractive.
Yeah, he is.
Ryan Reynolds is going grey.
Yeah, he is. He can go
Yes,
whatever
Bond,
color
you
he
what?
wants. He is legitimately the perfect person.
He is the Ryan Gosling of your life.
Yeah, correct. Because he actually is funny, and Gosling's just a.
Ryan Gosling is very funny. He just often doesn't take comedic roles. Thank you very much.
Is he? Have you met him?
Yeah.
How do you know?
Yes, twice.
Have you actually?
No.
I was like, wow, that really backfired. Oh, God, I hate this one. Dwarf Planet, really? Game?
Is
What's Dwarf Planet? I
smaller
haven't done this
board
one. Smaller
space?
map?
This one.
Oh.
That's fine. I never factor in board space anyway. I should have got. Oh, God damn it.
Given you're a country boy, are you a dirt bike fan? No, I'm not a... I wouldn't even say I'm a country boy. I actually lived very close to the city. I spent like 12 years of my life next to a beach.
Thank God I'm a country boy.
I would do visits to the country. I would go dirt biking in the country, though, yes. But not... I'm not country boy.
A long, long time ago, in a galaxy far away.
I just love that photo so much.
Pardon?
It's the one that Nick received the mention before. The photoshopped heads.
And I'd find me in Qui-Gon Jinn could talk the Federation into maybe cutting them a little slack. Their response, it didn't thrill us. They locked the doors and tried to kill us. We escaped from that gas. I met Jar Jar in Bosnas. We took a bongo from the scene and went to Thebes to see a queen. We all wound up on Tatooine. That's where we found our boy. We were singing, my, this here Anakin guy. Maybe later, someday later, now he's just a small fry. We left his home and kissed his mother goodbye, singing soon I'm gonna be a Jedi.
I was having a conversation with someone about this because I was watching Weird Al. So I was watching Lin-Manuel Miranda respond to Weird Al's Hamilton medley, and I feel like Weird Al is what he's doing is not that hard, and it's not that original, and it's not even necessarily that funny. But he is an international treasure, and every comedian loves him, and most people love him. And I think it's because the world has agreed that we're allowed one Weird Al, and so he's taken that spot. And so therefore,
you're lucky you recovered that with everyone loved him, because I was literally about to steal your food.
No. I'm a big fan of him, but I'm just like, oh, why am I a fan of this guy who writes parody songs that if I sat down for a while, I could get like 80% there at least, and it's because it's like we allow for one, and I do think he's actually a genius. But yeah, anyway, we're just talking about the idea that this guy who uses a very base form of comedy, which is just like dumb parody rhymes, is someone that the world universally loves.
That one is like, I agree with these other ones, but that one is insane.
So there's a couple, and I think that the American Pie one is brilliant because he takes the form and then he uses it to he tells a story, a meta story about the series using the song, which I think is very, very clever. Anyway, that's my 2 cents. So thanks everyone for hanging out.
Thanks.
No worries, man. Thanks for coming to my what is it?
My TED Talk.
TED Talk.
Wow, Ranger Breeze already got Star Guardians and Vanguard.
I knew Bree was a mistake.
Old mate's got big 2 stars.
I've got a cool dudes comp again. Do you like it?
It means
None
nothing,
of it
but they're
makes
2
sense.
stars.
But I've got so many stars.
Can I get something? RNG, bless me RNG.
Oh, I got a
you.
bard.
Thank you, RNG.
Dude, this is lit.
Doing? What am I even doing?
Playing a game with friends.
Can we get some comments on Henry Cavill building a PC? I enjoy Henry Cavill. Let's just leave it at that.
He could build anything he wants for me.
How did that video come about? Like who commissioned that? Who filmed that? Was that just on his Twitter? I saw it picked up by a bunch of PC manufacturers, and that's how I saw it on Twitter.
Yeah, I mean, I'm the same. I have no idea how it came to existing.
I'm glad it did that.
Absolutely.
The guy's very cool. I mean, that thing of him going like PC, Xbox, Xbox, PlayStation 4, and he goes PC, you just go, right, you just basically won the hearts and minds of a generation.
Yeah.
I also enjoy in that video how it goes from very obvious like mid to late afternoon to pitch black. And it's like, yep, that's building a PC.
Yeah, welcome to the squad. That was a spatula.
It was. On a champ I actually wanted as well. It seems like a good combo.
I think you'll find it's pronounced spatula.
Spatula.
Oblongata.
And I hate my life.
Can we commission the OPL guys to build a PC in tank tops? Yes, you can.
Yeah, sure. Everything has a price.
That's so true.
He's
that
just
is actually 100% true.
Yeah. I mean, it's just a fact.
I'm actually so annoyed. Oh, you have Fiora. Why are you playing Fiora? You're playing Cybers, Skimmy.
Yeah, mate.
Skimmy the Cybers player. Nick is playing...
I don't know what I'm playing.
that
Shut
is.
up. Don't look at my board.
That's a Cybers comp. That is the makings of a Dark Star. That's just a dude's comp, actually.
I actually have the sickest dudes.
Right, most people are just playing dudes.
Pimpasaurus Rex says they're willing to put in $3.50. So it's a start.
No, it is a start. Every journey starts with a step. This
Now
one
all we need
unfortunately
is
started
about-
with a crawl, but
Yeah.
that's okay.
All we need now is about another 350,000 steps and we'll get there.
It's not the first time I've been offered very little money this week. What's happening here?
So these.
You
Yes.
sassy little
Thanks.
minx.
Can someone clip that and send it to me? I need to send that to someone. Oh wow, Rusty's playing Jarvan.
I just have one.
Oh, you have 3. Don't lie to me.
Well, yeah, in one bench, like in one rotation of shop, I just got a Jarvan too. I was like, all right, we're running Jarvan.
Fair enough. Ow. Am I playing Blender? Is that really what I'm doing,
That
chat?
was way too close.
Because I haven't found a Shen and I haven't found a Rakan. So am I really playing Blender? Let's just think about this for 1 second. If I haven't found Shen and I haven't found Rakan, am I really playing Blender?
What goes well
Shredder,
with Chrono?
Shredder. Nothing goes well with Chrono. Chrono is a useless trait.
God damn it.
Chrono Snipers isn't terribly bad because Vayne scales very well off attack speed.
I saw a video of a guy have 8 Chrono. He had 2 Rage Blades on his Zeref, and the Zeref just like ulting like 50 times a second. It was crazy.
Okay, that might work as well. What the heck? What are these items?
Holy shit, what are the odds?
Monster Tamer, I haven't read the full question yet because I got to the word esports and I'm going to need you to write it again.
Yeah, that's not an esports spelling.
Happy to answer, just didn't read it.
That's some high level sass there, Rusty.
You're so
Big sass.
pretentious. I just
Absolutely.
missed a Rakan.
Okay.
The serious answer is start having some conversations with people as well. We're not necessarily equipped to answer questions for like getting a job in every role that exists, right? If you're looking at refereeing, there's definitely some refs out there that I'm sure would be, some of them even perhaps working on production, that would be able to have a conversation with you. Not to throw them under the bus, but...
Okay, what am I actually doing here? We're putting you on. We're putting you on. We're putting you over here. There was another Rakan that I just rolled over.
Yeah, just keep poking him, Loki. That'll work.
Oh, damn, that was the choice. Oh, I think we're probably winning something. Or do I?
I actually really badly need to hit one of these things on my bench. Do I roll one more time? I think I do.
Morello's, Zephyr.
And I didn't hit any of them again. How have I got... Just look at my bench. Oh, because Nick has randomly 2 of them. That's good.
Fiora.
Yeah.
Oh, take it.
I assume you're playing Cybers too. Okay, we're in some trouble.
Man?
We're in some trouble, chat.
Unlucky J-Shift, mate. Unlucky.
Still me at the top there with the win streak, Skibby.
Yeah, mate.
Look at us.
Look at us, bro. Look at us gaming. Look at us getting it done together. Yeah, who would have thought?
How have I missed it twice?
Missed what?
I've got 2 2-stars Fioras and 2 1-stars.
Are you not even going mechs, Skibby? God damn it.
Am I going mech?
You're not even going mechs.
Nah, I'm just
running
hard
Java.
forcing Cybers.
Okay, one other person is running Java. 2 other people are running Javans. Okay, maybe all the Javans are gone. Maybe they're actually just all gone. Is anyone actually running Zayas? No one is running Zayas but me. Okay, there's a Fiora. That's good. Okay, we can't roll anymore. I'm rolling one more time. There's a... Damn it.
Thank you.
Fantastic.
Whoa, you already have a 3-star Fiora? Insane.
I've got 0 gold. And you're still stronger than me.
Have you just been trying to find stuff?
Well, I just hyper-rolled for my Shredder, and then I just whiffed on everything. I didn't get Fiora, Jarvan, or Xayah 3.
No, I didn't.
Like, just genuinely. The game hates me tonight, but that's okay. Because sometimes you win, sometimes you lose, chat.
That's true.
Big true.
Yeah, thank you for typing that, Cal.
I'm just getting steamrolled. Oh well. You win some, you lose some.
Nick just beat me. Took down my win streak.
Yeah, that was exciting.
Someday, someday I will be here.
So, Skibby, I'm currently running Bard Space Pirates.
Yeah.
I've just been greeting my way through this so hard. Dude.
I like it, bro. I like it. I'm just waiting for the 6th Cyber and then just full committing. But I could go 4 Sniper, which I don't know if I like the idea or not.
Holy crap.
Oh, wow.
I've actually got the most useless items. This is actually an impressively bad game. Like, how do I actually win this game?
Want you?
I'm lose streaking after hyper rolling. I don't have good items.
I need a better
Is
front line.
snipers poo-poo in this world because of the distance?
I'm thinking so.
Well, I'm not
Probably is. Oh my god.
I'm starting to think so.
I just need to slam some items because I'm just dying. If I don't stabilize, this is GG.
Come on, take him out, take him out, take him out, take him out. Oh.
I see you, J Shiv. What is that?
Oh! I lost a rage of breathe by 1 hour.
Chaos is the preferred state of nature.
Who do I sacrifice in this scenario?
Well, top 8 for sure. Nick and I racing to the bottom.
Yeah, this is brutal.
Oh, it's me versus Nick. One must win.
No.
I just got slapped by Mystics.
I'm sorry to do this to you, Nick.
That was so bad. And you've eaten, and I
Oh my god.
That's actually.
I've gotten a significant upgrade after that carousel.
What did you get? Ash. We got Ash 2.
I've got an Ash 2 and I've got a Twisted Fate 3, which probably does nothing, but
No, that Twisted. Any 3 stars good.
it's something, right?
Yeah, exactly. I got a Fiora 3.
Gonna do, yeah.
Oh, finally. Alright. 2 more Zayas, 2 more Caitlins. 2 more Zayas, 2 more Caitlins. There are a lot of Caitlins gone, so I'm not getting Caitlin, that's for sure. I really need a Brawler Glove as well for QSS.
Oh, God.
Okay, not completely trash anymore, chat.
Okay,
Not
finish,
completely
finish,
trash.
finish, finish. Yes.
Okay, Skimmy's gonna die too. That wasn't a high effort. You gotta put more into your
I'm just trying to figure out what I want to do. I'm going to sell that. Let's put this in here. Let's re-roll a few times, see if we can find something.
Let's have a look at Skimmy. He's trying to stabilize chat. Okay, he's got Dilution. If you're playing Cybers, you put too many of your items on not enough of your Cybers, if that makes sense.
Yeah, no, I feel that.
Oh, you nearly got blue buff for Aurelia. That's OP.
Yeah.
Oh, of course, she gets bubbled and slept instantly.
I think I just get clapped.
I mean, I am pretty strong right now.
Yeah.
As well.
I need some
I
2-stars.
literally, like, I couldn't keep up with my brain, couldn't understand this game. I had 100 gold. I just couldn't work out what to do.
Let's see if we can get some 2-stars on the board.
That's where I was at.
100 gold.
Yeah, I had 100 gold. I didn't know what to do. It's been a big couple minutes.
You should just level if you got 100.
I did.
What level are you?
I'm 8 now.
Hmm.
Okay.
I only got a tier.
Who do I put you on?
Oh, the Kate 3 just wrap around.
Skimmy, what just happened to you? Did you just get a major upgrade?
Yeah.
Gee. Oh my god.
You felt that one, eh?
That was disgusting.
Isn't Gauntlet plus... Oh no, that's Dark Star. You need Big F plus. If you want to play Infiltrator.
I'm so confused. I've got like option paralysis.
Well, you should go Infiltrator Cybers and get your Aurelia to be the character with blue buff and Infiltrator. That's generally what you do, isn't it?
I think I just lose here. Oof.
The other option.
Maybe I just put some random items on different characters.
Yeah.
Chat has grown a thick skin from Spawn's constant harassment and hate.
What's wrong? Who's got what?
No, nothing, man.
Man, you're just a bad chat dad.
Not a bad chat, Dad. You take that back, you stupid chat.
Is he a bad chat dad?
Sorry.
No, I'm gonna get knocked out. See you, team.
Go like this. After talking so much trash, the play-by-play caster has come 8th.
It's okay. I came first last game. I'm happy with that.
It's symmetry.
It means I can just go eat now. This is actually a tactical int.
He said that just to upset Nick.
I'm so hungry.
Yeah, we're both starving here, mate.
I could cry.
Oh, you're kidding me, Danklank.
Of course, yeah, I see you, J Shift. Give me that one.
He's already had some prize destroy.
My burger's going to be so cold, and that was the only part of the meal I was actually looking forward to.
You had the
Life's
best part
unfair.
already.
Oh no, you must have misunderstood me. I didn't eat the burger. Okay. Is that Kane already? Oh, I didn't get any gloves. I think my Zaya is just ruined. Go to 8 next turn. I put my... Wow, who's this? Ranger Bree. Ranger Bree is so much stronger than me. Get a big knock up the card. Good. I just need CC to get my way.
Oh my god. Okay.
Why can't they cook their own food? We can. We just choose
No,
not to after
that's
working
actually-
all day.
And also, what do you mean? Why can't we cook our own food? Our call time is 2:30, and it's 9 o'clock at night. When did you
Spend
want
the
me to
whole
cook?
day working. Last thing I want to do is spend more time. I need to
Chat,
eat
this is-
now.
This
Think
is why
logically.
I'm mean to you, chat, because you don't actually process thought
It's true. I'm on spawn side.
before
don't
you speak. What did they say back? Tell me what they said. I guarantee it was something snark.
Yesiah's trying to upset you. He's just poking a bear by saying triggering comments, and then the rest of the guys like, we already had a cooking segment.
Yeah, you've seen us cooking.
I am a great cook.
It's just chat being chat, right? It's just Twitch.
Right, a GP and I'm
you?
pretty good.
Surviving on 1 health. What?
Oh! Chat. It's a last whisper. That is exactly what I needed. Now if I can just get a random sword off carousel. Stop stealing my items, Nick Boy and Rusty.
I've been hanging around spawn too much. I'm starting to get all negative. Nah, that's just me being super hungry. I've got no energy left, mate. I haven't eaten all day.
He's had his coffee crash. Let's
I
be
bet
real.
you can barely cook 2-minute noodles.
Who said that?
Wingnut, can you cook 2-minute noodles any other way than barely?
Touche. Okay, we're
Do you know who I remind myself of sometimes?
Who's that, mate?
Do you guys watch much of The Simpsons?
Mm-hmm.
Do you know the bartender called Mo?
Yeah.
Yes.
That's who I remind myself of sometimes.
Skimmy's there like, is this a joke?
You are
Yes,
powered by
I'm
a
aware.
small black hole, Skimmy. I refuse to believe you can slow down. That is true. But if I have no food, I can't run. The coffee expired, and so did my energy.
No, I actually don't want
And I die.
How are we looking, boys? Who's leading? Come on. Alright, so you two boys are kind of like neck and neck.
That's brutal. 3 of us just got knocked out in
Big
1.
Timio's really, really strong. What's he running? Dark Stars. He's a bit of everything, isn't he? 2, 2, 2, 2, 2, and a Janna. 2-star Janna. Oh, GG. Oh, he's level 9 as well. J Shifts level 7. He hyper rolled. 3-star Anti-Mech. Okay.
Yeah, myself and J Shift are just waiting for the other one to get eliminated, you know?
Yeah, I can see that. Hey, he's got an Annie with an Infinity Edge. That's kind of crazy.
Yes, it is. That's... yes.
Yes. They've got 2 Infinity Edges. That Syndra is just a crit monster. Yeah, that Syndra's massive. It's the battle of the Syndras. The battle of the Garens.
Temio's just gone.
His Syndra's alive, so I'm doomed.
Okay.
Oh, yuck!
That's close.
That's crazy. 2 level difference.
Yeah. It just shows how important items are as well.
Mm.
Like, not that his Infinity Edge Syndra is a classic, but when you put it with a dual gauntlet, it is.
Range rate. Usually, I play Star Guardian Sorks. That is my my most successful comp. I tried Cybers because it was all I was getting, but I just don't know how to play it. I just had
Is
too
that
many
your
options.
most successful comp?
Pardon?
That's your most successful comp.
I seem to do the best with it, yeah.
Yeah, right.
I think I got this. Oh, they just one hit my... Okay.
Oh my god. Okay.
Maybe I don't have this person covered.
Oh, he's gonna one tap me until I die. That's unacceptable. That's unacceptable. That's.
No, he lost by 1 health. That hurts. That hurts. All right, 2 guys
really
tied at
what?
38, and a spawn dog with 1 HP. Can he do it, Jack? Can he do it? He's gone for Shredder. 3-star Jarvan, 3-star Fiora, 3-star on everything. Can he
Except
do
for
it?
my Zaya, and I didn't get a QSS on my Zaya.
Come on, buddy. Do it. You're the pride of the
He needs to
OPL.
clutch it. He
Screw
needs to
Papu.
clutch it for the casters, please. Here we go. 1 HP, the dream. Drum roll, please.
J Shift's about to find literally everything because he knocked me out.
3-star Syndra, yuck.
Yeah, he's about to find literally everything.
No.
Because I was holding it all hostage.
Big Doom.
Has an NPL ended with casters bottom 4? No. No, it's never happened.
Bottom 4, no.
I
What
think
is
there's
this?
always been one of us in the top 3.
I'm against his ghost.
What do you mean? How are we bottom 4 at all when there's 2 of us in top 4? Try again.
He's doing it. He's doing it.
Well done.
Yeah,
Well
good
done.
hold.
Clutch or kick. There it was. Feels like our Valorant games. 1
The
HP.
difference is one of us is actually clutching.
Yeah.
No, where is his Zaya? How could this happen to me? I made my mistake. I'm probably waking Jasper.
Oh, you desperately need a Nico's help, hey?
Oh,
Sort of
thanks.
3-star taunting you on the bench.
Thanks for that. Just the most important unit in the whole comp.
1 HP, the clutch dream, up against the 3-star mech nightmare. Boom.
Sorry, I should get GP before he ults if I actually
Boom.
hit him.
Bam.
Oh, stunned.
Bam.
Slapped. Or Lulu.
Oh.
Lulu. Ah.
Nice try.
No.
Do you know what? I don't even want to keep watching the game. No, we just
He's like, quit the camera, switch perspective.
Did you already leave, Skimmy?
No, I'm still here, mate.
So who are we backing?
Shift. Because he's
I'm
not on a
going-
win streak.
There's
I'm
no
going-
way Temiyu loses.
He's just got so many.
Because Shift destroyed me too many
I
just got
brought
so many
Temi
crit
down
items.
to 1 unit when I was fighting him.
He's
And
crazy.
This other guy's got my build. I believe
What
in him.
items? Static Shiv versus
Oh,
Hand of
there's a Nico's
Justice.
help.
Oh! No.
Wow.
I actually would have 100% won with it.
I think he would have. Alright.
Wow, we got a bloody Nico's help.
Does he have Mystics? He doesn't have Mystics. He's got a
finds- oh.
Zephyr.
If he finds a Thresh, it's free Thresh too.
Oh. Does he just
That's
commit?
But
Does
if
he
you
just
stick a
commit?
Thresh in, you'd Nico that, and then.
Oh, he
yeah.
Nico'd. There it is.
He needs to get rid
Bonkers.
of his
He's got a
crappy
legendary bolt.
Starships. Why is he starships there?
I don't know, he's
Infiltrator
probably
Ash.
robot,
Pog. Look at that Ash. Jumps the backline. That's Pog. Oh, stuns him right in the face.
melee
Oh, the
range
Rakan knock
Ash,
Oh, the Shauna.
Yeah, it's GG.
There he is. Captain Patriot.
Oh,
He does it
brilliant.
again. There it is. GG.
Well done. Well done, Timio. And my camera just died. Perfect timing. All right, we're out. We don't need any more of this. Goodbye, everybody. Ladies and gentlemen, we're
See you
done for
tomorrow.
the evening. We'll see you tomorrow. I gotta eat something. It didn't really die. I just turned it off. I'm starving. We're out. Bye. Cut the cameras.
Bye-bye.
And that's a beautiful Hemo Plague onto multiple members. They shut down all importantly onto Chippies. He gets himself a double kill.
Triple kills. Can we get a quadra? Yes, we can. It's Ray's doing what he does. The team fight king.
You can only use these ingredients, and you can only cook with this thing. Hey,
I'm excited.
It's like a fairy pooped in a cup. Big shout out to the little legends that we created. So we've got the Fury Horn there, and then this is the mystery egg the graphics operator was making instead of that last graphic.
Guys, I want Twitch chat to do it with me. Make sure your chest hits the ground like this, that's 4. And don't be afraid to go a little bit faster or a little bit slower. Just do what's comfortable, okay?
My long-term boyfriend and I broke up over a month ago. How do I start dating again? Rusty, you're lonely. Finally, your ideal Valentine's Day date.
PC Vaughn, Duo Q, League of Legends.
Oh, very nice.
I think Bombers started them off quite well, but they just got outplayed on a micro level, and I am really good at this.
Send this to Frost Urine.
So who here wants a really mediocre painting of Gragas? It is a time for celebration, but it is also a time for mourning. Let's start off with a eulogy.
5 Drakes to the name, a Baron and everything else.
In a counter matchup.
That's the carbon response. That's the legacy win right there.
Is anyone wearing pants?
Oh, you're wearing pants?
Here's some shorty boys. Look at that.
What has this become?
There's no AFL, there's no NRL, but there is always OPL. Come rain, hail or shine,